This is Baltimore City Council Judiciary and Legislative Investigations Committee. We're here to hear Council Bill 17-0111, Weapons Prohibiting Handguns Near Places of Public Assembly. I'm joined by, to the far right, Council President Bernard C. Jack Young, Councilwoman Sharon Green Middleton, Vice President of the Council from the 6th District, Councilman Robert Stokes from the 12th District, member of the committee, Councilman Ed Reisinger from the 10th District, member of the committee. To my immediate left, Councilwoman Mary Pat Clark of the 14th District, Vice Chair of the committee. To her left, Councilman Councilman Leon Pinkett from the 7th District, member of the committee. To his left, Councilman Zeke Cohen from the 1st District. To his left, Councilwoman Shannon Sneed from the 13th District. To her left, Councilman John Bullock, member of the committee from the 9th District. To his left, Councilman Chris Burnett from the 8th District. And finally, to his left, Councilman Brandon Scott, member of the committee from the 2nd District. To my immediate right is DePaul Nibber from the Council President's Office. We are also joined by Delegate Kurt Anderson. Kara Kuntz from the Council President's Office is here, and Karen Stokes and Karan Banks are here representing the mayor. Couple things before we get started. Meetings of the City Council and its committees are open to the public for the duration of the meeting. Persons attending must behave in an orderly manner or are subject to removal. Council chambers must be vacated at the conclusion of the meeting. Failure to comply may result in a charge of trespassing. We are going to maintain order throughout the duration of this hearing from start to finish. I want to be explicitly clear with everyone on that. Everyone here is invited to speak as a member of the public, including city officials that are here. However, we will maintain order. Folks getting out of order is not going to be tolerated. This is an important issue. I realize there's a lot of folks that want to have their voices heard. Everyone is going to have an opportunity to have their voices heard. We're not going to interrupt other folks. And again, we will maintain order throughout the duration of the hearing. In terms of format of the hearing, so first, what we're going to do is, because of how important this issue is, I know that many of my colleagues have strong views on this issue, whether they are 100% in support, 100% in opposition, or somewhere in between, which most of us seem to be. We're going to give each council member a 2-minute opportunity to make comments. I'm asking my colleagues to please respect that 2-minute window that will be enforced strictly. After we get done with that, we are going to go on to agency comments. We will start with the Department of Law. We will then go to the Baltimore Police Department, and then we will go to the state's attorney's office. After that, we will move on to questions from the council for the agencies. I'm asking that each council member, as I indicated in the email I sent out last night, limit your questions to 2 questions. That will be strictly enforced in the interest of respecting all the other council members who have questions. If you have additional questions, you'll have an opportunity to ask those after we've cycled through each and every single council member. Once we conclude questions for the agencies, we will then move on to testimony from the public. If you are planning on testifying and you have not signed in, or someone has not signed in for you physically outside, please raise your hand. Anyone? Okay. You need to be signed in, and this applies to folks in the overflow room who are watching this. You need to be signed in order to testify. Everyone is welcome to testify, but if you are not signed in, you will not be allowed to testify. I want to be very clear on that as we're moving through the hearing. If you have written testimony to submit, many people have submitted that testimony already. Anything that came in before about 9 a.m. this morning has been sent to DePaul Nibber, staff to the committee, for inclusion into the official bill file. If you have written testimony that has not yet been submitted, what I'm asking is that when you come up to testify, you bring 1 copy of that testimony up. Someone from council services staff will make 15 copies of that so that each member of the council has a copy of that testimony in front of them. And we will have that scanned in and added to the official bill file for this bill. Last thing is, if you have a cell phone, please turn it to silent, vibrate, or off. And with that, I'm going to start out with Council President Young. Any comments?
Thank Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to say that I have 3 nephews that was gunned down to gun violence, legal handguns, and a first cousin, a female that was gunned down by violence. And I don't know about any of you in the audience whether you had anybody that was murdered at the hands of illegal guns. Plus, all 4 of those murderers were never caught. And if you have not been in my shoes, the shoes of my 2 sisters, the shoes of my cousin, if it was your family member, and you cannot sit in here and say that you would feel any different, you would want them brought to justice. You would want them to go to jail. That's all I want to say. If you're not in my shoes, then you don't know how I feel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Vice Chair Clark,
I prepared my remarks to keep within your limits, if I may.
please.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, members of the council, ladies and gentlemen, our time for talk is limited. We are of 1 goal and 2 opinions. The shared goal is to end the soul-draining violence of the current era and moving beyond decades of inequity to embrace our diversity by molding of it a beloved community of mutual respect and universal opportunity. One opinion is to spread the caution that 1 illegal gun equals 1 lost year of a life, and hope that that caution leads to fewer guns abroad in the land. But even if it might, the other opinion is to prioritize the experience of what 1 lost year and more have done to deprive young lives of any life to speak of, except to come home to a lifetime of playing out their anger and despair. We all seek the same goals and come today to determine in this one instance how best to provide 1 saved life per child and family, of universal access to education, recreation, mentoring, and opportunity, all of which require the city's sustained and transparent accountability and effort, and how best to ramp up in attracting the uniformed patrol officers our neighborhoods need from those applicants who aspire to public service and recognize it as valued here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We'll go in alphabetical order of the committee. Councilman Bullock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. When we talk about mandatory minimums, we know that the mandatory minimum sentencing for nonviolent offenders, the research is quite extensive. Specifically for nonviolent drug offenders, we're talking about the disparity between crack and powder cocaine at 100 to 1 did lead to mass incarceration and disparities on a racialized basis in urban communities. However, guns, which are oftentimes a tool of the trade, are another issue. They do result in a loss of life and in violence. And the fact that approximately 60% of those who have been convicted of a gun offense, the fact that they wind up having suspended sentences at this point is unacceptable. This gun culture does increase the propensity for violence in our communities. I know this firsthand, representing West and Southwest Baltimore in the 9th District. And I agree with many of you in this room that our solution must be comprehensive. There must be better strategies to target violent repeat offenders. There must be greater investments in education and workforce development, re-entry, and violence reduction. For instance, I applaud the work of Safe Streets to interrupt violence in our communities, and it would be great to see that program expanded. However, if existing laws are not being enforced effectively, we have to examine all available tools and debate their merits. There is no simple response. This proposed bill is clearly not a comprehensive solution, but we cannot look at this as an either-or proposition. Prevention and enforcement must both be on the table. So today is an opportunity to hear from those on both sides of this issue. I have concerns about this legislation, and I want to be sure that we take the appropriate approach. Thank you for the time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who's next?
Councilman Pinkett.
Who's after that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. And I recognize that just 7 months in, I'm still relatively new to the council and its method methods of deliberation. But I do consider myself fortunate that over the years I've had the opportunity to witness this body discuss and discourse on many weighty issues. And during that time, rarely has there come a moment or a matter or an issue where everyone is wrong. Anyone who thinks we can arrest ourselves out of this crisis, you're wrong. Anyone who thinks being tough on crime means you're a racist, you're wrong. Anyone who paints all mandatory minimums with the same broad brush, you're wrong. Anyone who thinks carrying a gun, especially an unpermitted one, is something that we should condone, you're wrong. And anyone who thinks the actions of the police, state's attorney, or judges is above reproach or review, you're wrong. And so as a city, we find ourselves at this unfortunate intersection. 190 plus homicides, distrust of the agencies that have been established to protect our welfare, and no clear path to lead us to a city that is both healed and whole. And the shame of the matter is that even in the midst of this crisis as a city, we're here claiming to talk about public safety, but we continue to talk simply about law enforcement. And so the conversation has to change. Law enforcement is just one piece of the public safety puzzle. It's an important piece, but it is only one piece. And until we broaden this conversation, until we include more people in this room, we will continue to talk about law enforcement and never get to talking about public safety.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Reisinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to wrap my head around this because, you know, the law stipulates that it's illegal. This bill is it's illegal to carry a gun within 100 yards of a rec center or school. So those who oppose this, my concern is, are we saying that it's allowed? We're saying it's okay for someone to carry an illegal gun 100 yards or closer to a school or a rec center or a senior center? That is my concern. I mean, I think the state prosecutor, and I know someone will testify, has the discretion on conviction if they're arrested, but I think that there's 60% had suspended sentences, and I think it's something that we need to look at and that we need to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be very brief and to the point. Mandatory minimums don't work, and in my humble opinion, in my humble opinion, this piece of legislation is a direct diversion away from the real issue. And the real issue is that Baltimore, the only way we can deal with violence in Baltimore is to have a comprehensive strategy that's not the burden on the police commission or the police department, but of all Baltimore city agencies. And without that, we're going to continue to have this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to express my opinion to the residents of Baltimore City. I understand this is a very serious issue that has very valid points on both sides. The decision is not one I take lightly. I support the message this legislation is sending to the most violent offenders in the city. The message that possessing an illegal handgun is a serious crime. I've heard from constituents on both against the legislation. I've heard from those who support it. The arguments in support of the law come from the people who are scared, sick, and tired of violence. The residents of my district are tired of suspended sentences, putting their lives at risk far too long. The residents of my district are demanding that the city deal with those who chose to break the law and who have no regard for human life and who have no fear of consequences. This measure, a one-year sentence, ensures that an individual is convicted of possessing a legal gun, he or she will not be on the streets for at least 1 year. Finally, entire communities will know that a convicted criminal will not be able to terrorize their neighborhoods for at least 1 year. This is only an additional tool in the law enforcement toolkit. This is not a cure-all. Too many people are dying, and we have to do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I'm the last member of the committee. I'm going to go next and then move to council members who are not on the committee. I've spent a lot of time listening to both sides of this issue, have had more conversations than I'd like to recount about this. The bottom line is that I'm very sad and I'm very angry about the level of violence in this city. And that level of violence is a direct result of guns on the street. The bottom line is it is not okay to carry an illegal firearm in Baltimore City, period. It is already state law. And unfortunately, that is not being enforced the way it should be enforced. When we have 605 arrests and convictions for gun charges, and 60% or 363 of those end up getting suspended sentences and getting let back out on the street, and we have numerous cases, which you'll hear about today, in which individuals who were out on the street within less than a year of when they were convicted are committing homicide. We have a problem, and we need to address that. I realize this is not a panacea for this problem. This problem is very comprehensive. There are things that need to be done in the short term, in the middle term, and in the long term. I've heard a lot of comments about what this council should be focused on, that we should be focused on things like youth and community school programs, that we should be focusing on investing in the school system, and investing in programs that are proven to work like Safe Streets. I'd like to remind everyone that this council has made that commitment and has followed through on that commitment in a historic way, most recently in the last month and a half and what we did in this last budget process. And that's really important to note, because I think you will find that this council, while we may disagree on certain issues, whether it's a mandatory minimum or other things, we are all on the same page about what that priority is. We need to prioritize our budgeting in youth programming and in education. Not only did we say we would do it this year and follow through on that, we're committed to doing that moving forward in the future. But there are also short-term things that we need to do, and we need to send the message very clearly that it is not okay to carry an illegal firearm in Baltimore City. Councilwoman Sharon Green Middleton, Vice President. And I'm sorry, we've been joined by Councilman Yitzi Schleifer from the 5th District.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Many of you know I represent the 6th District, and proud to say that I represent my district wholeheartedly in my district all of the time, throughout every single neighborhood, and continue to do that. And then from this point on, I'm going to try to follow what I have written, because I can get kind of too emotional, and we only have a short period of time. My constituents have overwhelmingly asked that I support this bill because of the rising amount of crime affecting the quality of life in their neighborhoods and surrounding communities. Too many innocent people have been caught in the crossfire of bullets discharged from illegal guns toted by individuals that have no regard for the safety of others. We can't lose sight that we are talking about illegal guns. I understand that there are concerns about how this bill could disproportionately impact people of color, and I welcome the opportunity to address those concerns. However, I must go back again to the fact that we are talking about illegal guns. I will add that this bill cannot work in a vacuum. It should be a part of a comprehensive strategy, as a number of my colleagues have said, that includes prevention programs and outreach opportunities, outreach efforts to ward off high-tension situations that cause individuals to use an illegal weapon. In my district, everyone knows about the Park Heights Safe Streets program that I wholeheartedly support. We were fortunate to also get private financial help to expand that program. Many of you know that I was the advocate that helped to remove that question. Have you ever been committed of a crime and ban the box? And it's been removed off of all city agency job applications. This past budget session, I advocated for every agency or most of them to start apprenticeship programs. Our mayor is definitely for that and has been working on that. The one concern that I keep hearing is that this mandatory sentencing will have an adverse effect on our black and brown young men and families. I feel that this legislation will be one step towards securing our black and brown young men and women and families. In fact, it will cause everyone to get their affairs in order. We continue to say Baltimore needs help. My answer is we have to start somewhere. I just got in fact, 9 o'clock, and I don't know if I should say this, but I think it's appropriate. I just got information in my district, in the neighborhood that I live in, early morning shooting at 4900 Greenspring Avenue, which has just become a homicide. Male victim was in his car at a light when another car approached and opened fire, striking him in the abdomen. And it also should be noted that the victim's girlfriend and child were also in the car. But thank God they are okay. This happened this morning. I believe that there is at least one thing that all of us can agree on in this room, and that the murders must stop. They must stop. And what is amazing is that we all want to do the right thing, and for me, the right thing is to start somewhere. And I feel this legislation, if passed, will help in that. And the dialogue that we are having now, this is a first. This is a first. And again, I say we have to start somewhere.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Burnett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll start here. I think it's a shame that we are here today not discussing real solutions to violence in Baltimore City.
Councilman, if I could for 1 second. Folks, there's folks on both sides of this issue. Please give the council members the courtesy, let them finish, and I'm going to ask that you do the same thing when members of the public are testifying. The longer that we do that, the longer we're going to be here, and if we continue to do that, we'll call the hearing into recess. Councilman Burnett, I apologize for interrupting.
Thank you. I wish this hearing was about affordable housing. I wish this hearing was about lead paint abatement or public health access or mental health access or expanding rec centers, and these are immediate solutions. These are things that we can do right now. Instead, we're talking about throwing people in jail as if prisons are a place that people come out better, right? I'll say this. I met with a young man last week and asked him, what is going on? What is going on? This guy that works directly on the ground in some of the most violent parts of the city. And he shared his story with me. He was arrested for robbery, armed robbery, on the day of his graduation. Also happened to be the week he went into jail was when the prison he went to got rid of their college prep programs and degree advancement programs, which he wanted to be a part of. He went to apply. Instead, he said he spent 7 years of his life working in the kitchen and 7 years of his life networking with other people who were incarcerated for armed robbery and forming a crew of other robbers. And you know what happened when he came out? He did the same thing because he was now could not find a pathway to employment. He could not get a Pell Grant to go to college and support his advancement. He went back to the same community he left out of 7 years before. So when we talk about 1 year being a cooling off period, or as someone has said, time out, that this is not time out. And I think it's important that we mention that this same body felt the need to pass a bill that would ban the box. And so we are acknowledging as a body that having a criminal record is an impediment to moving yourself forward, yet we are trying to implement a strategy that would do just that. It's insanity, right? That's the definition of it. When you do the same thing over and over again and you expect a different result. We arrested over 100,000 people during zero tolerance. And now we have my constituents calling saying, how can we get these guys jobs? This bill doesn't do that. This bill does not make our community safer. I've lost friends to violence. And so any pushing that, for folks who are against this bill, that we somehow don't understand the impact that violence has on our communities. I just talked to an association president the other day who called me crying, tears, because he's so tired of young men bleeding and dying in the streets of his neighborhood. But his answer to me was still, I don't want you to support that bill. I want you guys to work as a body to increase job access. I want you guys to push the police department to actually arrest people for having illegal weapons, which are down 30%. They want the police department to be more proactive in investigating and getting violent repeat offenders off the street. That's what the communities want. They know that there's a small number of individuals who are doing this, and this doesn't get to the heart of the issue. And at the end of the day, I'll end with this. I likened this earlier to malpractice because this is what it is. We know we have 30 years. We've looked at other cities who've tried this strategy, and I challenge anyone to show me in any jurisdiction anywhere in this country that mandatory minimum sentencing has resulted in safer communities and less violence. I'm throwing it out there. Let's see where it has worked. When we are legislators, our purpose here is to put forth legislation that we know works, and if this was something that hasn't been tried before, that we have no research or data, and we're leading in the innovation across the country, then fine, let's take a chance. But in this instance, we know we can look to other jurisdictions, we can look to other cities, we can call those council members and those mayors and those leaders to see what happened. In fact, 25 jurisdictions have rolled these sort of laws back because they didn't work. So I'll end with that. Thank you all for coming out today, and I look forward to a very spirited discussion, and hopefully we can actually really get to the root causes of violence on this body today and moving forward.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to begin by acknowledging that I think everyone in this room and in our city is sincere about their concerns with violence. We know that we are in a crisis and that action is called for. And I want to acknowledge, too, that this is a tough vote for me personally. My district has extremely mixed feelings about this legislation, but as legislators, we are called to both follow our conscience and also the evidence that we have before us. And the vast preponderance of evidence says that this legislation will not work to reduce violence. So our city has a choice to make. Do we continue to follow the programs and policies of the 1990s and 2000s that resulted in over 100,000 people incarcerated in our city, mostly people of color? Do we continue to be tough on crime and go down a zero-tolerance route that categorically did not work to make our city more safe? Or do we make the choice as a city to invest in the programs that we know through evidence and data work? Programs like Safe Streets, programs like investing in early childhood education, programs like investing in the health and mental health of our communities. To me, that is the investment that this city needs to make. And like you said, Mr. Chairman, the council was clear, and we need to continue to be clear that we believe in our communities and that a carceral approach to this problem will not work.
Councilman Schleifer. Councilman Schleifer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To echo what some of my colleagues have said, this certainly is a difficult bill. I have read the extensive research on mandatory minimums and the effects of that, and I happen to agree when it comes to drug cases and some situations, but what we're dealing with here is not zero tolerance, is not mandatory minimums on drug possession. We're talking about people running around our streets with loaded illegal firearms. The state law currently is in place and allows for people to go and legally purchase firearms. If that law and the process is too strict, well, then that's a process that needs to be brought to Annapolis to go ahead and change those laws and make it more accessible to those to be able to protect your families. But at the same time, a law in place that we've seen, what's been happening hasn't been working with the suspended sentences that have been going on and people coming out and months later going ahead and killing people. What I do know is that we have countless situations where people have been arrested, have been convicted, the judge gives them a suspended sentence, and they're out, and next thing you know, they go and they take someone's life, whether it be an innocent person or somebody who they'd been involved with previously. But that's where we have to draw the line and say this is unacceptable. And we're not talking about a long-term jail sentence. We're talking about 1 year in jail for illegal possession of a firearm. And just like those who have lost, innocent people who have lost their lives, like Mackenzie Elliott and others, to this violence, they don't have a future. They don't get to move on. Their families don't get to move on. I think 1 year is a simple approach, whereas the judges shouldn't have been even granting less than that when the state law is more than a year. And so it is certainly a difficult thing, but like my colleague in the 6th District said, I've heard from constituents on both sides of the matter, and overwhelmingly my constituency has supported, and many who have opposed have been on the mandatory minimums relating to drug charges. And so for that reason, it is challenging, but we have lives on the line, and there's nothing more important than human life. And I think we are taking long-term solutions to address this. Our spending priorities this year have shown that, and we will continue to work on those long-term solutions. And I welcome everybody's feedback on other solutions that can address this crisis properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. We've been joined by Councilman Bill Henry from the 4th District. Councilwoman Sneed.
Thank you. So I just want to be clear that we know what the data shows, and it shows that this does not work. And then I want to take a picture to paint in your mind that we all have been young before. And I think back to when I was young, when someone offered to give me a ride to work, and I may have gotten in a car with them, knowing that they were good people, but maybe they had someone in the car that had a gun. And just like the story shows with the Baltimore Sun, that if the car was pulled over, I would go to jail. I would have a charge on me at 16 years old, knowing that I was on the right track, that I was doing everything that I was supposed to do. But because I trusted a friend and got in a car with them, that now my life is ruined. So when we look back now, years later, I say thank God that this law was not in effect, because I didn't have a car and I wanted a ride to work or a ride to go somewhere, and I trusted that person. These young people can't do that. And that's a shame because of this law. So yes, we want illegal guns off the street, but we also want to make sure that we are not setting people up for failure off of one bad choice, trusting other people. Please, let's think about this legislation and think about the lives that could be ruined at 16 years old. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We're out of respect for some of our colleagues in the General Assembly, we're going to slightly deviate from the agenda. We have with us today Senator Joan Carter Conway from the 43rd District, Chair of the Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs Committee, as well as Delegate Kurt Anderson from the 43rd District and Chair of the city's House delegation. Senator Conway, if you could go up to the podium. Senator Conway, the floor. Yes, ma'am. Give me 1 second.
Go ahead.
Delegate, go ahead. Thank you.
First of all, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. I have listened very carefully to all of your comments, and the first thing I want to say is that from what I've heard from you, from the the passion in your remarks, the obvious knowledge that all of you have on this subject, I feel confident that this city council will make the right decision. You guys are in the front line. We in the legislature do state laws, but you have impact on what happens in Baltimore City. You're faced with city residents every single day, so you understand the importance of something like this. Now, I can only give you the benefit of my experience, and that's why I'm here today. I think this issue is so important that I can't sit on the sideline. I can't be afraid of whether or not somebody is going to agree or disagree with me. I've been in the legislature for 30 years. I've lived in this city for 65 years. I serve on a committee in the judiciary that I chair the Criminal Justice Committee in Annapolis. I'm chairman of the Baltimore delegation. I have a stake in this as well. For the last 4 years, I have served on the Maryland Sentencing Guidelines Commission, so I deal with sentencing issues, mandatory or not. I also serve on the Maryland State Police Training Commission, where we go over the exact requirements for hiring police officers, retaining police officers, training police officers. So I understand that aspect of it. But just as importantly as all that is, I've been an attorney, a lawyer, a criminal defense attorney in Baltimore for the past 25 years. I've been to literally hundreds of bail hearings, trials, and dealt with every kind of criminal case you can think of, from murder to any kind of a misdemeanor. I was the first delegate in the state of Maryland, the first legislator in the state of Maryland to oppose mandatory minimum sentences for nonviolent drug felonies. I was the first legislator to get a bill passed that got rid of mandatory minimums for nonviolent drug offenses. And I have to agree with Councilman Schleifer, if I say your name right, that there's a big difference between mandatory minimums for nonviolent drug offenses than what we're facing today. We're facing life and death in the city today. People getting killed. Jack's cousins, Warren Brown's son, he's one of my best friends, my pastor's grandson, each and every person in this room has been touched by a murder. Question is, what do we do about it? Everything that you talked about, Councilman Burnett, Bullock, we've got to do. That's got to be part of the plan. But the commissioner has an idea to add to that plan, and that is this mandatory minimum sentence for first-time offenders in Baltimore City. If you carry a gun on the streets of Baltimore, it's just as bad as carrying a gun on an airplane. And the federal government doesn't play. You carry a gun on an airplane, that's 3-year mandatory minimum. You're going to jail, period. Because they consider that such a dangerous instrumentality that there's going to be a mandatory minimum for that. Why shouldn't we protect the Baltimore citizens the same way? Our people, a 97-year-old man being murdered, a 3-year-old child sitting on the steps playing, being murdered. Come on, man. As Elijah said, we're better than that. We've got to figure out a way to deal with this problem, and if we can't listen to the people that are tasked to do that, people who have experience in terms of where the crime is occurring, who the violent offenders are, and what their solution is, we got to listen, at least listen to the guy. Now, more than that, in preparation for this, I called friends of mine, lawyer friends of mine in New York City. As you know, New York City has a mandatory minimum law in place right now. It's been in effect for 10 years. If you remember Plaxico Burress, the New York Giants wide receiver who was arrested because he had a gun in the club, shot himself in the leg. All right. He went to jail for 20 months. New York didn't play. He said, we're not going to make it, we're not going to make an exception for him. If there's a mandatory minimum, it's 3.5 years there, but he got 20 months. I've talked to prosecutors in New York. I've talked to defense attorneys in New York. I've talked to the Staten Island DA, the head guy. And he says the mandatory minimums for gun offenses work. But, there's a but, they work if they are accompanied by a plan to give resources to the communities where most of these crimes have occurred. Bensonhurst, Bedford-Stuyvesant, they cite as two examples where crime in those areas were terrible back in 05, 06, up to 2010. But now they experienced a fairly new, crime has been eradicated, not eradicated, but certainly lessened in those areas. New York City's number of homicides last year for a city of over, 9 million people was 318. Because they used not only this tool that the commissioner is talking about, but also putting together those social programs that included all the things you all just mentioned. Social programs, health programs, mental health, simple things like keeping neighborhoods clean, getting rid of vacant houses. All this stuff has got to be done, but that's the long term. In the short term, we've got to get these violent offenders off the streets. With regard to the bill itself, I would like to make two suggestions. Being a legislator, this is what we do. Consider sunsetting the bill after 3 years. Consider taking a look at what the statistics are after that. Also consider putting into place language that says not just wear, carry, and transport a handgun, Mr. Commissioner, but did knowingly wear and carry and transport a handgun. Because there's a lot of folks, and you'll hear testimony today about people getting caught up because they didn't know that the gun was in the car, or they didn't know that a certain person was. Let the state prove it. We've got competent state's attorneys, okay? I don't care what you say. I don't care what anybody says about our state's attorney's office. I'm in court every day. These folks are good. They know how to prove a case. And this would not make it too hard for them to prove that case. So those are my suggestions. I appreciate your time, and I'm sorry that I took so long, but I know you guys will make the right decision.
Thank you, Delegate. Senator?
Good morning to my prestigious colleagues. I'm here today in support of the bill. And the reason why, and I think the delegate made the point here, this is not a lock-me-up bill. This is about violence. It's about violence. It's not a nonviolent. He made a good point. Because although I am consistently in JPR, all of the programs that you talked about, the lead paint poisoning programs in terms of what we need to be investing, in terms of safe streets, in terms of all of those programs where we need the dollars to make our communities better. The bill will work, and I do also agree with, we need to sunset the bill, look at it, look at the effectiveness of the bill, how it is interacting. It will reduce violence. I'm not here advocating, and everybody can tell you in Annapolis, I'm the largest advocate. I had the voting rights bill. We had the ban the box bill. We had the bills in terms of individuals in our communities and ethnic minorities being able to attend our prestigious institutions, but when they said, have you ever been arrested? They said, oh no, I'm not taking you. So those are the type of bills that I have consistently fought for. Yes, we need that infusion of cash for the programs to help the mentally ill, to invest in our educational system, but this is not about lock me up. This is about the violence in our system and in our city, and I'm telling you, we need to do something about it. I mean, you're killing the children, 97-year-old individuals. We need to do something. Should the bill stay there for life? Not necessarily. If it is not effective, I'm going to have the state legislation that does basically the same thing. The problem on the state level with the bill was that the bill has always been a statewide bill. This bill specifically is going to address the violence in Baltimore City. And at some point, people, it has to stop. So we know that, yes, it might be a small group of individuals, felons, repeated felons. Well, the bill captures the repeated felons. It's going to capture that segment. And if that is the segment and the bill does what it's supposed to be, they will be off the street. You will have your cooling off period. Does the bill possibly need to be amended? I agree. And you might want to amend the bill, but it's about violence in our city. And we need to stop killing our children, our aunts, our uncles. And I'm still here and I'm still in the corner in terms of mainstreaming our felons. We're doing everything that I could possibly do. I am the biggest advocate. Sure, we realize in terms of those non-violent offenses and drug possessions that they lock ethnic minorities up. No. Do I agree with it? No. But this is not just about non-violent offenses. These are violent, and I will continue to advocate for those type of programs, the infusion of cash. But right now, we have a serious problem, my colleagues, and we need to do something about it. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Senator.
Question? Oh, okay.
I love that.
Yeah, no, we're good, yeah, thank you.
Okay,
At this point, we're going to move into testimony from the agencies. We're going to start with Mr. David Ralph, City Solicitor, on behalf of the Law Department. Mr. Ralph, when you get up, if you can introduce any of your staff that are with you, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, members of the City Council, Senator Conway, Delegate Anderson. I'm David Ralph.
Please.
Sir, you're out of order. Sir, you're out of order. Mr. Ralph, please continue.
Sure. Here today on behalf of the Law Department, I'm here with some of my colleagues, Elena DePietro, Victor Travala, Hillary Ruley from the Law Department. The Law Department has been asked to review Council Bill 17-0111 for its form and its legal sufficiency. The bill provides that a person may not carry, wear, knowingly transport a handgun concealed or open on or about the person within 100 yards of or in a park, church, school, public building, or other place of public assembly. The bill also provides that a person may not wear, carry, or knowingly transport a handgun concealed or open in a vehicle within those same areas. Because we find that the proposed bill is consistent with the legislative powers granted to the City of Baltimore and not preempted by state law, the Law Department has approved this bill for its form and its legal sufficiency.
Thank you, Mr. Ralph. Colleagues, any questions for Mr. Ralph? Councilman Scott got you first, and then Burnett.
Mr. Ralph, how are you, sir? Thank you for your continued great service to the city of Baltimore. Mr. Ralph, how long have you been practicing law?
I've been practicing law for 26 years.
26 years. And in that time, you've heard a lot of mention of mandatory sentences, right? Mandatory minimum sentences?
I have.
In that same amount of time, have you ever heard or referred to a mandatory minimum sentence as a specific sentence? Have you heard of the term specific sentence before?
I'm not sure what context you're using that.
Well, I'm using it because in the FAQs being given out by the administration, it actually says, and I'm going to read verbatim, do mandatory minimum sentences work? The city ordinance imposes a specific sentence, not a mandatory minimum. To me, that seems like that's propaganda. That's what it is, because this bill is a mandatory minimum. I was asking you, the question is, have you ever heard of the term specific sentence to see if you would liken it to a mandatory minimum?
Again, you know, I'm not going to get into the semantics of it. What I will say is in terms of mandatory minimums or specific sentences, they're both constitutional measures. I know there have been mentions about how they haven't worked, and I think it's been stated eloquently by others. Those have been in the context of nonviolent crimes. And, you know, I grew up in New York City. I know that they have mandatory minimum sentences for handgun use. And there, it has worked. So I'm not sure that that answers your question, but that's my response.
And I'm glad you brought up New York, and that was a question I was going to ask the delegate. But since you know, I know you're from New York, and you know that I think you do great work for the city.
Thank you.
The data, do you know what year New York imposed their mandatory minimum bill?
I do not, as I stand here.
2007. And the data shows, for the record, I want everyone to know that New York's biggest reduction in crime happened pre-mandatory minimum, not post. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep it short. And thank you for your service, Mr. Ralph. So in your statement, you indicated that this legislation would only impact folks knowingly transporting a firearm.
Correct.
So in your experience, how often does a defendant admit to knowingly transporting a firearm?
This is part of the judicial process, counsel. I think Delegate Anderson said it. This bill does nothing to alleviate the state of its burden of proof. There still has to be a case. There still has to be burden of proof. There still has to be evidence. So it doesn't matter if someone admits it or not. It's what evidence the state can prove. Then defendants, Councilman, defendants don't have to prove their innocence. They're innocent until they're proven guilty. It's the state's burden. It's the state's burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt whether in fact they're knowingly.
So again, to the question, how is there an example of how someone could disprove that they were knowingly? In the example that my colleague gave, you're in a vehicle. How would someone prove that they didn't know that someone else in the car had a weapon? Wouldn't the prosecutor? I'm gonna get to the point. Wouldn't the prosecutor's role to prove that they knew? So what we're saying is that the defendant does have to provide support in the court of law and evidence to show in the court of law whether they testify or not. And I'm not a lawyer, but it would seem that you would have to prove that you knowingly were in a vehicle or knowingly were in the state of Maryland. The Sun put out a few examples this weekend of even a truck driver who didn't know the law and was transporting a weapon and who was arrested and charged, who would then apply to this bill. How would that truck driver have knowingly known they were breaking the law? How would someone in the back of a vehicle know that they were breaking the law, or by sitting in a vehicle with someone without? And I guess we're saying people should inspect their book bags of anybody that we're in the car with, or inspect the trunk before we get in the vehicle, so that we know that we're in a vehicle with a weapon.
I'm not saying any of those things. What I did say is that the burden of proof rests with the state for the entire case. Defendants don't have to prove anything. It's the state that has to prove this. You've mentioned a number of hypotheticals.
These actually happen. They're not hypothetical.
Well, to me, you mentioned a number of scenarios. You mentioned a number of scenarios in your example. What I can say is that it's not the defense's job to prove anything. It's the state's job to prove that the person was knowingly. So just using an example that was given, if in fact you were in a car with someone who has a handgun in their bag, then it's going to be very hard for a prosecutor to prove that you, a passenger in the car, were knowingly possessing that handgun or transporting the handgun, because we're talking about transporting a handgun. So it would be very hard, if impossible, for a prosecutor to prove that.
Has it happened?
Has what happened?
Has that scenario happened? Have they successfully?
Sure, it happens all the time. But my point is
so
this.
So it has happened, that they were able to prove that?
They don't have to prove anything.
I'm talking about the prosecutor.
No, I don't know of any examples of prosecutors proving that.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Councilman Scott.
Mr. Solicitor, I have a quick question for you.
Mr. Counsel.
And I know it's going to be extremely hard for you to know offhand, but if you could give it to the chair for the committee later. How many lawsuits have you and your agency negotiated that were, let's just say, around gun arrests? How many have we settled around gun arrests in the last 4 years?
Around gun violence?
No, gun arrests. How many arrests made by Baltimore police officers have around involving guns have later resulted in a settlement payment from the city of Baltimore?
I clearly do not.
Yeah,
know
no,
that.
I'm not expecting you to give it.
But-
If you could
but
give it to
I
us
will-
later.
I will tell you that there are a number of cases, but very small in terms of our police misconduct
Yes, sir.
litigation.
If you could just get it, I'm not expecting you to have the numbers on hand.
I do
Thank
not.
you.
Mr. Ralph, if you could have your office provide that to
Absolutely.
to Paul, and he can disseminate it to the
To the
committee.
extent that we can get that particular type.
Whatever you can get with a narrative explanation
We
of
will.
why you can't get what you can't get as part of that response
Absolutely.
to the councilman's question. Councilwoman Sneed.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, the goal of this, like, when we say, like, what are we aiming at? Is there a number that we're aiming at are we saying we need 50 guns off the street a day so we won't have any more shootings? I'm just curious, is there
Can we save that, if I may, can we save that question for Commissioner Davis? I think that would be more
Sure.
appropriate for him. As soon as we're done with questions with Mr. Ralph, Commissioner Davis is going to testify, and then he'll take questions from the council, if that's okay with you, Councilwoman. If you have anything else. Councilman Pinkett. Councilwoman Clark.
Thank you. Mr. Ralph, I think you're the appropriate person for me to ask this question, and I just need some clarification. I'm not an attorney either. I'm an English teacher by profession. Mr. Ralph, around the discretion issue around this mandatory sentencing proposal, what is the state's attorney's role? What is the role of the prosecutors in terms of their discretion before it comes to the court around this
Sure.
issue?
Thank
This
you.
mandatory issue.
Fair question. So, like any case, any criminal case, whether this bill comes to pass or not, the prosecutor's job is to evaluate the case on its evidence, on its merits, to determine whether or not to present the case. There's nothing a judge, jury, or any of us can do to make a prosecutor bring the case. They have to evaluate the case and determine whether or not the case has merits, whether to put it forward.
So so basically, the state's attorney's office could decide.
So if I may-
not, in other words.
If I may, Counsel.
Yes, please.
the
If you could
example-
expand a bit, just
Sure.
I'm not.
Sure.
I
The
just want to
example that was given
understand
by-
how much discretion.
The example given by Councilwoman Sneed, for example, a prosecutor evaluating that case may determine that that person, that passenger, wasn't knowingly transporting a gun and not bring the case.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand. So that discretion goes basically to the prosecutors.
Prosecutor has the discretion whether or not to bring a charge.
Thank you.
Council members, anyone else for Mr. Ralph?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ralph. If you could stick around for a little bit, and I know Elena and the rest of your team will be here in case we have any more legal questions, which I'm sure will arise as we move forward. Commissioner Davis, and if you could introduce everyone on your team that's here, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And unless someone else has walked in, I'm joined by Director Jim Gillis, Director of Government Affairs, and my Chief of Staff, Drew Vetter. So, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair, thank you. Mr. President, I think he stepped out. Madam Vice President Middleton, thank you. Senator Conway, Delegate Anderson, thank you. And for all the council members, I hear your remarks. I respect all of your opinions. I think sometimes good, thoughtful people will occasionally agree to disagree, and I respect your perspectives on this. I really, really do. Councilman Pinkett, your remarks particularly resonated with me. So thank you, and again, thank everyone for the thought that you've put into this. And I've said this informally on a number of occasions over the past week as we've all discussed this bill. And what I said to people is, at least we're talking about this. At least we're talking about this. So thank you. For logical reasons, people in Baltimore overwhelmingly assume a few things when it comes to illegally possessing a gun. The first assumption is that it's a felony. It is not. The second assumption is that illegally possessing a gun is a violent crime. It is not. And the third assumption folks make is that there are mandatory sentences upon conviction. There are not. I've spoken to people like you all have around Baltimore who are shocked that the simple illegal possession of a handgun, which in our city is an act of pre-murder, is a misdemeanor offense that will more often than not result in less jail time than a person arrested with 10 rocks of crack cocaine in his front pocket. And I know there's a lot of discussion about nonviolent drug offenses. Let me make one thing clear to everyone. This isn't about mass incarceration or locking up more people. It's about holding the right people accountable and putting the right people in jail. This is anything but zero tolerance policing. And I think I've demonstrated over the last couple of years that I am adamantly and publicly opposed to any and all things zero tolerance policing. That's what got us in this predicament to begin with. In Baltimore, the right people are those who want to harm you, your daughter, your son, your neighbor, our community. There were 318 murders in 2016. 84% of those murders were committed by someone using a handgun. As of today, and Councilwoman Middleton is right, there was a murder, a drive-by this morning in her district. As of today, there are 196 murders in Baltimore, 196. 86% of the murders this year have been committed by someone using a handgun. There have been 379 non-fatal shootings in 2017 as well. There have been over 1,490 robberies this year committed by people using a handgun. It's a problem. Baltimore does not have a problem with those people who legally possess a handgun killing people. It just doesn't happen in our city. Our problem continues to be those who are illegally possessing handguns and all too often face no consequences for their actions. This is important. 46% of our victims killed since the beginning of 2016, 46% of our victims have been previously arrested for gun crimes. Those are our victims. 41.5% of homicide suspects have been arrested for gun crimes in the past as well. How many of them could have been saved by a better system? And I agree, there are many aspects to a better system. It goes far beyond the police. Since January 1st of 2016, there have been over 605 convictions in Baltimore for gun-related crimes. And again, as a reminder, a conviction by a judge or a jury requires a threshold of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. 60% of those 605 convictions, 60% have resulted in suspended sentences. That's a problem. A few examples. Take Ivan Johnson, for instance. Ivan Johnson was charged and convicted of a handgun-related offense on July 13th, 2016. He received a 3-year sentence, but had 2 years and 8 months of that 3-year sentence suspended. He then went on to commit a non-fatal shooting during the time that he should have been serving in jail. This story is not unique. Take Dwayne Torrance. There was a murder last week in the Southwest District at the Sunoco gas station. Just last week, I was there. Dwayne Torrance was charged and convicted of a handgun-related offense and sentenced to 3 years on April the 20th, 2015. He had, of that 3-year sentence, Dwayne Torrance had 2 years, 11 months, and 29 days suspended from that 3-year sentence. He was arrested for murder last week after he shot 2 people on July 17th, killing 1. Take Sean Williams. Sean Williams was charged and convicted of a handgun-related offense. He was given a 5-year sentence on April the 17th, 2017. Of that 5-year sentence, Sean Williams had 4 years and 3 months of that 5-year sentence suspended. Sean Williams was himself a homicide victim when he was killed by gunfire on June 18th of this year. He should have been in jail. He'd still be alive. Take Daquan Holbrook. Daquan Holbrook was himself a non-fatal shooting victim on May the 24th, 2016. Non-fatal shooting victim. He was charged and then convicted of a handgun-related offense on January the 24th of this year. After he was charged and convicted, again, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, he was given a 3-year sentence and had 2 years and 8 months of that 3-year sentence suspended. He was just arrested again a couple weeks ago on June 28th for another handgun-related offense. A couple more examples. Steve Feldman. Steve Feldman was charged and convicted of a handgun-related offense on June 25th, 2015. He was given a 1-year sentence, but had 11 months suspended. Feldman is a suspect in a non-fatal shooting that happened on May the 2nd of 16 and has since been arrested for another handgun-related offense when he should have been in jail. Gerard Stevenson. Gerard Stevenson was charged and convicted of armed carjacking. On February the 22nd of this year. He was given a 5-year sentence, but had 4 years and 7 months of that 5-year sentence suspended. He has since been shot. Last month, on June 11th, Gerard Stevenson was shot. He should have been in jail. He wouldn't have been shot. The issue of judicial discretion for gun crimes in Baltimore was highlighted by the Curtis Steele case, and we all sadly know this story. Curtis Steele, 2 handgun-related arrests in the month prior to his death. And the third time he possessed a firearm was when he pointed it at a Baltimore police officer and was shot and killed. The people who are getting out of jail for gun crimes on suspended sentences.
Sir, order. Pursuant to Council Rule 7-2, the audience will stop disrupting this meeting.
But you said they had a time limit.
Pursuant to Council Rule 7-2, the audience will stop disrupting this meeting. Agency officials do not have a time limit. The next step is individuals who are going to be removed. The next step, I'm going to say this one last time, the next step is individuals will be removed from this council meeting. Please do not make me do that. Please let him finish. Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The people who are getting out of jail for gun crimes on suspended sentences have been arrested an average of 9.34 times each. I know there's a lot of thoughtful discussion on first-time offenders, and I embrace that thoughtful discussion, but the people who are receiving suspended sentences, of the 605 people, they've been arrested an average of 9.34 times each. James Dorsey. James Dorsey was charged and convicted of possessing a firearm with a felony conviction. Already had a felony conviction, got a new charge of illegally possessing a firearm. He was given a 10-year sentence. Of his 10-year sentence, he had 9 years, 9 months, and 23 days of his 10-year sentence suspended. Mr. Dorsey had been arrested 27 times in his life. Kevin Gardner. Kevin Gardner was charged and convicted of illegal possession of a handgun and given a 3-year sentence. Kevin Gardner had 2 years and 10 months and 10 days of his 3-year sentence suspended. Kevin Gardner had been arrested 20 times in his life. Offenders do not view the illegal possession of a handgun as a serious crime because there are no serious consequences. The state generally preempts local governments from regulating gun crimes, and there are only 3 exceptions to this rule: with respect to minors, with respect to law enforcement, and with respect to places of public assembly. This local ordinance makes it a crime to illegally possess a handgun in or within 100 yards of a church, park, school, public building, or place of public assembly. And I'll gladly entertain questions about those geographies and how we determine such places. Being arrested, prosecuted, and convicted of this crime would lead to a 1-year jail sentence. The jail sentence would not be suspendable. I want to address something right now. The discretion that Mr. Ralph spoke about still lies with the prosecutor. The prosecutor has the discretion right now. And the first time an assistant state's attorney has to look at the merits of an arrest is at central booking. So a police officer makes an arrest for the illegal possession of a firearm, takes the person arrested to central booking, and immediately there's an assistant state's attorney who reviews the merits of that case. So that's the first opportunity the state's attorney's office has to either bring or not bring that charge. And then the state's attorney, her office itself, has a gun violence enforcement division, and they secondarily review the merits of that charge to determine whether or not they want to bring that charge into a courtroom. So those are two already existing levels of discretion. We are prevented from making this a felony as a local ordinance or imposing more jail time because we've not been expressly granted this power by the General Assembly. We've been to Annapolis going on 3 years now trying to do this. My first time a couple years ago was with then Senator Catherine Pugh, now Mayor Catherine Pugh, and we have not been successful in Annapolis. We now have the ability to do it here at the local level. So any conversation about this being a knee-jerk response to the violence, and I understand the anxieties that violence brings to our entire city, but we've been talking about this for a while now. Laws are about controlling behavior, and that is what I hope this will do. We simply can't wish our young men to put down their guns. We have to do something about it. This is just another tool of many, many tools in our toolbox to keep violent people out of our neighborhoods. It's not a silver bullet. It's not a panacea. And any assertion that it is simply a distraction technique. We do not believe that this is the end-all, be-all in violence reduction. It's a tool. Again, our goal is to ensure that the right people are behind bars. And as I conclude, if you're convicted, proof beyond a reasonable doubt in a courtroom, the mandatory sentence will be 1 year. It's not a mandatory minimum, it's a mandatory sentence. Again, this is a local ordinance that is not comprehensive. Our crime plan and crime strategies are holistic. For example, we're one of 5 police departments in the entire country that has adopted law enforcement assisted diversion. It's an immediate diversion opportunity that we give to low-level drug offenders in our city. Only 5 in the country do this. It's an alternative to an arrest that we very progressively adopt. We're going to announce later this week our crisis intervention teams. It's a blended approach of cops and mental health professionals riding together in the same police car who will be dispatched to those calls for service that apparently indicate someone is in some type of mental distress. And we have an opioid overdose task force as well. So we're about as progressive as they come in terms of how we're addressing these long-standing issues. Baltimoreans who I speak to consider it a violent crime to illegally possess a gun, even if our state does not. And I want to mention one thing about drugs versus guns. Being addicted to drugs is often not a choice. It's something that happens to a person in his or her lifetime, and it's a condition that many, many people struggle with. But making a decision to illegally possess a gun is a choice. And it's a choice that far too many people in Baltimore make every day because there's no consequence when they're caught and successfully prosecuted. So I again thank the committee for your favorable consideration. I respect all the opinions and perspectives and experiences that you all possess, and it's an honor to present this to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. At this time, the committee is going to entertain 2 amendments. Well, there may be additional amendments. The first amendment is introduced by Council Member Bullock. That should be on our colleagues' desks. This amendment deals with 2 things. Essentially, 1, making this not apply to a first-time offense, and number 2, the exception to that would be when in connection with the commission of a crime. Is there a motion to move that amendment?
You mean to adopt it?
Or to adopt that amendment, yes. Is there a motion for that amendment?
So moved.
So moved by Councilman Pinkett. Is there a second?
John.
May I say something for lack of a second?
Yes. Second, but
I've just asked for an interlinear copy of that very amendment, and so that we can all better understand it. I've never seen it before today. I'm not, is this a motion to adopt it?
this is yes, to adopt the bill with this amendment. That's correct.
I think it sounds like a good amendment, but I think we need to make sure we understand what it says. Can we ask the councilman if he would describe it to us? This is
Absolutely,
a little early in the
Bullock.
session to be adopting amendments.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as I mentioned before, I have concerns about this legislation or its proposed bill as it's currently written. And as it's currently written, I cannot support it. So the points that I have, they're similar to those that are voiced by many who have testified today and also have reached out to our office. So one is the impact on first-time offenders. I believe it would be tragic for a young person with no criminal record who made one mistake to be faced with such a consequence. Second is the impact upon those who simply fear for their safety and are not committing any other crime. So it's in that spirit that I offer the following amendments, which are actually on my colleague's desk. Essentially, the one-year sentence would only apply to those who possess an illegal weapon in the commission of a crime or who previously have a gun offense. And if you want me to read would you like me to read?
No, that's all right, Councilman. So there was a motion for the amendment by Councilman Pinkett. There was a second by Councilman Stokes. We're going to do roll call.
I'm not ready to.
Yes, sir.
I'm telling you that to wait and until we
Moving the amendment.
Okay.
Yes, Councilman.
I just had a question related to the amendment. So, in the amendment, it says, and I guess that's Article 1, if the handgun was worn, carried, or transported in connection with the commission of a crime, mandatory imprisonment for 1 year, and a mandatory fine of $1,000. I guess my question would be, and I don't know if it'd be formed in an additional amendment to the amendment, that crime can be specified as a crime against person or property.
You know, I think we need to get that addressed, and we can address that with the law department. And I think it would be appropriate to consider that as a subsequent amendment to Councilman Bullock's. And I think Councilman Pinkett's asking for clarification on person versus property. And what I was saying is I think that's a worthy dialogue to have, and that should be that we should have that dialogue, and that should be considered in a subsequent amendment.
Certainly.
Councilman Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, in the light of what Councilman Pickens said, and in the light of the conversation that we've been having here today and for a long time in Baltimore, I would suggest that we either add to this amendment, even though we know I'm not a supporter of this bill, but we should add to this amendment that this bill, if passed, and I hope that it doesn't, if passed, actually state in the legislation that this that it only applies, since we are preached to here about violent repeat offenders, that this bill applies specifically to those who have been previously convicted for a crime of violence in the city of Baltimore.
So, Councilman, we have a motion and a second, and we've already entered roll call. I think the committee should have that dialogue around exactly what you said, and we will consider that in a subsequent amendment today after discussing that with Department of Law in detail to address your concerns, Councilman, just as Councilman Pinkett's. So we have a motion by Councilman Pinkett. We have a second by Councilman Stokes. We are going to do roll call. Costello, yes. Clark?
I'm voting yes, but I would like to say the following. This, in terms of amendments, I've read this over. I'm not quite sure what it means, but it goes in the right direction. It doesn't mean I'm necessarily voting for the bill, and I would like the rest of the amendments, please, to be together so we can see them and everyone understands them, and not do it basically in the middle of what is a hearing process. But I will vote yes on this motion in courtesy, and because it's going in the right direction as best I can understand it.
Thank you, Councilwoman, and we will certainly get with both Department of Law and Legislative Reference. If someone from the Council President's office could grab Thaddeus from Legislative Reference, that would be greatly appreciated. And we will start working on an interdelineated version as you requested.
And of that and any other amendments, there are 3 amendments on our desk at the moment. This is one of them.
Oh, I got 2.
And if there are any others coming in, we should interlineate the whole bunch so we can all see what a bill would look like.
So any amendments that are passed will be included in an interdelineated version. Back to roll call. Bullock?
Yes.
Pinkett?
Mr. Chair, I'm supportive of this amendment, and I thank Councilman Bullock for his leadership in drafting this. But I do believe that during the course of this hearing, we would not be doing our due diligence unless and until we clarify and specify what crime is as it relates in this amendment. So I'm voting yes, but with the expectation that we will define what crime is.
Thank you, Councilman. Reisinger? Yes. Scott?
C.
Yes or no, Councilman?
Yes.
Stokes? Amendment passes. The chair will entertain a motion for a second amendment introduced by Councilmember Costello on behalf of Councilman Yitzi Schleifer. That amendment should be on your desk, and that has to do with, this is really a technical amendment for clarification. It inserts the word illegal as well as the word handguns. Councilman Schleifer, do you have any comments before we entertain a motion on this amendment?
No, I'll just state this was at the request of some constituents who were not clear on the bill because it was regarding handguns in proximity to certain locations and some of the examples that were given. I think Councilwoman Sneed gave an example, or maybe it was Councilman Burnett, about somebody who was driving with it in the truck, and so just clarifying that we're talking about an illegal gun and illegal possession of a gun rather than somebody who's legally obtaining a gun.
Thank you, Councilman Schleifer. Is there a motion to move that amendment? So moved by Councilman Reisinger. Is there a second? Second by Stokes. We'll do roll call. Costello, yes. Clark? Yes. Clark, yes. Bullock? Yes. Bullock, yes. Pinkett? Yes. Pinkett, yes. Reisinger? Yes. Reisinger, yes. Scott? Yes. Scott, yes. Stokes? Yes. Stokes, yes. The amendment passes.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment I would like to propose that I have submitted this morning, since that's what we're doing. This is, doesn't mean, none of this means how people are voting, but this is a vote, this is an amendment, and it's easy to understand without even reading it. It says that if approved, this legislation will, however it is coming out, will remain in effect for 2 years. At the end of that period, with no further action by the mayor and city council, this ordinance will be abrogated and of no further effect. In effect, it contemplates that after 2 years, it ends from the date of enactment.
Excuse me. You're out of order. This is the last time, sir. If you do it again, you're going to be removed by the police. Councilwoman, I apologize for interrupting.
At that point, it can stay dead. There should be statistics gathered on what happened or not, and then a council can decide whether or not it wants to reintroduce it. But this is emergency legislation. Let's treat it that way. I would like to move that, and I would ask my committee colleagues for their support.
Second. Second.
Was there a motion?
Mary Pat
I moved it.
Second.
Second by Councilman Scott. Let's do roll call. Costello, no. Clark,
Yes.
Bullock,
Yes.
Pinkett. Yes, Councilman.
And this is to my colleague, why 2 years and not more?
Because by that time, we'll have, this thing goes into effect upon enactment. That's in the bill. That means the mayor signs it, it's in effect. And therefore, it starts right away, and there would be 2 years from that date, and I wrote it to be 2 years. By that time, if we haven't come through this, then we need to take a look and see what's happening. So that's why. In other words, why not what was proposed by the General Assembly? Because I think we don't need to wait that long to figure out the kind of data that tells us what's happening because of it or not. That's all. I would appreciate your support.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to add.
Go ahead.
That 2 years, as opposed to, say, for example, 3 years, 3 years would take us past the primary election for the next term of the mayor and city council, and it would seem that it would make sense for this to be something that would be settled before the next set of mayor and city council candidates went before the voters.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Pinkett?
My vote is no.
Pinkett, no. Reisinger? Reisinger, no. Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilwoman, thank you for this amendment. The only thing that I would change about it is that maybe we should make it a minimum of 1 year sunset on the bill. My vote is yes.
Scott, yes. Stokes? Stokes, no. This bill fails, or the amendment fails for a lack of a majority.
Thank you, colleagues. For your consideration.
Just want
He wants to amend the amendment that just failed.
Oh, got it. Are you good? Councilman Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I stated earlier, we all know that my opposition to this legislation is firm. But while we're in the spirit of offering amendments, I again would like to think that we should consider, and I know that you said we discussed this with the law department, we should consider adding into this bill, in the vein of what Councilman Bullock did a few moments ago, that this apply to those arrested in violation of this ordinance who have been previously convicted of a violent crime in the city of Baltimore.
Thank you, Councilman. Are you offering an amendment,
Yes.
or are we going, is that something that you want to talk about
Second.
throughout?
I'm offering
Councilwoman, hang on.
that.
Take a deep breath. I'm just asking for clarification for the councilman.
Yes, sir. I'm offering that as an amendment, sir.
It's on the floor.
So there's an amendment from Councilman Scott. There's a second from Councilwoman Clark. Is that correct?
Yes, I would ask that the lead sponsor restate so that someone can write it down.
Yes. That should be you, Madam Vice Chair.
Councilman Scott, if you could,
Yes, sir.
could you please repeat the amendment?
Yes, sir. Would like to amend the legislation so that persons caught in violation of this ordinance, it only applies to individuals who have been previously convicted of a violent offense of violent crime in Baltimore. That's it.
Okay.
Mr.,
hold on.
I want
Hold on.
to
There's
say why I support it. it's on the
Councilwoman
floor.
Clark, we will get to, you can justify your vote during roll call. There is a motion by Councilman Scott. There is a second by Councilwoman Clark. We will now go to roll call, and if colleagues would like to justify their vote, they may do so during roll call. Costello, no. Clark.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, this gets to the heart of the matter for many, many people. We talk about violent, repeat offenders. We talk about them all the time as the core always have been of the gun problem and the violence problem. Yes, they have their younger people who are followers, but these are the leaders. These are the kingpins. If there is going to be a mandatory sentence in this city, let's make that go along with our own rhetoric and language about violent repeat offenders. You want to go after them, then vote for this amendment and make this bill about what we talk about and think about all the time. I vote yes.
Clark is a yes. Bullock?
Yes.
Bullock is yes. Pinkett?
I believe that this bill or this amendment should be broader than just violent crime. It should include crimes against person and property, so I say no.
Pinkett, no. Reisinger? No. Reisinger, no. Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to state before I vote that if this amendment doesn't pass, then all the rhetoric, everything we've been told about everything involving violence and violent repeat offenders in Baltimore is just that. It's just talk, because that's not what our actual focus is. I vote yes.
Scott, yes. Stokes? No. Stokes, no. This amendment fails for a lack of majority.
Peace, please.
Colleagues, moving forward, if there are any more amendments, I'm going to ask that they be written down. I will note that in the email I sent to everyone on the council yesterday evening, I specifically said, if you have proposed amendments to the bill, please have them drafted by legislative reference. It's certainly okay to offer up amendments on the floor, but we need to have them drafted so that there's clarity in the instance that any of these amendments are passed, so that we can get that exact language to Thad from legislative reference, who's here with us now.
Mr. Chairman, a point of order just before we go forward. We're a little out of order, but I would like to make a point of order. We need in writing, in proper format, the amendments that we have just adopted. Now, so that not only we, but also...
Councilwoman, you have the two amendments in front of you. We've agreed to have an interdelineated version of the bill created. Legislative reference is working on it as we speak. I've already acknowledged that point about 5 minutes ago. Your point is duly taken.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We need to get back to an orderly process. And will there be an opportunity for any of the committees or councils further amendments? I don't have any out of this one. But any further amendments should come in written form by legislative reference. And if they're coming and we need to wait for legislative reference to write them, we wait, so that we can get this back on a track of everybody knows what's going on in the proper order of when it's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So to address your point, as previously discussed, any new amendments that come in will require to be in writing. Council rules do not require that those amendments be drafted by legislative reference, even though I asked for that last evening. Moving forward, if you have an amendment, it needs to be in writing. The amendment can be considered. and we will have legislative reference with us. Councilman Pinkett.
Just for a point of clarity, as far as in writing, we're talking about even when there are, I guess, proposed amendments to pre-drafted amendments. You still want those in writing?
Yes, Councilman.
Okay.
Thank you.
One more thing, if I may, Mr.
Councilwoman.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the reason I indicated legislative reference, much as they are overworked, understaffed, but certainly capable, is the following. Language is everything. In the beginning was the Word, and in the end is the Word. And therefore, we need to know not what a person like me writes on a piece of paper, but what Thaddeus and legislative reference translate into the legislative language of what I said, so then we see what it ends up saying, which can not always be the same thing. Therefore, that's why I indicate that. I don't know about what the rules say, but this is, if we're doing all this now, today, we need to leave knowing exactly what we did in the proper language, and I hope that legislative reference will work with us on that as we will work with them.
Councilwoman, your point is noted. I doubt that, but your point is noted. Commissioner Davis, we're now going to take questions, or I'm going to ask that you take questions from the council. First up is going to be Councilman Cohen, followed by Councilman Pinkett. Colleagues, I would just like to remind everyone, as we discussed at the beginning of the hearing, if you could please limit your questions to a total of 2. If you have more questions than that, we will get to you on the second round of questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner Davis, for your service. I think I am distinctly, and I could be wrong about this, but the only person on this council that has been the victim of a violent gun crime. And so I bring somewhat of a unique perspective. A few years back, I was robbed in my bedroom with a gun. It was incredibly traumatic. The result is that I still suffer from PTSD. What I see in many of our communities is a deep level of trauma that people are experiencing. And when I was robbed, my immediate response was I wanted a gun, even though I am not a gun person by any measure. So I worry that one of the collateral consequences of this will be more incarceration of people who are victims of crime and victims of trauma and people who are attempting to defend themselves in some of our most underserved neighborhoods that have been underserved for decades and centuries by this city. And I wonder, I have 2 questions. One is, how will this be enforced? How can we assure that this does not result in racial profiling or in stop and frisk or in any of the policies that we know caused this crisis that we are now dealing with in terms of mass incarceration? That's my first question, is what's the plan to enforce this, given that there is already a law in our state that if someone is convicted of a crime using a gun, they go away for 5 years. So how do we know this will not result in increased racial profiling, increased stop and frisk in the neighborhoods that are already underserved by our city?
Okay, so thank you, Councilman, and I'm sorry that happened to you. I really am. So this isn't, victims of crime right now are not being arrested, and this bill is not going to prompt arrests of victims of crime. This isn't an enforcement bill. So, for instance, I've had a couple questions from council members, how will this change what the Baltimore Police Department does on a daily basis? And my answer is, it doesn't change anything we do whatsoever. This is a bill that will ensure that a 1-year sentence is served if, and this is the big if, and I just encourage everyone to pay attention to this, if a lawful arrest is made, if the prosecutor at central booking decides to go forward with the charge, if the state's attorney's office decides to go forward with the charge upon a secondary review before it lands in a courtroom, and if the threshold, the burden of proof of beyond a reasonable doubt is met inside of a courtroom. So there are various levels of accountability that already exist. I think when folks hear the word mandatory, they assume that there will be an enforcement strategy adjustment by the BPD. There will not whatsoever be any adjustment in how the BPD does business. This is on the back end of a conviction.
But if we're not if we're acknowledging that we're not consistently catching the violent repeat offenders, the bad guys with guns that are terrorizing our communities, then how? Again, my question is, unless there is an explicit enforcement mechanism, how will this legislation work?
Well, Councilman, I don't know that I acknowledge that we're not catching bad guys with guns. We certainly don't catch all bad guys with guns, and I'd be glad to be put out of business one day. But this bill is simply a mandatory sentence upon conviction in a courtroom. So it's not just the police that decide if someone will have a mandatory sentence imposed on him. It's an arrest. It's a lawful arrest that meets prosecutorial review favorably, so their office can go forward with a prosecution. And then it's up to a judge or a jury to convict or not. But upon conviction, it would be a 1-year mandatory. And I think one of the statistics that I gave you, and I apologize if I threw too many at you at once, but the folks who are getting their sentences suspended right now in Baltimore average 9.34 arrests apiece. So I do understand, and I too read the Baltimore Sun article where they opened their article with examples of folks that we all kind of talk about and worry about. The trucker, for instance, I think Councilwoman Sneed talked about a potential circumstance of constructive possession. Right now, the prosecutor's office has the ability to apply discretion now to decide whether or not to pursue. So what will happen more often than not is the state charge will go forward all the time, and on occasion, this local bill will be applied to the defendant if the prosecutor's office agrees that it meets all the requirements of the local law.
My final question, Commissioner, is I used to teach many children of incarcerated parents. We know that violence is cyclical. We know that kids who have parents who've been in prison are more likely to end up in the carceral system. Is the school system, is the health department prepared to deal with the consequences of having more kids growing up without parents in their homes from this legislation? And I understand that we have a violence crisis and that the murder also takes away parents, and that is completely unacceptable, and that this is an attempt to solve that. But when I look at our school system, which is already incredibly strapped for resources, when I look at our health department that is incredibly strapped for resources and is trying to deal with a profound mental health crisis, both in opiates and in trauma, I worry that this legislation will compound those crises and will result in more kids growing up without parents. And I just wonder what effort has been made to coordinate with all of our other agencies that are going to have to deal with it.
So, Councilman, I understand that thought. And so just speaking narrowly about this bill, the folks who are convicted now of illegally possessing a firearm and the folks who are convicted in the future of illegally possessing a firearm, they're not victims of crime. They're perpetrators of a crime. They themselves are not victims. So when we talk about the impact of violence, I haven't heard a whole lot of discussion, and maybe it's because we're here narrowly focused on this bill, about the victims of violence right now in our city. And the young men who choose to carry a gun, and again, I think it's important to state that choosing to carry a gun is not an addiction. It's a choice people make to do it or not to do it each and every day. The folks who are being victimized like you were in your bedroom with a gun stuck in your face, the folks who are being shot and killed or shot and maimed, they and their families are crying out for us, government, to do something to hold convicted, not accused, but convicted offenders more accountable. And that's all That's all this really is. It's not going to result in mass incarceration. And I think we can probably agree to disagree perhaps on whether 1 year mandatory is cruel or unusual. We probably have different opinions about that length of time. But when you talk about other jurisdictions that have had failures in mandatory sentencing around gun crimes, and I think Councilman Burnett referenced that, and I'm familiar with some of the things that went on in South Carolina, and I think Florida, and I think Maine. Well, their mandatory sentences were 10 to 20 years. We're talking about 1 year here, and we're not talking about ammunition. We're talking about guns, and we're talking about convictions. So I just think that in spite of all the conversation that needs to accompany this body and this hearing, I don't want to lose sight that we're talking about people who are convicted, not accused, convicted, and they're not victims of crime. They're perpetrators. And that gun that's in my waistband, I'm a young man with zero to little conflict resolution skills. Our young people, our young men, are choosing to resolve petty conflicts with gunfire, and we see it all too often. And I know we're all here with the same end goal in mind. And I think it was Vice Chair Clark who said, you know, we have one goal in mind. We'll probably have different ideas about how to get there, but I think this is a necessary bill to give some favorable consideration.
I would just say that we are all deeply concerned about the victims of violence, but also their children as well.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you. Councilman Pinkett, before I get to you, and Commissioner, please forgive me, we have one other elected official who's here, Delegate Cheryl Glenn from the 45th District, who is the chair of Maryland's Black Legislative Caucus. Delegate Glenn. And I'll get right back to you, Councilman Pinkett.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Council President Young and Chairman Costello, and all the members of the City Council who are here, as well as the city's administration. I come to you today to express my strong support of this bill. All of my adult life, I have been participating in multiple ways through a variety of positions, many of which were volunteer positions, to do any and everything I could to support the people of Baltimore City. I have never lived anywhere other than Baltimore City for my entire life. I'm proud of the privilege that I have been blessed with to serve as a state delegate representing the district where I grew up for 3 consecutive terms. Over the years, I have seen major changes in Baltimore City, most of which have been positive. But let's be clear. We have major problems in Baltimore City that must be addressed. Our city has gone from over 1 million residents to just over 600,000 today. Nationally, we have been in the spotlight for issues related to our police department, and now we are considered one of the most dangerous cities in the country with our ever-increasing numbers of murders, most of which are committed with illegal guns. Ask yourself who would want to move into Baltimore City with our current situation. We continue to lose political strength in the state legislature because of our declining numbers in our population. In the last census, Baltimore City was the only jurisdiction in the entire state with major declining population. What does that mean? It means that we lost 1 state senator and 2 state delegates. Our city delegation is now down to 16 delegates and 6 senators, a total of 22. That means we lose political strength, funding for our schools and programs, opportunity for employment, let's remember the red line in the State Center, and respect from our national leaders and the wannabe national leaders. I ask you again, who would want to move into Baltimore City with our current situation? No one is suggesting that this city council bill is a silver bullet and will end all crime in Baltimore City. I'm certainly not taking that position. For years, I have been saying that we need a comprehensive approach to getting our city back on track, especially with our schools. We have disinvested from our children and our communities. We need education, recreation, safe streets, and jobs. But to rebuild in these areas, we need a long-term strategy. We also need some immediate strategies. This bill is one of them. Another immediate strategy is City Council Bill 17-0036, which is a resolution that I strongly support. And I'm sure these statistics have been talked about today, but let me just repeat just a few of the statistics that are in the City Council resolution, because this is what's coming before the state legislature in this upcoming session. There were 318 murders in Baltimore City last year, and 84% of them were committed using a handgun. There have been 184 murders in the city as of July 13th. I know it's increased since then. And nearly 90% of them have been committed using a handgun. Of the 318 victims from 2016, 46% of them had previously been arrested for a gun crime. This data shows us that people are being caught for gun crimes but are then being released. In Baltimore City, the simple illegal possession of a handgun is the source of violent crime. In addition to the 184 murders, there have been 346 people shot with a gun. And since the beginning of 2016, there have been over 565 convictions for gun crimes, but over 60% of those convicted received over half of their sentences suspended by the judiciary. Offenders continue to be released without consequences. The totality of individuals involved in gun crimes in Baltimore City is comparably small, but the effect that these people have on our entire community is overwhelming. The penalties for wearing, carrying, and transporting a handgun need to be strengthened with real consequences to serve as a deterrent for the continued use of illegal handguns in Baltimore City. And let me just say to you, on a personal note, my brother, at 26 years old, was murdered on North and Druid Hill coming out of work by an illegal handgun. So I understand that innocent victims are a consideration, but the innocent victims are also being killed and murdered. Our babies, our seniors. And let me just say that the state legislature must also do our part to ensure police accountability. We must continue to push to eliminate collectively bargained alternative hearing boards for the police department. To do that, we must amend the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights, because we must and deserve to have public trust and confidence in our police department. Officers who commit murder and plant evidence should be terminated immediately. So that knife cuts both ways. Eliminating alternative hearing boards will allow the police commissioner to select responsible officers and a member of the public to serve on the trial board. This is an important step in rebuilding public trust and confidence, as well as accountability in our police department. Law-abiding citizens should have the right to possess legally owned guns, which is spelled out in our Constitution. I support and will always defend that right. We must stop the practice of violent repeat offenders who continue to illegally possess handguns. I ask each and every city council representative to take this much-needed step to put a dagger in the heart of our ever-increasing crime rate by supporting this bill, and work with the city delegation to take the next step by supporting City Council Bill 17-0036 and the upcoming legislative session. I thank you for your time, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. And let me just say, as chair of the Legislative Black Caucus of Maryland, I will work hard to make this a priority for our upcoming session. I care about this city. I love this city. We have to do better, and we can do better.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you.
We're gonna get back into questions with Commissioner Davis. We appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Commissioner?
Oh, sorry.
Councilman Pinkett, sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. I want to say first and foremost that I believe the majority of the Baltimore police officers are exceptional public servants, and they uphold their position with the highest integrity. But in light of the several recent indiscretions committed by sworn officers, in reference to this bill, what is your message to a public that has questions about trust and the credibility of the police department?
So, Councilman, I fully understand that, and since mid-2015, I have done my very best to bring a culture of accountability to an organization that hasn't always embraced the necessity of police accountability. I fired 23 police officers last year. Since I've been the police commissioner, we've lost one administrative hearing board or trial board, and they're now open to the public. So there's a lot of things going on to improve accountability. We list all of our police-involved shootings on a recently developed transparency page. We list all of our policies and procedures as it pertains to use of force. There isn't a police department that's doing more with accountability than us. So when things happen, like the recent allegation, the planting evidence allegation, I share the concerns about that allegation, just like anyone in Baltimore. When we arrested and federally indicted, and when I say we, because the BPD did it along.
You're out of order, Commissioner.
Along with the BPD and the FBI worked together to indict those 7 officers who have forever disgraced our profession, our agency, our city. I get it, but this isn't about a new enforcement tactic. This isn't a new police strategy. This isn't a new directive that will be given to cops. People who are charged and convicted in a court of law upon a very lengthy and existing prosecutorial review system who are convicted of illegally carrying a gun would face the consequences of this bill. So I understand the anxiety of the timing of it all, particularly when you have such a serious allegation, a planting evidence allegation. There's no more serious allegation than that. That's being investigated, and that's being investigated thoroughly, and I'll call balls and strikes on that just like I have with every other investigation since I've been here. But there's more than one thing going on in the city that demands our undivided attention, and this bill is just that. Police officers will not be given the direction or the authority or the power to do anything differently than what they're doing now as it pertains to stop and frisk, arrest, or anything else regarding our interaction with people who possess guns illegally.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Scott.
Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Commissioner, thank you for your service to the city of Baltimore. You guys have spoken a lot about the sentences that have been reduced by the judges at their discretion. Do you guys have a list of those sentences and the actual amounts of time served for all of the 600 and so that you mentioned?
We do.
Could you guys provide that to the committee? I think that that's important information for us to have when making an informed vote. And secondly, Mr. Commissioner, so as you know, gun arrests in the city are down 31% as of the 15th of July, 643 versus 937, and handgun violations are down from 622 to 455, and that's down 27% to be exact. Can you provide to us, of those, let's just say for handgun violations, of those 455 handgun violations done thus far this year, how many of those individuals will we consider are VROs?
We can. And Councilman, for the first time in the BPD's 233-year history, beginning in January of 2016, we started tracking all these arrests. And I know how important data is to you. It's important for us as well, but we can get all that to you. But in terms of our arrests, gun arrests being down this year, this isn't about arrests. This is about outcomes for people who are convicted of illegally possessing a firearm. And if you look year to year in terms of gun arrests, we were up significantly in 16 versus 15, and now we're down about 30% in arrests in 17 versus this time 16. But again, this isn't about arrests. This is about outcomes.
Well, yeah, you know, for me, it's never about the amount of arrests. It's about the who. It's about the quality of the arrest, and that's why I specifically asked to see the amount of VROs that are being arrested with these gun violations, because, as we know, it's a small group of people that are committing the overwhelming majority of the violence in the city. And if this legislation is going to be being pushed, we want to make sure that these are the people that are being arrested already. Because if VROs are not the ones being arrested today, then they're not going to be arrested once this goes. And these arrest numbers and percentages aren't going to change drastically, like you said to my colleague. This isn't going to change the strategy. The strategy is going to be the strategy for the police department. But we would need to ensure that we are making sure and targeting the right people, and those, we know who those are, and those are the violent repeat offenders. And Mr. Chair, I'll pass the buck for now. I have more questions later.
And Councilman, thank you. And the hypotheticals that I've been given, we're not arresting, charging, convicting, sentencing people on their way to BWI, people on their way to compete in a shooting event, people on their way to an antique gun show. You know, when those exception to the norm circumstances arise, and the Baltimore Sun identified 2 or 3 of them. I wish they would have spent more time on the majority of the rest and the nature of those majorities. But when those special circumstances arise, the constructive possession, the trucker who makes his way into the city unknowingly or unaware of our gun laws, discretion already exists for the state's attorney to apply. And it's my belief that the state's attorney will exercise her discretion and not apply this local bill to those exception to the norm circumstances. They rarely arise. They rarely arise. I just want to be clear. They rarely arise. But when they do arise, the prosecutor's office has the discretion not to apply this local bill.
Thank you, Commissioner. Councilman Scott, you good?
I have more, but you said 2 at a time, sir, following the rule.
Thank you. Councilman Burnett.
Thank you, sir. I will also keep mine at 2, but I have plenty more, so just put me at the bottom of the list. So thank you, Mr. Commissioner, for coming before us today. So I want to start with you've used the statistic, 60% of these trials have resulted in less than a year. Is that kind of?
60% of convictions.
Yeah.
The sentences have been suspended 60% of the time.
Okay. So is there anyone on your staff that is in the courtroom or following these cases one by one that could kind of speak to the, I guess, the line of questioning that I'm going to have here today?
I don't know what your line of questioning is going to be, but we can, I think maybe we initially share our data with you.
Okay.
And the data may address some of your questions. Okay. And if not, we can have a more direct.
So basically what I'm trying to understand is we're saying, we're putting the onus on judges to give a longer sentence, not suspend the sentence, give it the 30-day minimum that we already have, et cetera. But my understanding of the court system is that also requires the police department to provide evidence before the court that the judge would deem sufficient to prove that the defendant is guilty. So what percentage of that 60% was the result of inadequate evidence? What percentage of that 60% resulted in the BPD arresting someone for a case but not actually having a weapon? And the reason, I'll say the reason I'm asking that question, and maybe your intel has heard what I've heard, in that a lot of violent repeat offenders are saying, I'm now going to give the weapon to a child to hold for me, which is another issue that we can discuss further on this committee. But you work with the state's attorney to build a case. So I think it's a little disingenuous to basically put out here that it's judges who are solely doing the wrong thing and not take into account the collection of evidence, which we know gun arrests are down. So we know that 30% of the people you were arresting before are now not being arrested for having a weapon. Therefore, cases are not being adequately prepared. Can we say that is possibly true?
Councilman, if I can just address a couple of your questions, remarks, and I'm disappointed that you think my remarks are disingenuous. I really am. But I'll say this, because this is...
Commissioner, who was that, Shorty? Who was it? No, Shorty, I don't want to throw you out. That's the last time that we're going to interrupt anyone for the duration of this hearing. I know. I'm interrupting because I'm the chair of the committee and we don't have order in the chambers. Sir, I'm going to ask you one last time. Please stop. Commissioner.
So, Councilman, we are talking about all the data and all the numbers. we're talking about 605 people who've been convicted. If inadequate evidence was presented at trial, either by the prosecutor or the police, it would not have resulted in a conviction. So there are cases, gun cases and other cases, that are, or result rather, in not guilty verdicts or acquittals. There are cases that result in dismissals. Maybe I'm not explaining myself. I'm talking about 605 people who have been convicted with the legal burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. They've been convicted. So there's been a lawful arrest, there's been a successful prosecution, and a judge or a jury has concurred that the evidence is sufficient to convict. If the evidence were insufficient, they wouldn't be part of the 605 people. So of the 605 people that I'm talking about, 60% of them have the sentences that they were given by a judge suspended. And that's why and I apologize for taking up too much time when I was given a litany of examples. People are being given sentences upon their convictions because they are in fact guilty, and that's been a conclusion of our criminal justice system. Their guilt has been a conclusion of our criminal justice system, and upon sentencing, their sentences are suspended 60% of the time. When I talk to people about that across this country, my colleagues in other big cities, they're floored. They're floored that that happens, and as are most Baltimoreans.
Thank you. My second question, and I'll come back to that. I don't want to beat that point to death, is, so we mentioned sentencing, and we mentioned, you said there's convictions, and you have a dissatisfaction with the length of time. And for the record, for people who are violent repeat offenders, so do I. But we are sitting here just under 200 murders. And I did some research myself and found that the average sentence for first-degree murder in the state of Maryland is 17 years. Average sentence, and we're welcome to debunk that. This is what I was able to able to put together. But I would imagine it's about right with the conviction. Second degree, 9 years. We also already have state law that has mandatory minimum sentencing for possession of an illegal firearm and the use of violent crime, and with narcotics, right? No lawyer, but those are already on the books. So the understanding of this bill, which I'm guessing was something that you put forth, since you indicated that you have presented this to the state unsuccessfully, which I think I have other questions about why you didn't start with this body first, but that's a different topic. But if the idea and the logic, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that this would remove violent repeat offenders from the streets, but also serve as a deterrent for others to carry a weapon. If the sentence of 17 years for murder, which is the intent when you fire a weapon at someone, you intend to kill them, I would imagine, never done it, but the intention is to murder that person. So if the prospect of serving 17 years in jail, a life in jail, whatever, you mentioned other jurisdictions saying 10 years mandatory minimums, 3 years mandatory minimum, 7 years mandatory minimum, 5 what we already have on the books. If none of those things have deterred nearly 200 murders, can you please explain to us why 1 year would do that?
And Councilman, I understand your statement, and I understand that it's posed as a question. I respect your opinions. I imagine that those 17 years and 9 years is actually time served versus sentencing years. Nonetheless, what's happening now, and I can go through the examples again. If we don't hold accountable those who illegally possess a gun, they more often than not illegally possess a gun again. And when they illegally possess a gun again, they're shooting and killing other people, or, and this is a reality that I think I used in a couple of my examples, they are being shot and killed themselves. So 1 year, and we could agree to disagree whether or not 1 year is cruel or unusual. I don't think it is. So 1 year serves a dual purpose of holding that person accountable who's convicted, not accused, not suspected, no hunch, convicted. There's an accountability piece to that I think the community expects. And then there's a life-saving measure to being off the streets for 1 year, because all too often, angry young men who can easily possess a firearm, and that's a totally different discussion, and we'd probably be on the same page about the accessibility of firearms in America. It's one of the curses of our country. And when people ask me how many guns there are in Baltimore, I have no idea. Too many, way too many. But holding folks accountable who are found guilty, I think, is what this bill is all about. And I know we're having a lot of conversations about, you know, the dad who's convicted and spends 1 year away from his family for that dad's decision to illegally possess a gun and get convicted. But what about the mother, the dad, the mom who spend the rest of their lives without their son or their daughter because they were murdered? We're not having that discussion. And I think it's because of those mothers and fathers that I visit and that you visit and you interact with all the time that we're here offering this bill. And if state law hasn't done it, I don't think it's just appropriate for us as leaders to throw our hands up and say, well, Annapolis can't do anything for us, so we're not going to try anything different. This is just an exploration of a bill that can do something potentially different for the state of violence in the city.
Thank you, Councilman. Commissioner, I just want to go back to the case of Mr. Ivan Johnson. That individual was arrested for handgun on person on May 20, 2016. Is that correct?
So I got a few examples here. Ivan Johnson was charged and convicted of a handgun-related offense, and that conviction was on July the 13th of 16.
Right, but he was arrested in May. He was found guilty in July. He was sentenced to 3 years with all but, or with 2 years and 8 months suspended.
Yes.
And then committed an armed robbery and then killed someone in October.
Yes.
So if Ivan Johnson was given the 1 year mandatory sentence, that individual that he shot and killed would still be alive.
Mr. Chair, most of the people that I've used as examples who received suspended sentences, if they did in fact serve the duration of their sentence, either would still be alive or wouldn't have taken someone else's life. And that's why I offer them as examples.
Yeah, and I just want to focus on that one example because I'm not going to belabor and go through, you know, I know you gave 10 or a dozen examples, but in the case of Ivan Johnson, the individual that Ivan Johnson killed would still be alive. Not only that, but Ivan Johnson would not likely be going to jail for the rest of his natural life because he wouldn't have committed that murder had he been in jail. Is that correct?
Well, Mr. Chair, and I don't want to get into the, because for all these examples, the accountability piece serves a dual purpose of accountability, and it in fact protects those people from the lifestyle that they've chosen to lead that involves the illegal carrying of guns. So yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for your service to the city. We have gone through Cohen, Burnett, Pinkett, and Scott. Do any of our other colleagues have questions? We're joined by Councilman Dorsey from the 3rd District. Councilman Dorsey.
Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really want to express my thanks for Councilman Burnett's questions regarding the role and the blame that is being cast on judges for the circumstances that we face. You know, I believe that reality-based accounts of history do not support the notion that incarceration in general helps to reduce violence, and that judges and prosecutors are sworn to pursue justice in the interest of the public good. And so it seems reasonable to believe that judges who exercise great reservation in sentencing to jail time are pursuing justice and public safety as best as possible, given the circumstance that jail time does not result in greater, but rather in the long term lessened public safety, heightening the likelihood of future recidivism. So for you, I have just a simple kind of yes or no question. Is it possible, in the opinion of the police commissioner, that just maybe this legislation might possibly do the exact opposite of what is intended, that over time it could possibly result in worse conditioned and lessened public safety?
So, Councilman, with all due respect, you don't get to decide on the length of my answer to your question. So it's going to be more than one word, respectfully. What this bill is intended to do is hold people accountable who are convicted in a court of law after being arrested by the police, prosecuted by the state's attorney's office, and found guilty by a judge or a jury. This bill is an effort to ensure that those folks are held accountable so Baltimoreans don't have to be on the receiving end of gun violence based on their decisions to illegally carry guns in our neighborhoods. That's my answer.
So was that a yes or a no?
It certainly was not.
Excuse me?
It was not a yes or no answer. It was my answer.
Then I'll take that as having not had the question answered by the police commissioner.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Councilman Burnett and then Councilman Scott.
Mr. Commissioner, earlier you stated that this would not change policing strategy.
Enforcement.
Enforcement.
It would not change our enforcement strategy.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So can you describe how officers will, when making arrests, measure the distance of 100 yards from a park, church, or any other public space? Will they be carrying measuring tape to do this?
Councilman, fair question, in spite of your quip at the end, fair question. We have a map that we already have preliminarily drafted of places that we think qualify. We're going to have to do a lot more work, and we're going to have to develop a system where at central booking we're able to demonstrate to the assistant state's attorney that the arrest, if the local bill is to apply, meets the criteria as outlined by the local bill. So
can I follow up on the map point? That's the first I've heard that. And so are you indicating that you have already outlined which communities will be impacted by this? More disproportionate to others that may not be in that map?
So we'll be glad to share with you a map along with the other data that we've been collecting of places that we think, and we're not identifying them by community, we're identifying places throughout the city that we believe meet the criteria of public gathering place, church, school, park, etc.
So, Commissioner, can you provide, or Jim, can you provide a copy of that map to Paul and I, and we'll disseminate that to the council? Thank you.
Absolutely.
And
Councilman, it's in draft form right now, but we'll be glad to share it.
I have concerns about it, but I'd wait to see it before expressing those. But I'll say the notion that we've identified certain parts of the city where this would apply, and therefore likely to result that where you live puts you at greater risk, whether you have a legal firearm or not.
Well, I don't know if that's a question, Councilman.
Sure,
but
it's
if
a
you're
statement.
At a public gathering place or a church or a school or any other place as outlined by this bill.
And the reason I ask is there are parts of my district that
I could ask you just...
heavy, a lot of churches, public spaces, some that don't. But to the other, I'll leave that one alone. Okay. The other question I have is we've given examples of people, of victims who would still be alive should had this law been in effect. My understanding of how, and again, I am not a police officer, but my understanding is that when an arrest is made, regardless, possession, distribution, whatever that is, that someone within that criminal organization is likely to replace that person in that act. So, for example, if there's an arrest made, when you guys get arrested for possession or whatever it is, distribution on the corner of Mount Holly and Edmondson, I don't think the other dealers then say, I'm not going to stand here on the corner and fill that vacuum. And so I would argue that this point made that more people would be alive is very presumptuous, considering the fact that we know there is likely to be someone else to fill that role of muscle, of a lookout, of a dealer, of a distributor. All of these things we know these folks will replace these folks, because the reasoning for doing those acts is largely, we can go into the whole thing around economics, we can go into the whole things around health and mental health, but you are arresting a large quantity of people for the same crimes, so that would insinuate that there is someone replacing that person.
Councilman, I apologize, but I have to ask if you have a question.
What is your strategy to stop folks from filling the vacuum that is created when you make an arrest?
Well, Councilman, I appreciate again your statement. I also appreciate your dedication to holistic things that need to happen throughout government and throughout nonprofits, businesses, schools, et cetera, that address the sad reality that when we do make an arrest of a drug dealer, when we do make an arrest of people involved in gangs, there is often, very sadly, someone else who will step up to fill that vacuum. If that should deter us from making arrests, then we'd be in a sad state. That's not acceptable to society, to not make an arrest because sadly
I'm not implying
someone
that
else.
you should not make arrests.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that this.
So I think the
things that you
holistic,
mentioned that
the
people would still
holistic
be
approach.
alive,
I mean, we're here narrowly focused on this bill. The holistic approach to public safety, and that's the correct term. It's not law enforcement. It's not policing. The holistic approach to public safety is something I think that you and I, and Councilman Scott probably are really close to agreeing on wholeheartedly. This is a narrowly focused bill that we think will hold young men accountable for making a decision to visit our streets every day with a gun in their waistband.
Thank you, Councilman. And last question, Councilman Scott, before we get into public testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Commissioner, I would start off by saying that I agree with your sentiments that as far as policing and laws go, the state of Maryland has failed us over the years. Of course, to me, that also is another reason why they should not be in control of the police department, and that power should rest with the city of Baltimore solely, for the record. But to get back to my earlier point, as you know, today we have 196 homicides. A few years ago in 2011, we had 197 total for the year. And during that time, we had a focus and a comprehensive approach to reducing violence in the city of Baltimore. And today, we were told that multiple times that this legislation is just a piece of the pie. Well, we're being asked to vote on a piece of the pie when there is no pie. Well, we've never seen the pie. But more importantly, Mr. Commissioner, I just can't go back. I have to go back to the gun arrests and the handgun violations. And two questions. One, it's my opinion that this also, for me, and I want you to try to clarify this, that this could also sometimes be prohibitive for your officers to do their jobs. And I'll give you an example. Let's just say I'm in Chum or Bella Edison, and you and I both know who the VROs in that area are. And let's just say that one of the officers from Northeast District sees one of them run a red light, stops the car, and when he gets to the car, it's two people in the car. It's the VRO, and there's a 16-year-old. And all of a sudden, the 16-year-old is the one with the gun. Today, what would happen is that your officers and the state's attorney would use the threat of jail time on that 16-year-old for us to get the big fish, the person that has 10 bodies on them. If this bill passes, that young man's not telling us anything. It's going to be hard enough to get him to tell us something today because we all know he's going to be putting his life on the line, his family's life on the line. But do you think that this bill could also hurt your officers' ability to do their job in cases like that where we need to get the person that's really having the bodies on them, the one that's doing the violence? And I just wanted to talk about that.
So, Councilman, I understand that scenario as you present it. I think this new bill will give the state's attorney's office and the police department more leverage to, in fact, get that information to avoid those constructive possession cases. And constructive possession cases should concern all of us, especially all of us with teenage sons. And that's why I'm convinced that our state's attorney, Marilyn Mosby, and her staff will not pursue charging this local bill for any circumstance that remotely comes close to the one that you just described. And I get that circumstance that you just described, and it would not be my expectation that this bill would be applied to that circumstance. Hopefully that's the best way I can answer that.
And lastly, Mr. Commissioner, this is not for you to respond to, and this is just a addition to what my colleague Councilman Burnett said, and he's a little nicer than I am, as everyone knows. The legislation, the way it's written, shows that the police department is going to have to enforce this in different ways in different places, because churches and schools only exist in abundance in certain neighborhoods in Baltimore City. So there's no way for them to enforce it in any other way that picks, like the commissioner said, neighborhoods to have it, because if it's only illegal around these places, the bill only applies around these places, and these places only exist in abundance in certain neighborhoods in the city, and typically they're in neighborhoods with people that look like me. We know that they have no choice but to enforce it that way, and that's another reason why this version of this bill is very bad. Thank you.
And Councilman, I'll just say this, the reason why this bill is not applied to the whole city, and we would love it to be applied to the whole city, is because the General Assembly only allows us to apply it to churches, parks, public gathering places. I said that wasn't a Baltimore decision, that's a Maryland General Assembly.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for your service to the city, and Mr. Gillis, you'll be sticking around for the duration of the hearing in case we need anything from BPD. Next up is the state's attorney. State's attorney is a no-show, I'll take it. Do we have Mr. Banks from the mayor's office, do we have an agency comments report from the state's attorney's office?
No, we do not.
Is there a reason why we do not, Mr. Banks?
They declined to submit.
They declined to submit. Thank you, Mr. Ralph. And they declined to attend and testify?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Banks. We've now concluded the portion for agency comments. We are going to move into public testimony. Individuals are going to be given. Shorty, I'll clap for that. That's good. That's a good thing. I mean, it's a good thing. We're getting to public testimony now. People get to. So I agree with you. I didn't think it was for me. First off, we're going to have Dr. Joe Saccharin from Johns Hopkins Hospital. He's going to be followed by Dr. Jay Perman from University of Maryland, Baltimore, followed by Dr. David Wilson from Morgan State University. You're out of order. You're out of. Pursuant to Rule 7-2, I hear. It's coming. Pursuant to Rule 7-2, I hereby recess this meeting for 5 minutes and ask the police department to remove the gentleman in the gray sweatshirt in the back, please. Hearing's now in recess for 5 minutes. Shorty, the individuals have.
Can I see that list, please? Mary Pat, can you look at that list next to her? And just let us know.
Sir, you're out of order. Please, I'm pleading with you. You have been in these chambers dozens of times. We may not agree on issues, but we've always had civil conversations. I'm please asking you out of respect for everyone here. We are going to be here for a long time today. Just as you are going to be here for 7 or 8 hours, the council members are going to be here, the staff are going to be here, the agency reps, and even the media are going to be here. Okay? So I'm asking you to please keep order.
Tap, tap, tap. On we go.
How's the order to speak and change?
Dr. Saccharin.
Yes, sir. Well, Chairman Costello and committee members, my name is Joe Saccharin.
Could you speak up, please, Mr. Saccharin?
Can you guys hear me now?
Excuse me, everybody. Can you speak up and then?
The microphone.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So my name is Joe Saccharin, and I'm a trauma surgeon at Johns Hopkins Hospital here in Baltimore. And before I start, let me just say that my comments don't represent the university or the hospital. They're solely my views. And I don't blame everyone in here for being so emotionally charged. This is a very personal issue for many of us. And I think if you listen to what I have to say, you might be surprised. Just over 20 years ago, I had been a healthy 17-year-old student at a high school football game. One moment, I was an innocent bystander, and the next, I became collateral damage as a .38 caliber bullet ripped through my throat and lodged in my shoulder. Nearly unconscious at the time, I can still vividly see the expressions of the faces of the many people trying to help me that day. The chaos filled me with both fear and awe. Fear that I might die, and awe at the fearless purpose of the medical personnel fighting to save my life. A prolonged hospital stay and many operations gave me a second chance. As a trauma surgeon today, I'm grateful for the opportunity to give others the same second chance that I received. But the reality is that not everyone is as fortunate. Communities all across this great nation have been plagued with this public health crisis known as gun violence. As I spent this past weekend at the September 11th Memorial, reflecting on the human tragedy that took the lives of 2,977 Americans nearly 16 years ago, I thought for a second, imagine if every human tragedy took place and it happened not once, but 10 times a year. That's right, 10 9/11s that equate to over 30,000 firearm deaths annually. So what is our responsibility as citizens, as law enforcement, healthcare practitioners, and elected officials to address what I consider as a completely preventable human tragedy? I won't repeat the numbers that have been previously cited, but I will tell you that Baltimore City does not stand alone when it comes to opportunities to make our community safer. Every time I have to go out to a waiting room with a family of a son or daughter that's been a victim of gun violence, I think of my own family and what they must have been going through at that time. And by far, the worst moment for me is when I see those faces of the fathers and mothers anxiously waiting for an update on their loved one. So what I'll say to you is, as a community, as a trauma surgeon and someone who's been a victim of gun violence, we have to work together in order to help make our community safer, and this is really a multi-pronged strategy approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
David Wilson.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we're under a 2-minute time limit, and thank you. Dr. Wilson, thank you.
Good afternoon. Council President Jack Young, to Committee Chair Costello, other council members. I'm Dr. David Wilson, the 12th President of Morgan State University, and I'm here today to offer testimony in support of Council Bill Weapons Prohibiting Handguns Near Places of Public Assembly. This year, Morgan State University, which is Maryland's preeminent public urban research university, is celebrating its sesquicentennial, or our 150th anniversary. As president, and on behalf of the nearly 8,000 students, 600 full-time and part-time faculty, and over 1,000 staff who teach, study, and work at Morgan, I am pleased to voice our support for the Baltimore City Council bill, which would prohibit handguns near places of public assembly. Morgan stands with Mayor Pugh and with other fellow university and college presidents and with the citizens of this great and charming city in support of a bill that would prohibit the wearing, carrying, or knowingly transporting of illegal handguns near places of public assembly, including parks, churches, schools, and public buildings. I'm here today because the personal and collective safety of the faculty, of our students, of the staff who work and study at Morgan is our #1 priority, and it is critical to the university and the sanctity of our mission. Morgan is an open campus, and over the last few years, we have invested literally millions and millions of additional dollars in safety initiatives. We have a sworn police force of nearly 42 officers and nearly 50 additional security officers on campus. Also, we have invested in nearly 1,000 cameras throughout the university, and we have upgraded our lighting throughout the campus. We're doing all of this at Morgan because our mission has led us to establish as one of our top strategic goals that of connecting our role and cementing our role as an anchor urban university, and in the process to lead a transformation in Northeast Baltimore. But in order to fully realize this goal, our students, our faculty, and members of our community must be able to work together in and around parks, in and around churches, in and around schools, in and around public buildings and places where Morgan typically engages with the community, and they must be able to do so without the fear of gun violence. And so my 2 minutes are up, and let me not violate that. I have other testimony I will submit to you in writing. I'll conclude by saying that today, in honor of the critical historical role that Morgan has played in this city, we urge you to have the temerity and the courage to do the right thing.
Thank you, President Wilson. Mr. Joshua Prince. Is there a Joshua Prince here? Joshua Prince?
Yes, sir.
And you're against the bill?
I am. I am in opposition to the bill. Chairman Costello, council members, thank you for allowing me this opportunity. I wasn't aware of the 2-minute restriction. I have submitted my testimony in written form. I did previously submit a letter of July 21st, 2017. My testimony does outline that letter, but also includes other issues that this council needs to consider. I'm going to spend the time that I have here today reviewing the constitutional issues with the proposal. As I quoted in my letter of July 21st, 2017, the U.S. Supreme Court in D.C. v. Heller, in interpreting the Second Amendment, defined, quote, bear arms, quote, as to, quote, wear, bear, or carry upon the person or in the clothing or in the pocket for purposes of being armed and ready for offensive or defensive action in case of conflict with another person. More recently, the court in Caetano versus Massachusetts held that the possession of electronic incapacitation devices, commonly referred to as tasers or stun guns, comes under the protection of the Second Amendment, including in the public. I believe this committee is acutely aware of that decision since 2 months ago, the Baltimore City Council repealed its unlawful taser ordinance. In relation to other constitutional concerns, this proposal raises concerns of due process, equal protections, and religious freedoms under the state and federal constitutions. First, due process in a criminal matter requires the state to prove each element of a crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The proposal would criminalize, quote, knowingly, end quote, carrying within the prohibited specified locations, and then creates a rebuttable presumption that the carrying of the firearm was knowingly, thereby unconstitutionally seeking to shift the burden to the defendant to disprove an element of the crime. Moreover, due process precludes a criminal defendant from being convicted where the law is vague. In relation to the proposal, as my letter points out, there are no definitions for what constitutes parks, churches, schools, public buildings, and other public places of assembly, thereby making it unconstitutionally vague. Interestingly, the proposal endorses Christian-oriented religious institutions in precluding possession at or near, quote, churches, while discriminating against other religious-oriented buildings which do not constitute a church by not providing the same protections under the law.
Sir.
Is my time up? Let me.
Well over.
Sorry. Let me just say in closing.
Sir, you can finish. You are out of order. Stop. I've asked you several times. I've let him speak past his time, and I'm letting him wrap up his statement. I did not stop him.
Mr. Chairman,
Can I let Chairman
Please
Costello, thank
continue
you.
and wrap
I am
up,
wrapping
sir.
up my statement. Obviously, as I said, you have my testimony. I want to close with this. As a former president of the Pottstown Police Athletic League, I have seen firsthand the impact that such programs can have upon our youth. I have seen gangbangers under the age of 12 with a rap sheet taller than myself who immersed himself in the activities provided and became an all-star athlete. While not every story has the happy ending, I leave you with this question. How many youth could we have impacted and changed their lives if we spent our collective time on them instead of this ordinance? Thank you very much.
Miss Kirsten Downs, is there a Kirsten Downs here? Okay, anyone that we go through, I don't know if there's folks in overflow. Miss Downs is against the bill. What I'm going to do is just keep a box next to their name and keep going, so if they come back in later, we will jump them to the front of the line. Downs, right? Miss Downs?
She's not here. Oh, there.
She needs to say her name. I don't know who she is. Miss Downs? Okay, so we'll come back to Miss Downs. Jason Rodriguez. Yes, sir. Can you come down? We're going to skip over for you for now, and we'll get to you right after the next person. Shorty, you did not check the box. Did you want to testify? Okay, please check the box in the future, sir.
Somebody sign me in.
Gotcha.
All right. I'm Shorty. All right. I've been tracking y'all city council for like 20 years. All right. Y'all did this mandatory minimum with this stop and frisk, and it cost the city $3 million in this dissent decree. All right. Now, Young and Anderson and the people that have been in this city council for like 20, 30 years, dog, y'all just regurgitating stop and frisk, and y'all using the gun. Who going to determine who is carrying the gun? Is this a gun? When you stop me on the streets, is this a gun? And in all your testimony here, only thing that you said about the gun thing was young black men. So you targeting young black men. You didn't say nothing about old black dude. You didn't say about old black lady. You didn't say nothing about Puerto Ricans. You didn't say nothing about Italians. You didn't say nothing about Jews. You strictly said black men. My son was killed through gun violence. I came here straight out the penitentiary in 1991, and all I dealt in was guns and drugs. But I didn't get them guns and drugs in my community. The police brought them in my community. The police brought them in my community. You understand? I went to the Navy in 1977 during Iran-Contra. Our government put them drugs and guns in my community. You understand? And nobody at this place, nobody on that board, nobody in city council said nothing about ending the war on drugs. You ain't even said nothing about that because guns and drugs come together. So if I can't get you with the guns, I can get you with the drugs. All you want to do is lock up young black men. You're making fatherless homes. You're making half families. Ain't nobody in this seat, where the black men here that this is affecting? Because we can't take off work to come here at 10 o'clock to sit here for 2 hours to listen to y'all bullshit us. Like I said, I've been coming here for years. I'm a whistleblower. You with the state's attorney office? Who you with? You feel? All right. We're going to go with this. The state's attorney's office, the police department, on February the 2nd, 2011, I blew the whistle on y'all's police and your corruption is going on here. February the 7th, y'all locked me up and charged me with terrorism. I spent 86 days in jail for a crime I didn't commit. And your police, your FOP, your commissioner right here, I filed a what y'all call it, an IAD, Internal Affairs report, and you did nothing. I'm still standing, and I'm still accusing. And until y'all get locked up the way y'all want to lock us up, dog, we gonna start shutting shit down.
Miss Loretta Blackledge.
Guy from upstairs.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. You sir. Jason Rodriguez. And then next up is Miss Loretta Blackledge, followed by Kevin Fenwick, followed by Zach Swagel.
Good afternoon, citizens of Baltimore City. council members, and all those who have taken the time out their busy schedule to be here today to testify on such an important bill. I represent many different entities, but the one that I wanted to represent today was as a citizen of Baltimore City. Although I am the president of the Irvington Merchants Association and hold many other roles and happen to be the producer of the Patrick Henderson's Meet the People radio program, again, I come here today as a citizen. We have to deal with in our community in Irvington on a daily basis the systemic outcome of institutional prison system, of the industrial prison complex that we constantly see taking place within our community. We have to deal with little Pookie and little Peanut after he comes home from his short stints or long stints. And we have to deal with the reentry issues, trying to get him employment and making him productive within our citizen. We have this issue every day within our corridor. We are constantly working with our councilmen to try to find more wraparound ways and holistic ways. We want to create a community resource center. These are things that we've noticed in most of our communities are missing: resource centers, places that folks can go to. If I want to make that change tonight and get off of drugs, I have an outlet to go to locally within my community, and I have outreach folks that are constantly working and monitoring in those corridors or in those communities that allow that system to work or those wraparound services to work. We have to start investing in that. We know that policing doesn't work because the history, the data, and everything shows that. We know that these things don't work. What works is a grassroots approach, investing in our communities, loving our children, investing in their future. When we spend over a third of our budget, towards public safety and less in education, these are the after effects of that. So what I'm asking the council as I leave out, I'm done, is I'm asking you to emphasize on that. Emphasize on these organizations that are doing the work in the community. Those community organizations and community leaders and community presidents that want to make the change and are willing to engage the community, are willing to engage little Pookie and little Peanut. That's what we should be working on, and not incarcerating and adding more labelizations, because again, most of these kids are gonna walk away 6 months, time served, but they're gonna have another label on them, a label of a felony gun possession. But they easily eat that 1 year up. Trust me. Most of these kids eat 1 year, 2 years with no problem and come home. Matter of fact, for some of them, it's a timeout. Thank you, family.
Thank you. Kevin Fenwick. Yes, family of Kevin Fenwick.
Good afternoon.
You can pull that down if that's easier, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Loretta Blackledge. In 2006, March the 25th, I lost my son to gun violence. So I stand before y'all on behalf of me, SAVE, Survivors Against Violence Everywhere, to get these illegal guns off of the city of Baltimore. And I understand, I listen to a lot of people talk about we need to open youth programs. Yes, we need to open youth programs. We need to have a better school system for our scholars, because it's about our scholars. But we can open all of that up. But if we still have these illegal guns in Baltimore City, we still have crime, and we getting past the crime of what we here for. And if we all can't come in this room together and come together as one, how we expect our kids to come together? Like, people forgetting Baltimore City crime rate is terrible. We had 197 murders in Baltimore City today. Where does it stop? And we can't keep blaming Baltimore City Police or the state's attorney. We have to blame us as the citizens of Baltimore. What are we doing to make these streets safe for our kids? So I hope that y'all all sit here and take in consideration about getting these illegal guns off the street. I don't care if it's 1 year, I don't care if it's 2 months. It doesn't make a difference. At least we starting somewhere, and we all have a choice in life. So if people go to jail for 7 years and come home and still doing the same thing because that's the choice they made, we all have choices in life. So if he made that choice, He made it because that's what he wanted to do. He didn't want to change. Change is nothing wrong with changes. So for y'all to sit in here and say it's not going to work, you're not going to know it's going to work until you try. Don't knock it until you try. And I'm doing this for my son. And if we have to go to Supreme Court to get justice, so let it be. I'm letting you know right now. Enough is enough. All the bigging and who's this and who's that is not about Poopy or nobody. It's about making the city of Baltimore safe for these scholars.
Thank you, Ms. Blackledge. Fenwick family.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kevin Fenwick. I'm Kendall Fenwick's father. My son was murdered in 2015 by a gun at his own home. Built a fence around his yard to protect his family, and it came home to him. I don't want you to feel sorry for me. I want you to feel sorry for yourself and the next person, because it can happen to you. And I'm here because I don't want you to feel, or anyone to feel the way I feel, or my family feel.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Andre Olson. I'm Kevin Fenwick's brother-in-law. His wife is my sister. How you doing, ma'am?
Hi.
Yeah, I've known you for years. I think what we missing the biggest issue is where it starts at home. And I believe that the legal system has taken the power of rearing kids, you know, from the parents. And that's where we need to get back to, is give that power back to the parents so they can be able to start the process of rearing their children again the way it was before. And I think that's where we losing sight of. You have to do some things done there to help these parents save their children for what's going on in the streets today. Because that's where the children are leading to, because they cannot be, they're not getting the proper discipline at home. And one is because of some of the issues that the parents are dealing with, when in terms of mental health, or terms of addiction. We got babies raising babies. So they need some type of mentorship as well. I'm for the bill. I think it's a starting point. I just think that all the facets involved need to come together and fine tune this thing, because it is a bit of some loopholes there that need to be tightened up. You know, the police department, you know, where the bill is written, they need to police this thing the way it's supposed to be done, not according to their own feelings or how they think they should do it. You know, that's what makes the bill successful. Okay? So that's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Zach Zwagel, followed by 1, Daphne Austin, 2, Anirban Basu, and 3, Christopher Comine.
All right, so I live in the 7th District. And Mr. Pinkett, correct me if I'm wrong, but you've come out in support of this bill. Public safety is a major concern in the 7th, but you and I both know what illegal gun purchases are about: survival. All right, what do we expect citizens to do when there is complete economic starvation? You got to pay the bills somehow, and $8.25 an hour ain't cutting it. I heard one citizen say outside Gilmore Homes, quote, "If I can just support my family on 2 G's a week selling drugs, why am I going to struggle on some slave wage instead?" And am I supposed to expect black youth trying to get from point A to point B in that environment not to feel a need to protect themselves? Further, am I to expect that this youth has the resources, the money, the wherewithal, the transportation, or even just the time to make a legal gun purchase? It's ridiculous. Look, we all agree that these situations are far from ideal, but can we have a little humanity and see that illegal gun possession is not just illegal gun possession? Sometimes it's just to give you the peace of mind that you'll make it home with whatever money you cobbled together that day for the rest of the household. Mr. Pinkett, I can only imagine you stay up nights thinking about your son, Leon. And I'm not saying that to pander to you. You have a young black child in one of the most at-risk communities in one of the most at-risk cities. I'm sure you're an attentive father and do everything in your power to keep Leon on the straight and narrow. But you can't control who he hangs out with, what all of his day-to-day experiences are, what interests him, or if the police plant something on him. So it's not a guarantee that he will never be in the presence of or purchase an illegal weapon. If we're being realistic with ourselves, we know it's not a guarantee. So do you really think that in that kind of a situation, he would deserve a mandatory 1-year stint in jail and a record that will affect his prospects for the rest of his life? Or do you think he just deserves maybe some direction, some mentorship, some opportunity, some love? And isn't the same true for other youth who aren't as fortunate as Leon, who has a strong family unit and are thus much more at risk of going down this path? Look, I'll close with this. You did an interview with the Afro newspaper a little over a year ago. You shared a story of a 10-year-old boy who said to you, quote, "What I want you to bring back to our community is hope." Well, this isn't hope. This is sadness, this is heartache, this is depression, this is hopelessness. Don't make it easier for him to get locked up. Make it easier for him and the rest of the 7th District to rise up. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Daphne Austin, followed by Anirban Basu and Christopher. Oh, he's not here. Miss Austin.
Good afternoon. I'm staying up here kind of two-folded today, and I don't think I've been as traumatized as what I just experienced in this room as the night I got that phone call saying that my son was shot in the head. I'm shaking, I'm nervous. I feel like that day when I'm waiting for my husband to come back from that hospital, giving me the report whether my son was dead or not. And I hope this never, ever takes place again. And from anybody in this room, I feel embarrassed. I feel some kind of way. We're here to talk about a bill today. And again, I'm twofold. I don't even know who killed my son. No legislator, no law, nobody. And so many other 300 some moms a year know what has happened to our children, because technically you guys have let this go for so many years, and now you want to take these children out and like throw them away, and something you have allowed to happen. Let me take my son's incident real quick. That Saturday night before my son got killed, they say that some people called the police that some young men were shooting in the community. Well, the police came to the scene, and they stopped the young men, and they questioned them, and they let them go. My detective says that their protocol should have been to check them for gun residue. They have the kits in their car and everything, check them for gun residue. However, one of those young men who was in charge was the trigger man. He just hasn't been brought to justice. The second thing is, it really, really bothers me to vote on a bill or to, give me a sec, to even think about probably incarcerating children who you have allowed to be a part of this system. The system is broke, and the system needs to be fixed. It can't be on the shoulders of these youth that's out here doing what they were allowed to do. I'm not sure if I have nephews, I have nieces, I'm not sure who is going to be arresting them, because if it's going to be the Baltimore City the police department, I'm not sure about that neither. I think before we have this bill, we need to make sure that we have a compartment or something of police officers who are trained just to go out there for that. And I don't believe in incarceration. I believe take the gun from them and melt the gun and throw it away. Just take the gun and get rid of the gun and get rid of the money. And I don't want no more pain coming from anybody. And I'm sure I'm speaking on behalf of the mothers. But we can no longer stay in this senseless violence again. This pain, I got 9 years of this pain, and it doesn't go away. And I think the people who get to make the decisions are not the people who are experiencing what we're going through. And I think that, and I'm going to take my seat, I think when next time y'all elect officials or police commissioners or anybody, they need to live where these kids live at, and they need to live in the boarded up houses with those rats and those messed up schools, and then they know exactly what's going on. I don't want to throw these kids away. Even though a young black man took my son's life, I don't want to throw him away. My son wouldn't stand for that. He would say, "Mom, make them get it right." Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Chair.
Anirban Basu, followed by
Mr. Chair.
Christopher Irving, followed by Daryl Milton Bay.
Mr. Chair, can I just say something? I'm not asking a question. I just want to say thank you to the families who've come before us today. It takes a tremendous amount of courage to stand up here and share your story and share your hurt in such a public fashion. So I just want to let you know that that is not, regardless of where we agree or disagree on this bill, that is not lost on me or anyone else before here. And again, thank you for coming and sharing that with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Basu.
Chairman Costello, Vice Chair Clark, all the council people, including Councilman Young. It's good to see you. My name is Anibon Basu. I'm an economist. My company's name is Sage Policy Group Incorporated. We're at 575 South Charles Street. I'm also chair of the Maryland Economic Development Commission. My testimony in favor, strong favor of this bill is rooted in economics. My perception is that people in this city do not appreciate how far behind other cities we have fallen. As you know, we're one of the few major cities in the country to lose population during the most recent year for which census data are available. If we had added population as rapidly as Washington, D.C. since just the year 2000, our city today would be home to 772,000 people instead of 615,000. If we had added population as rapidly as Atlanta, Georgia, our city would be home to 727,000 people instead of less than 615,000 people. Imagine what another, in the case of Washington, D.C., for instance, that scenario, 160,000 taxpayers would mean to this city. I believe Councilman Zeke Cohen testified earlier about the limitations on the budget at the city school system and in the health department. I can tell you, if we had added revenues to this city's base, its tax base, the way that Washington, D.C. had simply since the year 2007, you would have another $200 million a year to spend. Over the course of 10 years, that's $2 billion. But you don't have that money. Why? Because the city is shrinking. Now, people do not appreciate how rapidly the city is in decline because they see Port Covington, they see a 44-story building at 414 Light Street, they see other apartment buildings. It's very easy to move into an apartment building. It's just as easy to move out. And that's where much of the city's population growth has come to the extent that it has come, from 20-somethings, many of them tied to the Washington metropolitan area who choose to live here because they want to pay down their student loans more quickly, and Washington, D.C. is too expensive. But they move in, they will move out as they turn into the 30s in very large numbers. Meanwhile, we continue to fall behind. And the issue is very clear. This charming, charming city produces a homicide a day. We are the butt of jokes nationally. The way people talk about Baltimore is really shocking. They don't even give us a chance. And that tax base is going to shrink. And every day you allow this to persist, this violence, we move one day closer to bankruptcy. And that is where the status quo is headed. I urge you to not accept this status quo any longer. It's indispensable. It's unworkable. Please start to take the guns off the streets. And this argument that we need to have more guns on the streets because other people have guns on the streets, that does not create a vibrant, livable city. I'm so sorry. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify in front of you today. It's been a privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Basu. Christopher Irvin, followed by Daryl Milton Bay, followed by Bill Gooden, and followed by Sherry Hill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, to the people of the committee. I apologize for my dress. I had to leave work to come here early this morning. My name is Christopher Irvin. I'm the founder of a reentry program in this city, not just for people who are convicted and just come out, and they literally come from prison. People have come directly to my program the day they were released from Cumberland and ECI, two 23-year-olds respectively. I'm talking to you about the people that this bill talks about. I'm talking to you about a person who was convicted of armed robbery and attempted murder who came to me and said, I had a gun in my hand 2 days ago until I heard about your program. We talk about personal responsibility. Who on this committee who knows who I am and who I work with have reached out to me to see what's going on at my program? Brandon Scott has come down. Chris Burnett wants to come down. Many of you know I am your constituent, correct? Councilman Schleifer. I know that you are passionate about your community and your district. I respect that. But when you say most of your constituents support this bill, you have not spoken to me. You have not spoken to the people that I work with. You have not spoken to my community that I live in your district, that has experienced an uptick in homicides. I was standing on the corner with Major Lewis, the homicide that occurred on Gwynn Oak Avenue, right across from ShopRite. When they got the call for the second homicide, I went over with her. So this is not a matter of just hyperbole and discussion around hypotheticals and what we think. Some of us live this stuff on a regular basis. And who has talked to any of us who actually deal with the people who are holding guns? This is not an excuse for someone holding a gun, illegal or legal, whatever the case. But we don't talk about the whys. This body is tasked with addressing the factors before we get to the point of the gun and the occurrences. At what point have we gotten together about some of the social issues and funding some of the address of the social conditions? How often do we do that before it gets to all of the commotion about guns? Violence is a result. It comes after the equal sign. The factors in that equation go unaddressed on a daily basis. Now let's talk about responsibility of the body, of addressing those factors. That's what you're here for. That's what you are elected for. And the passion, I respect the passion on both sides. Mr. Kevin Fenwick was here and just spoke. I feel a certain amount of emotion because I'm on the other side of the bill than he is. And yet, despite some of the media notoriety, I'm the one that organized the Fix the Fence issue. So I'm very aware of his feelings, and I know his family well. And I feel a certain way that I'm on the other side of the issue from a man who lost his son. But let's not forget one of the last statements that the commissioner made before he left today. This legislation will be a tool to get information. This legislation will be a tool for the police to get information. That's what the commissioner said before he left at one point. This legislation would be a tool for the police to get information. What does that tool look like? You heard the example. Three or four people in a car, and the police pull the car over. The person who's the repeat offender is not going to cop to the gun. And if the other three actually don't know whose gun it is, who can they tell on? So let's remember what action we take today when there's some young person who has a scholarship that they will not be able to recognize because they sit in central booking
I have
for
to ask
90
you to
days.
wrap up, please.
When they have to, let's not forget today in the future. Thank you for bearing with me.
Thank you. Mr. Darrell Milton Bay.
I would have responded. We had a meeting on the calendar instead of
No, no.
No, can't do that.
No. No.
Darrell Milton Bay. Okay. Bill Gooden.
I can't respond to that. I called him and invited him down here. And he stood me up.
Nothing but the truth, so help me God. I have here.
Can you please speak into the microphone?
I would
Yep.
like to pass this for each of you.
Yeah, you just give them to me. I'll get them passed out. Thank you, sir. Oh, we already have copies of this, I believe, but we'll pass them out anyway.
Well, let me just say this. Everybody's tired of illegal guns just like everybody's tired of murders. Some of you council people was here in 1996 when many of us constantly pushed saying that we need to have citizens to witness the incineration process of guns and drugs that the police confiscate. Now listen. This was one of the council people here. Lots of them was here. It was passed by all council people as a resolution. Yet as today, 20 years later, it have not happened. Now I'm saying everybody go on the internet. There's a lot of information to prove that police steal stuff out of the evidence room every day. Right. Guns and drugs and everything else. I'm saying that if all the police, if the guns was destroyed, then we would have less murders on the street because we would not have all the guns on the street. It's nobody on this council could tell me how many guns the police have confiscated this year. Nobody knows. None of y'all have seen the guns destroyed. But we have to just take the word of the police. And hey, listen, let's face it, police just like us. You know, everybody ain't a criminal.
Sir, I need you to hold on, sir. Please address the council,
Sir,
not the audience.
I got 2 minutes. I'm addressing the council, but I'm also addressing the people here.
You have to address the council, not
Yes,
the
sir.
audience,
So
please.
I'm simply saying this. You know what I mean? We cannot say that people is criminals, but yet we excuse the police from being criminals. I'm saying you go on the internet, man, they got thousands of things on the internet where police have stole drugs, money, guns. You've had police to sell guns on the street. So how many of them guns that end up killing people that the police have took from the evidence room because the leadership is afraid to deal with the people on the top? Hey, listen, it's an old slogan. You know, if we cut off the top, then we don't have to worry about the bottom. The only thing we happen to do, we always worry about the bottom, and we never get to the top. So I'm saying if we're going to be sincere, about crime and about murder and about guns, then I'm saying let's make a commitment today that the resolution that was passed in 1996 saying that the police department we should have a citizens group to witness the incineration process of guns and drugs. Let's reintroduce that. Can we do that?
We're not, sir. We're not answering, sir. We're not answering questions. We're here to listen to you speak.
Yes, sir. I understand that. But when the police and stuff was here and other people, then y'all asked them questions.
We only, sir,
yes,
sir,
sir. I'm getting ready to sit down, sir.
Sir, let me,
I'm getting ready
sir,
to sit down, but I don't want you to interrupt my testimony. I want to sit down.
Sir, let me answer your question.
Yes, sir.
When agency officials from the city are up, the council asks questions, and the agency officials respond. When members of the public come up, the council listens. That is the role of this process. That's how this process works. The council never answers questions, and the council does not respond to your comments. I've had Councilman Cohen, Councilman Pinkett, Councilman Schleifer all ask if they can respond to citizen comments, and the answer is no.
Well, that's
not
fine.
because the comments might not be pertinent or because they might not be useful or because you may not want an answer, but because that is the way the process works. So we're not going to respond other than to say thank you for your comments, and we will certainly discuss.
That's fine. So I'm not looking for you to respond, but I will end with this. I'm going to put this on the floor, and I'm going to ask each one of you council members if you will reconsider introducing this here bill, and don't just make it as a resolution, because what happened in 1996, everybody agreed to it, but was a resolution that did not carry nothing. Just a suggestion. So I'm saying make it as a bill to have a citizens group to witness the incineration process of illegal guns and drugs that the police confiscate. And lastly, I say this. When we talk about money, if they would just take some of that confiscated money that the police get and put back into the hurt communities, then we can help to build our communities up.
Thank you, sir. Sherry Hill? Sherry Hill, no. Derek DeWitt? Pastor DeWitt will be followed by Mary Braden and Harriet Smith.
Good afternoon to this esteemed council and to my councilman, Dr. Bullock. My name is Reverend Dr. Derek DeWitt. I'm the pastor of the First Mount Calvary Baptist Church located in the Sandtown area of West Baltimore. I'm also the president of Clergy United for the Transformation of Sandtown, also known as CUTS, and I chair the board of an organization called Intersection of Change, which operates many of the programs which you guys talked about, drug rehab, intervention programs with our Jubilee Arts program, recidivism and reentry programs with Strength to Love 2. We're also part of Turnaround Tuesday. I spent the last 2 years as part of my ministry working with the mayor's office on Operation Ceasefire, serving as the facilitator for the program for East Baltimore and West Baltimore. Part of that, of what I did in that process, was sit down with repeat violent offenders on a monthly basis, 30 of them in a room, 30 of them on the east side, 30 of them on the west side. The ones that we couldn't get to come in, I literally went to their houses and sat down with them in their living rooms to try to get them to get out of the game and to turn in their guns. And for some reason, as we sit in this room and we talk about programs that will help, ceasefire just went away, just like that. And it was to me, it was a very beneficial program. We worked with people like moms with Miss Dabney Austin that just testified, who worked with us, and we offered these young men opportunities to get out the gang, go to the top of the list for whatever they need, housing, child support help, driver's license. We've enlisted companies, 17 companies that would hire them regardless of the fact that they had felonies. And some reason the program, when the new mayor came in, the program just disappeared. And so, so as we talk, as we go through this rhetoric about what we need in the communities, it seems to be a lot of talk. But let me close with this. While the faith-based community is not blind to the injustices that plague our community in almost every area of our lives, the disparities in education, healthcare, even access to basic human necessities such as quality food and affordable water. Is with some reluctance that I, however, support this bill, because while I'm tired of seeing young people incarcerated, I'm also tired of presiding over their funerals and having to console their families and their grandparents. And these are drastic times, and we have to have some drastic measures. The Bible says in 1 Timothy 1:19 that the law is for the lawless. And so while we have to be compassionate, we have to have some laws as well that will help us to stem the violence in our city. We must send a clear message that if you do the crime, you're going to do the time. And I also urge this city council to redirect some of the wasted resources on programs that have not worked to faith-based communities who have proven that their programs work. Churches and faith-based community, we're doing education well, we're doing housing well, we're doing recidivism well, we're doing reentry well, and we need your support and some resources so that we can duplicate our efforts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ma'am, please. You're all right. Just let's. Mary Braden. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Chairman Costello, members of the City Council. I'm speaking on behalf of Standing Up for Racial Justice, an organization of primarily white Baltimore residents who are concerned with equality in the city. Surge Baltimore opposes City Council Bill 17-0111, which calls for a mandatory minimum sentence of 1 year in prison and a $1,000 fine for possession of an illegal handgun. A branch of the Surge National Network, Surge Baltimore is an organization committed to moving white people toward racial justice in partnership with grassroots, people of color-led organizations. We have a mailing list of over 1,000, have monthly meetings that often exceed 200 attendees. These are voting age people, by the way, and represent a significant number of Baltimore residents, in our case, primarily white, with a shared interest in advancing racial equity. We oppose Bill 17-0111 because we believe it will exacerbate the already prevalent problem of over-incarceration and its disproportionate effects on black and brown people, particularly youth, in Baltimore. While those supporting the bill will have you believe it is an anti-crime measure, evidence shows the opposite to be true. Correctional policies like this one have produced the extremely costly state of mass incarceration we are now experiencing. Leaders of a Beautiful Struggle identified a study by the University of Michigan that shows that mandatory minimums increase rather than decrease crime, with each year in prison increasing the odds that a person will reoffend by 5.6%. Even those in prison for minor crimes are more likely to later commit serious offenses the longer they spend in jail. There is no conclusive evidence that mandatory minimums prevent crime. There is evidence that policies resulting in greater incarceration simultaneously result in more crime. Further, mandatory minimums will overwhelmingly impact low-income black people.
Wrap it up.
As a city, we have committed to work against the discriminatory policing practices outlined in the DOJ report and consent decree. Bill 17-0111 would work against the commitment we have made to alleviate racist practices and policies in our justice system.
Thank you. Harriet Smith. Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, if you're handing in, if you can hand in to the gentleman here who is staff, he does a better job of getting things out. Yes, you're on.
I'm here representing the Baltimore Harm Reduction Coalition. It's a coalition of health professionals, students, and community members concerned about public health in Baltimore. We strongly oppose 170111 because it lacks evidence of efficacy as a public policy intended to reduce violence, and because it will worsen the problem of over-incarceration and its disproportionate effect on Black people in Baltimore. I'm going to reiterate a bunch of data that you all have already given, but I'm going to give it again. Mandatory minimums do not have the intended deterrent effect. Decades of research shows this, including a 2012 meta-analysis of 29 other studies which prove that there is little evidence to support this method. A number of states have experimented with mandatory minimums to reduce gun violence. However, these states were unable to see evidence in their initiative's success. The often cited example of New York, which we've already discussed today, has seen a decrease in violent crime, but it's erroneously attributed to mandatory minimums. There's much debate over what contributed to their success, but one thing is clear, that 90% of the reduction in homicide had already taken place by the time the mandatory minimum sentence for handgun went into effect. To make matters worse, as Mary already mentioned, the 2015 study showed that instead of preventing crime, incarceration has been linked to increased involvement in criminalized activity. So aside from running the risk of increasing criminal activity with this ordinance, what mandatory minimums absolutely do is increase the racist trend of mass incarceration. Incarceration of Black citizens has increased to the point where almost 1 in 3 Black men in their 20s are involved in the criminal legal system. We have certainly learned through the DOJ investigation of Baltimore's policing and prosecuting that we are a city with a racist practices. We are nevertheless hopeful for the process of remedy and repair. We are all very concerned about violence in many of Baltimore's neighborhoods, but this approach will not deter or remedy that violence. So we urge all of you to invest in alternatives to incarceration.
Time's up.
Time, okay.
Well, finish your sentence.
Okay. Alternatives that are innovative, humane, effective, programs such as Safe Streets and the Ceasefire Movement.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Not trying to be rude, but we have sheets and sheets of people to speak, and we want to make sure to get ladies and gentlemen, Genevieve Wilson's next on this list. She will be followed by Denise Reed.
Good afternoon. My name is Genevieve Wilson. I don't have a title. I have a calling, and my calling is to teach. I've been an educator for 21 years. 4 of those years I have spent in juvenile detention centers. And I've had the privilege of reading files on young people both in the Maryland and DC area that have been part of the criminal justice system in and out since the ages of 5, 6, 7. I have met young people, ages 14 and 15, with more than 10 arrests. So, City Council, citizens, media, the world that is listening and watching, our God who sits high above us, we cannot arrest our way out of this situation. I'm an educator who has taught for 21 years, who have worked with youth who come into school buildings, classrooms, crying, "Miss Wilson, I'm hungry. Miss Wilson, I didn't take a bath last night. You know, I don't smell too good. Miss Wilson, I need to borrow some feminine hygiene." And in my mind, I'm thinking, I was raised by 2 parents. I was very well taken care of and supported, and I'm a resident of East Baltimore, born and raised, and still live there and pay taxes. Why isn't this child who's coming to me being so well taken care of? Well, my dad is incarcerated. My mom is addicted. My grandmother's tired because she's taking care of me, my cousins, and some other siblings. Her Social Security check does not finance our lifestyle. So yeah, Miss Wilson, I sell drugs. Yeah, Miss Wilson, I buy food. We don't have any lights on. but I'm going to come to school every day because you listen and you care. I know your job right now is to listen to the citizens of Baltimore, and you don't have the right to ask us questions. But not only have I been called to teach, I also have a responsibility as a registered voter. And I'm taking mental notes. And as a registered voter, I am committed to registering at least 20,000 citizens in Baltimore City to vote some of you out. Because when the police officers took down that young man, I saw one councilman come up to a brother that's still sitting in here, and he hugged the hell out of him. He de-escalated him. He changed the situation. I go into classrooms every single day without a vest, without handcuffs, without a gun, and I de-escalate situations with gang members, with girls who just want to be sassy, with children who want to steal your purse just because they're hungry. You got the title, you got the paycheck. This is your job. Some of us here today took off from work. Some of us are going in late. Some of us ain't getting paid. Some of us are unemployed because we have arrest records.
She's a great representation.
Again, I've been called to teach, but I also am a registered voter. And I guarantee you, when your time is up, it's up.
Thank you. Thank you. Zachary Murray already spoke. Yeah? Zachary Murray?
He's arrested.
Is he was?
Zachary Murray, you're not.
Are you
You're-
Zachary Murray?
On his behalf.
No, you're,
Are you
sir.
on the list?
Huh? Yeah, it's on the. My name is on the list though, but he's gone.
Hold
so I'll
on,
speak
sir,
on his behalf.
Mr. Crawley. We'll get to you when we
I'm
get.
already here, so I mean.
I understand.
Let him speak on his.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, but don't speak. Speak for yourself.
No, I'm gonna speak for my. I can only speak for myself. I can't speak for nobody else.
You have 2 minutes.
All right. Thank you. So we've been talking about a lot of mandatory minimums. One thing that needs to be mandatory is term limits for city council members, because the level of incompetence that I'm seeing from some of you is disgusting. It's unfathomable. It makes no sense to me that y'all are really sitting up here talking about mandatory minimums, and for what? Y'all think that's going to work? I'm a sociology major. Have y'all reached out to any sociologists or any psychologists or any dietitians that are actually in these communities that speak and meet with these kids? Y'all just jumped the gun with some bill and said, oh, it's going to work. It's not going to work. I live in Highlandtown, East Baltimore. It's not going to work. Okay, now, Councilwoman Middleton, you said something about we got to start somewhere. This is the start? This is lazy. If you think that this is the start, it's just arresting people, that's absolutely lazy, and I expect more from you as a council person. And you've been here long enough too, and I really do expect more from you than this. This is embarrassing on your part. Pinkett, you said earlier, we talk about police, but not enough about public safety. Do they not go hand in hand? Do we not have corrupt officers that walk the streets every day, that plant guns and drugs? And a lot of times that the people that they plant the guns on is people that they don't like. It's a personal thing. And they should get 1 year mandatory minimum for something that a corrupt officer did? I don't think so. They go hand in hand. You can't separate the two. When you talk about crime, when you talk about people in the city, you have got to address the police too, okay? I know you're new to the whole city council position, but for future reference, keep that in the back of your mind, okay? Also, councilperson, I think is you.
Please.
It says.
Please talk to the whole committee.
I'm talking to you directly. You right there. You said that we're working on resources for our kids, for lead paint, safe streets, and all this other stuff. You're not. You're not. People still have lead paint poisoning. People are still suffering. People are still hungry. So a lot of these things that y'all are talking about are being done to try to pacify the fact that the bill is in the works. It doesn't work. Excuse me? I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to him.
Mr. Crawley,
I'm not talking to
please.
you. I'm
Mr.
talking to him.
Crawley,
I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to you.
Crawley, I'm asking
You
you to
said
please wrap
that the
up.
resources, you said that there are things in the works for our children. That is a lie. It is not happening. Do you even live? It's not working. It's not working. There are people out in the streets every day who try to raise these issues, these same issues that y'all say are being worked on, and they're not. And they're not.
Mr. Crawley,
And they're
please
not.
wrap up.
Your time is up, Mr. Crawley.
Your time is up too. Thank you.
Sure.
Mark McLaurin. We're,
Yes, I did.
yes, Miss Reed. Mark, I'm sorry. You're up next after Miss Reed.
After Ms. Reed.
My name is.
And Miss Reed, can you pull the there you go. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I would like to give honor to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. My condolences to Councilman Bernard Young and the loss of his loved ones, others in here. My sister, Loretta Blackledge, that spoke, and my beautiful sister, Tawana, the loss of brother Tyrone West of violence. For 40 years ago, in 1977, at the tender age of 13, my community activism and vanguard for our beloved city began. This undoubtedly will become my lifelong vocation to bring healing and hope to everyone God blessed me to encounter. It is not a coincidence that I am privileged to be amongst amazing and phenomenal stakeholders today to quell the plague of homicides that has taken root. We all have a vested interest in uplifting our communities. Today, I wear 4 hats. As a mother who lost a precious son to senseless gun violence on April 1st, 2009, he was number 215. For 895 days, I watched him suffer in agony. He got shot in the neck. He was a quadriplegic during that time. Number 2, an activist. Number 3, chaplain for Baltimore City. We are called to spread God's love and bring healing to our beautiful citizens. And number 4, most importantly on my heart, I am called to be a repair of the breach, Isaiah 58:12. God has called us to help restore peace and order in his streets. On October 18, 2006, I received an alarming call that my only son had been gravely wounded, as I just mentioned. I rushed to Sinai Hospital to learn it was a touch and go. They had to resuscitate him several times. My beloved Tavon Terrell Waters had been severely severed in the spinal cord, which left him paralyzed from the neck down. It is pertinent and it is vital that we, the citizens, come up with a viable solution that hopefully will entail mental health initiatives along with other services that will bring restoration to our city so that we can thrive again. I am resolute and steadfast that even after the loss of my precious son, my mother, who was struck in the shoulder while standing in her front door in the early 90s by a gunshot, my sister, who was hit by accidental shooting, my nephew, who was shot in the chest in 1991 and rushed to shock trauma via medevac helicopter from Annapolis, Maryland, and 3 of my kindergarten classmates all lost their sons to horrific gun violence during the period of 2012 to 2014. And coincidentally, April 2, 2013, I got up early that morning, and I just went down in my living room, and I heard 6 gunshots, pow, 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 pow. I get a call maybe an hour later. It was one of my kindergarten classmates said her son had been senselessly murdered right up the street from my house. And I want to also say, hope still stands. Matthew 19:26, with man this is impossible, but with God all things are possible.
Thank you, Miss Reed. Mark, followed by Megan Kenny. I don't know if that name's reversed. Kenny, Megan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, my name is Mark McLaurin. I'm the political director for the Service Employees International Union, Local 500. We are the largest and fastest growing education local in the state. And I'm here to speak on behalf of my members who, quite frankly, couldn't afford to get here at 10 o'clock and watch you all conduct other business before you got to hearing from the public for 3.5 hours. So I stand here in their stead and I speak here in their place, and I say that they have a unique perspective, and I would argue a unique investment in the education of our young people in this city. My members are licensed home child care providers, early learning professionals. They are adjunct faculty at the community colleges and at Maryland Institute College of Art. They work with our young people every day. They're uniquely invested in good outcomes for them, and they know that, as you all know, something needs to be done, but respectfully, this is not that. I would urge all of you on this body, in this body, and on this committee to reject this wrong-headed, do-nothing approach in favor of some substantive programming where it's needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Megan Kenny. Megan Kenny. Brandon Dickens.
It is still afternoon. Amen. I am His Grace the Bishop Brandon Cage Dickens, chaplain with Baltimore City Police Department. I actually have mixed emotions about this bill. On yesterday, a church in the Central District where I serve caught a couple of stray bullets in their child care center. And when I got that call, it was after I got off the phone to ask to come to speak here concerning this bill. In '98, my stepfather was gunned down in Patterson Park. Now, as I really looked at this here bill and really put things in perspective, everywhere I know someone had been shot at or killed was either in a park, in front of a church, or in front of a bar. Now, as an individual that legally owns 2 handguns and have a permit to carry, as I serve as a senior pastor, I have conflict with the bill because, you're saying we can't carry in certain areas. So I know you can't ask a question. What I will propose is to modify the bill so therefore individuals that have permits can carry in these areas, and those that are illegally in possession of a handgun would catch the violation. State law? Okay. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Eric March. Eric March here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eric March, General Manager of March Funeral Homes here in Baltimore. And I'm also president of King Memorial Park Cemetery. I was asked to speak today on my experience with the situation in Baltimore. I can truthfully say that other than people in this room who've had a loved one die as a result of homicide, does not know what we're talking about here. I see the human beings in this situation. And the people who have been affected by it, being human beings, know what it is that's being talked about here in a real way. I bury or provide services for a large percentage of the homicide victims in this town. My company does not need that kind of business. We can afford to be patient after long, productive lives have come to an end. So I'm here not to give 100% support to this bill, because I do have reservations. I know how absolutes can get misconstrued and who's negatively affected by it more so than anybody else. Now, it might be a minority crisis, but it's a disadvantaged people crisis. And that goes beyond color. We have to change the culture, because you're not going to stop the killing. Because next year we'll be here talking about knives. We have to change the culture of violence. And I'm not talking about the criminal culture. I'm talking about this culture right here. I'm talking about us. We knew this day was coming. This didn't come overnight. We knew this day was coming when we turned the lights out on after-school programs. We knew this was coming when we stopped arts and music in our schools. When we stopped de-emphasizing vocational schools
Mr. March.
to give these kids some skills. Is my time running out? I'm sorry. I came here to say this. Until we change our culture, we're going to be here next year talking about knives. We have to show these kids that we love them more than the gangs do. Because right now, that's their support system. That's who's helping them. That's who's caring for them, seeing that they get their rent paid, get their food on the table. You're not going to stop that. Not as long as you don't treat them like you love them and do what's right. Let the big corporations in this town pay their fair share.
Mr. March. Mr. March.
Let the people who work here pay commuter tax if they don't want to live here.
Mr. March.
But these economics are not working. How much are you paying on law enforcement? How much are you paying on a correctional system?
Mr. March, I got to ask you to wrap up, please, sir.
I've said what I have to say.
Thank you.
Now it's up to you.
Marcus Dent. Marcus Dent.
You have a Calvin Smith on that book? I don't want to say it. I signed the book.
A.K.A. Strider.
A lot of people came in after me, somebody make sure I was that book.
Pardon, sir?
Calvin Smith. I can't I'm on the book. I want to make sure. I don't want to disrupt the meeting, but I'm on the book. I want to make sure.
Come up here, sir. Mr. Strider, please go ahead.
My name is Marcus Strider Dent. I'm the Regional Director for the Guardian Angels here in Baltimore. First of all, let me point out that we are not funded by the state, federal, or local governments. We don't have any private donors. I've been volunteering my time for 17 years as a part of the Guardian Angels, and one thing that I do know for sure is that here, as a member or citizen of Baltimore, that we are losing people every single day. We know that this law, there's a lot of questions of what if we do this, of what if we don't do that. One of the things that we do know for a fact is that it is illegal to carry illegal guns. Everybody knows that. There's no secret. Don't carry guns. It's illegal to do so. If you don't want to worry about having your kid go to jail because he was caught and what's going to happen to him when he does that year, take the gun away from him. If you worry about how he's going to grow up once he gets a record, take the gun away from him. We know that we are reaching a record high right now in Baltimore City. People are dying every single day. So we got to stop fighting about the ball or string, and we need to untangle what it is we need to untangle to stop carrying these guns. We do definitely have to send a message that we have to know what our kids are doing every single day. We have to know what our neighbors are doing. It's up to the community. Out of all the people that are shot here in the city of Baltimore, you don't get a bunch of tips saying, hey, this guy did this or this guy did that. These guys are like ninjas. They disappear and they're gone. We don't tell who the shooters are, but we can tell our friends, our families, our kids, our loved ones. If you are carrying a gun, stop carrying a gun. We need something to deter guns on the streets of Baltimore. We can fight out all the other stuff, but at least our kids will still be alive. I'm for this ban. I think that we need to do something. We need to do it now. Thank you.
Thank you. J.C. Falk. J.C. Falk. Thank you. Followed by Gretchen. Thank you. She here?
Yeah, she's here.
Perfect.
First, I want to start with Kevin Davis has been making an assumption that it's safe to put people in jails. I want to just start with, why don't we have Kevin Davis go to jail for a year and then come out and let us know if that's safe for him? So that's the first piece I want to say. The second is I wrote it down, so I'm just going to read it out. In 2012, Matthew Frailing, who was the head of the gun unit for the state's attorney's office from 2009 to 2011, was arrested for an illegal gun possession in 2012, the year after he stepped down from his position. Had this law been in place at the time, that guy who has been a public servant, who had gone to college, who has a family, would have gone to jail for a mandatory year for a first offense. The guy who's supposed to know this, he ran the gun unit. He's supposed to know this, and you're saying that a 16-year-old, 17-year-old, 18-year-old is supposed to know it when the guy who was running the department did this same thing. He didn't go to jail for what he did. He was arrested and set free. It's wrong to do this. First, this is a slippery slope by Marilyn Pugh, Kevin Davis, and Mayor Pugh, Keith Davis, and Marilyn Mosby to take power from defense attorneys, judges, and citizens, when the DOJ report clearly outlines the brutal and homicidal actions of the BPD and the over-criminalization of our citizenry here in Baltimore. The state's attorney's office showed no concern for the people when using Officer Pinheiro, who planted drugs on someone, or planted drugs to lawlessly get somebody convicted. Baltimore citizens have no champion in her. Dirty cops walk our streets, and those who murdered Freddie Gray continue to maintain their freedom. She also said that Tyrone West's murder happened before her watch, as if there's no statute of limitations. I've heard her say this a couple of times. I ask each of you to be champions for us. We had elected you for that in a city that perennially over-criminalizes black people. I was sitting up top earlier, and I was wondering what this looked like 40 or 50 years ago when we had a bunch of white men, a whole bunch of white men sitting in here, and we didn't even have people up here who represent us or look like us. I wonder what that looked like. I hope that in 2017 that we have something that looks different and acts different as well. So only in Baltimore would the BPD, who is under a DOJ consent decree and the monitoring hasn't even started yet, expect more authority to abuse Baltimore citizens. Only in Baltimore would a state's attorney who overlooks police wrongdoings dare to promote imprisonment of citizens for mandatory year sentence for a misdemeanor offense. It sounds comical, but it's anything but funny. It is reprehensible to consider giving the abuser new tools to dismember Baltimore citizens. You see, in the end, your vote will determine if you're for the people or against us. One last thing I want to put in here. We keep talking about public safety as if we're trying to protect white people in this city. Because if it were about the safety of black people, something different would be going on. We've been referring to young men, and really you should put black on the front of that all day. If it were about, if it were about protecting black people, what about Tyrone West? Didn't he deserve to get protected from BPD killing him? What about Anthony Anderson? Didn't he deserve to get protected? What about Freddie Gray? Every one of those police officers walked, and nobody suffered a day for what they committed. A murder, at least at the level that they should have. They did not serve a sentence for killing him. Pinheiro right now is walking the streets. If I would have had that same bag with all of those pills in it, I would be sitting under the jail right now. Why are we not prosecuting him? Why is the state's attorney not going after him?
Mr. Falk, can you please wrap up your comments?
Yes. So in a city where we're conditioned to believe that black people should be thrown under the bus, it's time to throw our crooked BPD under the bus. It's time to watch out for the people. In this country, we have 2.3 million people in jail right now. How many more black bodies do you need to have in jail in order to say you gotten the job done? This bill stinks, and anybody who votes for this bill is voting against Baltimore citizenry.
Gretchen Tomey.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Gretchen Tome.
Pull the mic.
Yes,
There-
I'm Gretchen
thank you, ma'am.
Tome. I'm here as a citizen. I live in the 13th District in Bel Air Edison, and I'm here today to speak out against this proposed legislation. While I join you in being outraged and deeply saddened by the rising number of murders in our city, and I understand your desire to do all that you can to keep more lives from being lost, this legislation isn't the answer. While research may be mixed on whether or not mandatory sentences deter crime, one fact is clear. Mandatory sentencing and mass incarceration has been devastating to Black citizens and communities in Baltimore, the same communities you say you are trying to protect. That fact alone should be enough to stop it from moving forward. Unfortunately, in Baltimore, there are so many more reasons why this legislation is a bad idea. From the DOJ report, to the federal racketeering charges, to the recently released video of officers allegedly planting drugs, our police department has shown over and over again that they cannot be trusted, especially when it comes to how they treat Black citizens in Baltimore. I cannot imagine why you would even think to give more power to this police department. We will not police our way out of the violence in our city. We must act in the best interest of the people impacted by this violence every day. Our priorities should be prevention and mediation, expanding safe streets, increasing the minimum wage, funding our schools and recreation centers, and ensuring that police respond in timely and respectful ways when residents do call on them for help, no matter what neighborhood they live in. The loss of life in our city is unacceptable. It absolutely should give us pause. This legislation, however, would take us backward, back to the days of zero tolerance, broken windows policing. I urge you not to take us back there, and to instead listen to the people who have come here today to demand solutions that strengthen our communities and not tear them apart. Thank you.
Thank you. Tawanda Jones.
I don't know whether to say good morning, good afternoon, especially since I've been since 8 o'clock this morning. So I don't even know how to greet y'all. And I'm real disappointed that the commissioner left. Like, soon as we was getting ready to speak, he left. And that's the main one I wanted to look in his face and tell him how dare he try to put all this stuff in place. He needs to clean his own house. He needs to really clean his own house. And we're talking about stuff that's already on the books. They already have a 5-year mandatory sentence that's on the books that goes after repeat violent offenders. Let's go after these repeat violent offender cops. And shame on him to be heartless to use victims and say, oh, if they would have stayed in jail, they would have been alive. Really? So if my brother Tyrone West would have stayed in jail, would he still be alive from road cops, Nicholas Chapman, Ruiz, and all of them? All 11 to 15 animals, repeat violent offenders that beat the life out of my brother. And they still walk in the street. And was nobody not in here when they arrested these brothers and brutalized them? They didn't just arrest them. Zach is now in the hospital. I'm going to tell you, in the hospital. But nobody cares. Chris wasn't even doing nothing. And that white officer targeted him. He was like, he jumped over, he pushed Clem Trueheart, almost knocked this Reverend CD over to go after Chris for nothing. And this is y'all answer, more arrests. But when the house Negroes get up here and talk, they get all the time in the world. But when we talking for the people, we get shut down. If y'all don't do the right things, I promise y'all, as much as I vote, we got Greg Bernstein out of office, a lot of y'all gonna go with him. Thank you.
Mr. Robinson.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you all moving me around. I'm a 68-year-old young man, native Washingtonian, graduate of Morgan State College, class of 1971. I was glad to see Dr. David Wilson here. I respect Jack Young, and I sympathize with Kathy Pugh. But one thing I wanted to say, and I think as city council people, that you ought to be cognizant and watch and listen. Commissioner Davis went down to Annapolis. He could not convince people. Well, he may think he got you all convinced that this bill should fly. I'm opposed to the bill, but I still like Commissioner Davis. I like this city council being transparent and open and receptive to listening. But don't get persuaded by, I think his name is Anderson, who kept referring to the commissioner, and then Cheryl, who referred to the commissioner. These are the same people he couldn't convince in Annapolis, but they're up here trying to run the game on you guys. So I appreciate this. I'm opposed because I know that if you look at the DOJ report, if you look at the history of the Baltimore City Police Department, nothing has changed. On paper, they were found to be what they are. Now they're getting exposed because of cameras. You don't buy bullets and guns and try to police yourself out of teenage boys at Madon throwing rocks and by getting more tanks, more guns, and trying to imprison more teenage boys because they ride dirt bikes or they have replica guns or they could be selling drugs. They've been profiled. I work with a lot of youth. I work in the community. I respect you all. Listen to your city council people that know what goes on in the community. Listen to your citizens that know what's going on in the community. Watch and pray. God bless you.
Thank you. Brother Ellsworth Johnson Bay.
Peace and blessing, everyone. My name is Brother Ellsworth Johnson Berry. I'm the founder of FOXO, which is an acronym for Fraternal Order of Ex-Offenders. I mentor at-risk, high-risk men and young folks, Bloods, Crip, Paru, BGF, because I've been there and done that. Yesterday I was Saul, today I'm Paul, only by God's grace and mercy. I'm not going to take credit for what we do as an organization, because anybody got credit, you're in debt. I've been in every institution in the state of Maryland, Miami, Philadelphia, New York, and other spaces and places, named in law books. I understand today, yesterday I was Saul, today I'm Paul. I wasn't a victim, I was a volunteer participant. In order to, what we talk about in the suites, my question would be why you can't take this to the streets. Why you can't engage that population, empower that population. Because what I do today, I'm not the only one. I come up on the gangsters, Little Melvin, Walter Berman, Charlie Burney, Lydia Jones, Quiet Man, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I made those choices, so this is my way of giving back. We have a program that deals with the psychology and sociology of criminality. All behaviors learn behavior. Children be what they see. We continue to point fingers out them, but we don't engage them and empower them. You can't help people unless you love people. Let me say this, the greatest industry in America is the military. Next to that is the criminal justice system. And I hear people continue to talk about how this bill would affect African Americans. It's much greater than that. Ask yourselves why we are 28% of the population in the state of Maryland, 80% of the population that's arrested, 95% or more that's incarcerated. It is by design. And the other thing that we need to study when we look at America, crime is traditional as apple pie. And the system is based on racism, classism, elitism, and all those other schisms. So if you want to change, you have to deal with the greatest capital. Everybody talking about money, 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 money. Dead president. The greatest capital is human capital. Because we're the ones that's going to change what is happening. We have an organization, one of our programs is called Communiversity. To follow what I'm saying, I work with a guy who I grew up with, and I'll say this in closing. I see you, Councilwoman Pat. There's no parity in disparities. We don't just hear you, everybody here feel you. And one of the things that I work with people like Leonard Ham, who was the former police commissioner, and he's in the streets helping people like us to do what we do. So I would suggest you have to change the complexity of the work that you do, because it's one thing to hide in the streets, but can you transcend this information into the streets and empower that population? Because those who doing the harm and the wrong, crime and the grime, 10 homeless people know 10 other homeless people. 10 times 10 is 100. Your methodology,
Thank you, sir.
is problematic. Thanks for allowing me to share.
Thank you. The next person on our list is Todd Oppenheim.
Madam Vice Chair, council members, my name is Todd Oppenheim. I'm a public defender in the city of 13 years. I've had a gun pulled on me, I've had shots ring out on my street, but I represent mainly African American people and indigent folks in the city. And some of them are charged with these handgun offenses. I'm firmly against this bill. The concept of graduated penalties for criminal offenses is the norm across the country. Basically, the less serious stuff has lower penalties, and you work your way up to higher sentences for more serious charges. Mandatory minimum sentences have thrown a wrench into that formula, as legislators like yourselves have labeled certain crimes to require automatic, non-negotiable mandatory sentences upon a conviction. Mandatories do not allow for exceptions. Judges will not be able to consider cases and defendants individually when they sentence. Judges will now be stripped of their power, and it will be placed into the hands of young, inexperienced prosecutors who will be handling these lower type handgun cases. Young, inexperienced prosecutors. This bill proposes a mandatory sentence for the lowest level of handgun offenses, which destroys any rubric of lesser versions of this crime. You can't go down from here. This allows for no room for error, no mistakes, no mercy. Think of what that says of us as a city. No mercy. I expect that rhetoric to come out of the Department of Justice right now, not this body. That's the big picture. There's three main problems with the mandatory sentences. One, handgun cases are not as you're making them out to be. Two, mandatories don't work to deter crimes as you purport they do. And three, we can't do anything in the justice system without being discriminatory. I currently represent individuals for felony. Please let me finish. You did not include our office in the panel, and you had the state's attorney's office. Could I please finish?
Well, just finish up. Please.
I will. I currently represent individuals for the felony versions of these charges, which carry a mandatory, yes, a mandatory sentence of 5 years up to 15 years of incarceration with enhancements. I would estimate that about half of the gun cases that I've handled are total garbage for the state in both misdemeanors and felonies. In other words, people aren't generally walking around brandishing weapons in possession scenarios. These are car stops, house and stash location raids that sometimes contain guns and many times have multiple people involved. If you think I'm embellishing, then why do jurors, our fellow citizens, reject the state's arguments time and again in these cases? I've even had a case in the spring where I chose a judge trial on a felony case, and he found my client not guilty.
We got to wrap.
I understand, but you didn't give us time
we really
before.
do. There's pages of people.
This proposed one-year sentence isn't going to convince anyone to put down a gun. The 5-year mandatories for repeat violent offenders and felons don't work already. Neither does our city gun registry. No other jurisdiction in the state has a gun registry, and it does nothing for us. And let's talk about equal justice.
No, sir, I've read your article, and we all understand your expertise.
You didn't respond to my email.
No, we have to observe time limits.
It's like being in court. I feel like I'm back in circuit court.
Well.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Norman Eaton. Is Norman Eaton present? Mr. Eaton. After him will be Joe Brown. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, if this isn't your time, don't start the clock. I'm sorry. We have 2 minutes, and we have 5 pages of sign-ins for that time. So I didn't mean to, I'm not using your time, sir. So please, thank you.
All right, good day. My name is Reverend Norman Eaton. I'm the pastor of Greater Hope Worship Center in Brooklyn. I serve the 10th District in South Baltimore. I'm also an active member of Safe Streets, the RICH program, Baltimore City Police Department chaplain, as well as the vice president of the Cherry Hill Ministerial Alliance. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts regarding the mandatory sentencing for illegal gun possession. As we approach the end of another violent month, we continue to see a rash of gun violence in our beloved city. If we continue on this course, 2017 will be the deadliest year yet. As of yesterday, we see that this year alone, there has been 194 recorded homicides in our city, with 171 or 88% being gun-related, 178 or 92% of all homicides being African American, with an average age of only 32 years old. Of the 178 homicides, 166 or 86% were males and 6% were females. Approximately 50% of the homicide victims have previously been arrested for a gun crime. Many of these acts have been perpetrated by individuals that are already in the system as having illegal firearms. Now, with 171 gun-related homicides, there's approximately 370 non-fatal shootings in the city thus far. There have been 605 convictions of crimes committed with a firearm or the illegal possession of such. Of those, 60% or 363 of these convictions have resulted in a suspended sentence in which the individual is released from jail despite the conviction. It is a proven fact that our African American communities do not fare well as some of our other communities and races. But I'm not here to speak on that disparity, though I believe it greatly influences the high number of African American victims that have fallen to gun violence. We all know that picking up a firearm or illegally possessing such is an addiction, is not an addiction, but a decision, and we must hold fast that those that shoot, maim, and or kill, we must hold them accountable. We must treat the illegal possession of a firearm as the serious offense that it is. The sad fact is that the offenders do not view possession of an illegal firearm as having any serious consequences. This is where this ordinance will help get the message across. The message being carrying an illegal firearm for any reason, and anybody, I do say anybody, you are going to jail and pay a fine. And of course, with the African American community being plagued by this violent behavior, it may lead to an unfavorable number of people being incarcerated, and after serving only 1 year, the probability of them returning back into a society that still has not dealt with the educational, medical, and mental health issues leading to this behavior, their returning back to the unhealthy lifestyles and crime is very high.
Pastor, can you wrap?
Yeah, I'm almost done. Yeah.
We gave you extra time because we did start late.
Okay, all right, not a problem. This ordinance before us today is just another tool in the tool of prosecutors have and should not interfere with state law. After careful consideration regarding this ordinance, imposing a mandatory sentence for the illegal possession of a handgun, I believe it's a good strategy and feel that this 1 year mandatory sentence and $1,000 fine should be processed.
Thank
we
you.
are dealing with a totally different mindset. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Kinji Scott. Oh, did I call a name? Oh, Joe, I did call your name. Mr. Kinji Scott is after that.
Good afternoon. I'm Joe Brown. I'm founder of Peaceable City, which is part of the Baltimore Quaker Peace and Justice Committee. I'm here to oppose this legislation. Our beloved city's at a crossroads. In the name of law and order, through decades of mandatory minimum sentencing, we've churned thousands of young, mostly black men through an inhumane prison system and spit them back on the streets, still shackled by untreated trauma, unmeetable debt, insuperable obstacles to full citizenship, employment, and community membership. We've stripped our elected judges of discretion and substituted an ad hoc system of snap judgments by equally young men in uniforms with insufficient training and tenuous ties to our communities who work under emotional duress and physical insecurity. We're inundated with guns and steeped in a toxic culture of violence. Effective programs like public education, safe streets, community arts have been decimated. In this setting, why on earth would we choose to go backwards, align ourselves with the authoritarian U.S. Attorney General Jeff Sessions, and rev up the massive machinery that is grinding our communities to death? Our legal system depends on the careful work of an educated judiciary. To shift the weight of justice entirely onto the overburdened young shoulders of police officers whose average age at graduation from the academy has just gone up to 26 is to sacrifice democracy for security, and a false and temporary one at that. Please vote no on mandatory minimum sentencing. Thank you.
Mr. Scott?
I do not believe that no one has spoken out against violence as an activist as I have. I've did it since 2014. We are right now at 853 homicides in this city since January the 15th. 2 of those homicides happened on my street. And Yitzi was there for the last one, which was, I'm right Yitzi, 2 doors from my house, as a young man lay dead in the street. And then a few weeks before that, another one shot on the corner. We talked about programs for kids and social service programs, but Jack, you remember when I said several years ago that we needed to start providing services, wraparound services in our schools for kids, and we didn't do it. And that was 10 years ago, and so those kids were 7, 11, 12, and now they're 20 and 21 and 20, and now we're burying them every day. I just got back from St. Louis. My little cousin was killed January the 10th, and he still lay at the funeral home because his mama can't bury him. We're not here because we need mandatory minimums, Brandon. We're here because we've had a police commissioner that has been here since January the 5th, 2015, and yet he is still he's failed to implement a comprehensive citywide public safety plan. It has not happened. And so when you do not have law and order, what you get is lawlessness. We have a state's attorney, and we talk about what we need as a mandatory minimum, but when we're getting state after state and NAR process after NAR process, and I sat in the state's attorney's office before they fired me for talking about this, when we got ASAs that goes in the court, Jay, and they're not prepared, and you have judges that tell them that they're not prepared for court and tell them that you got police officers that have a history of lying. And so what happens is people who you have with gun charges are dismissed and NAR processed. This is not a point, and you know I hate violence. Y'all know where I stand on it. So anything that we can do to stop it, I'm with it. But I'm not with this, because I know that we already have laws on the books, and those laws are what we need to have enforced. And this council, what you need to do, what needs to be mandatory, is that this commissioner who left here earlier implement a citywide public safety plan, because we are operating this city without one. It absolutely makes no sense.
Mr. Scott, I got to ask you to wrap up.
I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wendell Gordon.
You know, in my line of work, crime pays, but all money ain't good money. City Ordinance 170111 is not good money. This ordinance doesn't lead us down the path to justice. It leads us down the path to oppression. There's a reason why we say, tell it to the judge, because they're there to listen to all the facts, even the mitigation, and consider what's fair and just. They're particularly suited for this task because they've been qualified through their experience in their community relations. Unlike the police, they have to live in the communities in which they sit and have jurisdiction. So they have no interest in putting violent criminals back on the street. And we've been very irresponsible to blame them for the cases that come before them when they look at them on an individual basis, when this council does not spend any appreciable time in court, yet they want to micromanage our city judges? The gall, the temerity of it? Where do you get it from? How much will it cost to implement this plan? We know it costs $38,363 to incarcerate an individual for 1 year. We had 605 convictions last year. That amounts to $23.2 million. Is Baltimore City going to foot that bill? Is Baltimore City concerned that state taxpayers will have to pay that? How much does it cost to hire an attorney to defend one of these bogus charges? 4 in a car, all 4 charged with 1 gun. A gun found in a shed in the backyard, and everybody in the house is charged in a house raid situation. But we charge about between $3,500 and $10,000 as private counsel to handle one of these cases, to get you to where you should have been in the very beginning, not charged in the first place. And last, you're going to give this authority to a police department that's been corrupt for a very long time. They've been charged and convicted of theft, racketeering, overtime fraud, robbery, false reports, brutality,
Mr. Gordon, I gotta ask you
planting
to wrap up,
evidence,
sir.
stealing evidence, and then you want to trust them with your babies to ensure that when they make an arrest, it is a legitimate arrest. Ladies and gentlemen, please consider your position and what you have the power to do and not do. You don't want to make prosecutors judges and police prosecutors and leave a judge in an empty robe. Let them do their
Mr.
job,
Gordon,
and you do
I gotta
yours.
ask you to,
Thank
to
you.
wrap up. Thank you. Miss Barbara Sims, mother of Vanessa Sims. Miss Sims. Would you like to come up, Miss Sims?
Oh. Oh. Was she?
Wherever she wants to sit
Oh,
is
she's going to sit
perfect.
right beside you.
Okay, hi, my name is Vanessa Sims. Me and my son Chance is 1. We are victims of a gun-related shooting. I was 36 weeks pregnant, 34 weeks pregnant with Chance, and I got shot in my back. Chance was shot in his shoulder within the womb, and it came across his chest and came out his elbow, and the bullet came out my stomach. I have friends that died from shootings. I have 3 kids. After that, I don't even like my kids outside. It kind of messed me up mentally, but we're doing a lot better. I'm walking better. Chance is great. He's moving his hand. He got shot in his arm. He's moving his hand. He's great. As far as this goes, putting them away forever might help, but then again, just like everybody's saying, as far as with law enforcement, if we still have the same officers, it just might not help. You have officers killing people just like black people are killing people. We all need to work together to stop it. Just y'all by yourself not gonna be able to do it. Just like us people in the city, we're not gonna be able to do it by ourselves. We all have to work together. Everybody is looking at it in the same way, but everybody feels the same way too. Nobody wants to be harmed. Nobody wants nobody to harm their family, and that's why it's gonna continue. Mandatory lockup is not the thing, because you putting them away, but what are you doing when it's time for them to come home, if they do come home? I mean, y'all could put them away, send them to therapy or something. They need help. They don't need to be put away forever, because it's not helping. Because guess what? Another one, I'm not saying my son, but a baby is born every day, and they all grow up to turn out semi the same way. The world has to change these kids. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Lucky Crosby.
Good evening. My name Lucky Crosby Sr.
You can lift that up. There you go.
Good evening. My name Lucky Crosby Sr. I want to be brief. On July the 25th of 2016, I buried my first son. On March the 20th of 2016, I buried my second son. And I stand 100% against this bill. We live in Sandtown, Winchester. I'm so glad to see you. We have issues in Sandtown, Winchester. We need jobs, but we also need the police to do their job. I am 100% for Commissioner Kevin Graziano Davis to be terminated. Thank you.
Neil Franklin. Is there a Neil Franklin? He's not here. He left. Rod Easter.
Oh.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, council, Mr. President. I'm out of retirement. I'm in retirement, so I know this council pretty well. I know the people around here. I know my way. I'm going to break my anonymity. I'm a recovering addict. And being a recovering addict, there's a lot of things that go along associated with that. But I've been clean for, 31 and a half years. And I've got a 40-year-old son and a 23-year-old grandson. And I'm the police in that family. Neither one of them have been caught with illegal guns, and neither one of them have illegal guns. So by me being a recovering addict, there were some things in my past that caught up with me even a couple of years ago when I went to get a certificate through Homeland Security, which I got cleaned up from 1977. But what this is about, to me, is respect for the law and respect for society. There's no mercy when someone takes a handgun, an illegal handgun, and terrorizes somebody at robbery or murder, and I don't care what age you are. Maybe I'm on both sides with this. Maybe we're trying to save a young person at the expense of another life. And to that life that's lost, it's not fair. One of the things that I see about this piece of legislation, that there ought to be some type of mandatory rehabilitation while people are incarcerated. In my professional career, I was head of construction unions. And we were looking for young people all the time. And we still are. And I still can be approached with it. Even now, I sponsor a Little League baseball team at the James Mosier Little League, where I played at in the 1960s. My parents live on Bentlow Street. That's where I was raised. It's the Wild Wild West right now. I have an HQL. For those who you don't know what that is, that's a handgun qualifications license. I went through the proper routes to get mine. I don't carry my gun illegally. I do it the right way because I know what the law is. And I would just say, I know my time has expired and I want to finish this up. I just want to say that maybe we can stop a murder and save a young person's life, by letting them know while they are young and able to straighten things out and get a hold of them that this is not the right way to go. We've got to change the culture of society for people to take up for people who break the law. It's just not right. There are laws on the books already, and I think that this one is a start somewhere. We just can't sit back and allow this city to go on with the amount of murders and the amount of assaults that happens without doing nothing and just say we got to look out for Pookie. It ain't right. Thank you for allowing me to share.
Hillary Hellerback? Hillary Hellerback? Kenneth Gui?
Good evening. On behalf of the Baltimore City branch of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, I'm here to stand in strong opposition of Bill 17-0111. Simply put, this legislation is a product of good intentions married to bad policy and wedded to disastrous results. As history and research has shown, the results of mandatory minimum is a mistake we cannot afford to make. We ultimately agree with Chief Justice Beverly McCain when he stated that mandatory minimums could reasonably foresee cases that could lead to gross disproportionate sentences. We also agree with the University of Minnesota law professor Michael Tonry when he stated that the weight of evidence clearly shows mandatory penalties has no demonstrable marginal deterrent effects on short-term effects, nor is it clear that mandatory minimum sentences reduce crime. The initial presentation of this legislation mentioned the intention of getting dangerous and repeat offenders off the street and that the work of creating employment opportunities won't stop or be slowed. These comments are void of reality as no major legislation or hearing has been presented to structurally change an economy which has left some Baltimoreans, the same population targeted by this legislation, to feel neglected and felt like they have to defend for themselves. As the University of Shellsville School of Law found, it is the economic factors, such as housing, welfare, and social policy, and not criminal justice, which provides a greater indication on crime trends. That is why, if we can agree on the ultimate goal of a safe and free Baltimore, we must also agree on creating a new economy where economic and racial equity is a reality. I urge all City Council members to vote no on 17-0111 and immediately work on creating a new economic reality for the disenfranchised.
Thank you. C.D. Witherspoon? C.D. Witherspoon? All right. Christine Seeloff? Christine Seeloff?
Here we go.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry, I'm kind of frazzled because I have to submit to you today that I've been coming to City Hall since Sheila Dixon was City Council President, and I have never, ever been treated so disrespectfully here in City Hall, ever. And I have never seen anywhere, wherever I've gone in the country, whether it's been to testify on a bill in Selma, Alabama, or Los Angeles, or wherever in the country, I've never seen the way that the police department conducted themselves in dealing with the citizens of this city from moments ago. So I just had to open up by saying that. With that being said, you know, when we look at this particular proposal, one of the things that I know, being a resident of Sandtown, is that I know that when we talk about public safety, we oftentimes just talk about policing. We're not really talking about public safety. Because when we talk about public safety, we can't talk about public safety without talking about the fact that the governor's declared a state of emergency for opioids. And we know that that did not become a state of emergency until it began to start filtering out of the black communities and into other communities, and that's when people begin to start becoming concerned about that particular issue. So why are we not talking about public health issues? Why are we not talking about quality of life issues? Why is it that every time we talk about issues in relationship to black and brown and poor people and working class people, we're talking about punitive issues? We're talking about more police, we're talking about police overtime, we're talking about more jails, and we're talking about more prisons. That in and of itself however you want to look at it, is quite frankly mass incarceration, and it is an exacerbation of the situation that this city is in. And what we've got to be cognizant of and fully aware of the fact is that we stand on the shoulders of generations of systemic and structural racism that have created the situation that we are experiencing in Baltimore City. And for us not to take those issues under consideration when we talk about these proposals, shame on us. We must talk about systemic and structural racism. We must talk about poverty, because 25% of the residents of Baltimore City live in abject poverty. We must talk about poverty because 87% of young people in Baltimore City public schools qualify for free lunch. Once upon a time, you had to fill out the application. Now, you don't even have to fill out the application because the foregone conclusion is that all the kids are poor. So when we talk about public safety, let us rise to the challenge of redefining public safety to begin to talk about public health. Let us talk about lead paint poisoning. Let us talk about the crack epidemic. Let us talk about the state of emergency for opioid and the impact that has on the public safety of issues. Because what we know is that public safety is just not public safety in and of itself. Public health contributes to public safety and also the quality of life.
CD, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up, please.
I will, and I'm going to take my seat. In 1995, there was a lawsuit that was filed by public housing residents in Baltimore City. It was Thompson versus HUD. And it was a lawsuit that you all are familiar with, where public housing residents sued the housing department and sued HUD because HUD had created neighborhoods that were created pockets of poverty and vast oceans of prosperity. When you look at those neighborhoods today, those are the neighborhoods that are proliferations of crime and violence. So the situation that we are seeing today, the city of Baltimore, HUD, and the housing department created.
Thank you. Molly Amster. Molly Amster.
Well, I'm not Molly Amster. I'm Dr. Gwen Du Bois, but she asked me to speak for her for Jews United for Justice, and then I'm also going to say something as I'm
You were
president
next on the list.
of
Perfect.
Chesapeake Physicians for Social Responsibility, so I have two hats. Molly's word was shanda. This is a disgrace. Jews United for Justice is very much against this bill. The outcomes we suspect will not be good outcomes, and it's the same injustice for the same group of people who just don't seem to matter to anybody. As a physician, it's not just, and I think that's the thing Jews United for Justice will say. This isn't justice. If you have justice, you have a judge who evaluates the situation. You don't incarcerate a whole group of people because you decide that that's what the law is going to say. That's not justice. As a physician, I'm old enough that in the last century we practiced based on what someone a year older than us told us what to do. But now we use evidence. Where is the evidence for this? And how can we have a law like this without any evidence? You know, breast cancer is a terrible thing. We used to do radical mastectomies to all women, and then the outcome of overtreatment was sometimes devastating. We now try to practice evidence-based medicine. We ought to be practicing public health, public laws that are evidence-based. And I just want to say one final thing, hearing Anibal Basu about the economic loss. Well, what's the money that's being stolen from low-income communities by incarceration? When children are lead poisoned, economists at Mount Sinai have looked at to what amount of money has been lost from incomes lost from IQ loss from lead poisoning. When young people are put in jail and then never able to get good jobs, what is the wealth that's stolen from them? We steal wealth from the lower income neighborhoods in our city, and we just don't seem to see them or care. At Sinai Hospital, we take care of patients in the clinic, and they just don't seem to matter to lawmakers here. Let's make it evidence-based. Let's not just throw a whole generation of people in jail. Thank you very much.
Thomas Coyne. Or Coyne.
Good afternoon. I'm Thomas Coyne. I'm here, startlingly, an article in Philadelphia that just recently came up was a consent decree that the district attorney's office and the police department in Philadelphia would no longer take money seized from crimes or assets seized from crimes and feed them to their own devices for paying off snitches, for paying off insider actions that aren't on the books. What they've agreed to by consent is that money that is taken from the community, drugs, liquidated vehicles, go back to the community to take care of rehab, reconstruction of building, reconstruction of neighborhoods. It's redirecting funds from crimes in that community that damage that community back to the same communities to rebuild the devastation that spawned these crimes in the first place. It's inventive, and I hope as a solution this body takes a look at it. This body has been given its power by the Constitution of Maryland. Part of the Constitution of Maryland also recognizes the separation of powers. The judicial branch is supposed to judge crimes. It's supposed to take in evidence. It's supposed to weigh, and it's supposed to not blanketly impose, but impose justice. I do not mind counsel imposing on them, calling them out and saying, these judges are too lenient and putting public pressure on them. But going forward and taking the judicial right away from the body is tantamount to exceeding the limits of the constitutional barriers. The legal department put forward as an excuse for this Section 4209B, which provides the distance by municipal, the distance regulations by a county, municipal corporation, or special taxing district. The city of Baltimore is not a county. It is none of these. The law is very intent that in these things, an omission is not intentional. The city of Philadelphia is a city, an independent city. It is not under this code, and by being an exception to this code, the distance should not apply. And I will close with one last statement. This hearing itself, by Robert's rules, which this body runs by, hearing bills, Rule 10.3, schedule hearing earliest permitted date. No bill shall be scheduled to be heard sooner than the second Thursday after its introduction. Even this hearing is not following judicial procedure.
So, thank you, Mr. Coyne. I will point out that Rules 10.2 and 10.3 of the City Council rules, which have been approved by this council, were suspended in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order last Monday when this hearing was announced. Therefore, this hearing is in fact valid. We do have a parliamentarian with us somewhere, Mr. Swift, who's the parliamentarian for the council. I don't want to debate it, but I would be happy to discuss it with you after the hearing.
Since the notes weren't available for me to review from that meeting, since they weren't transcribed, I was not able to ascertain that. I will accept that from the board.
It's true.
Thank you.
Well,
And also, the city council rules do supersede Robert's Rules of Order. Robert's Rules of Order is only intended to provide guidance in instances where something is not prescribed in the city council rules. But again, I'd be happy to talk after. And the last thing I would point out is that the minutes from the council meeting, the previous council meeting, okay, all right. I'm explaining. So this is, thank you, Mr. Coyne. Ma'am, this is the first person that I've heard talk about whether or not it was valid for the council to have this meeting today, that specific point. What I'm saying is that last Monday, we suspended Rules 10.2 and 10.3 of the City Council rules.
Be true to your policy.
Excuse me?
Be true to your policy.
We were.
No, you're not. You lying.
Okay. Carter Richardson. William Miller. Ricky Mannon.
How you doing, members of the council? It was good to see you out there Wednesday evening when Wanda Hurd spoke about mandatory minimums. And my name is Ricky Mann. I don't feel the need to really express myself because who I am is not important as why I'm here. So most importantly, I want you all to know that we have a common understanding on this bill. We all feel the same. We're talking about bipartisan ideas, but everybody wants their kids safe. Nobody wants blood. I'm an ex-offender. I got 2 sons that go to school, black boys that go to school in Baltimore City. They're my boys. I want them, and I don't own a gun anymore. I was convicted of a gun. Let me not get off on the tangent. Before anything goes into effect, wherever you lie on this bill, I want you guys to know that there's already a state-mandated legislative bill that was enacted in 2009 that will prevent this from running smoothly. And I challenge anybody. But for the details of that circumstances is that we want to deal with community and police, togetherness. Everybody, even the people with respect due to the people that were murdered, their parents, they still don't want people to be locked up. This is a systematic racial. I'm not gonna go back and forth with the volley. This is what I'm going after, is that until this is repealed, until Correctional Service Article 7-501B is repealed, this legislation, if enacted, will violate the same system that Correctional Service 7-501B is that anybody that's convicted of a non-parolable sentence for a violent crime, until this is repealed, will do their sentence without diminution credits. Anybody in Maryland knows, the reason why I brought that up, sir, was that Miss Wanda Hurd said how her hands are tied behind her back when it comes to mandatory minimums. We already had mandatory minimums that are supposed to deter gun violence with the 5-year non-parolable sentence. People don't know. That's why I'm here. But this is not my platform for this. This is the situation at hand. But if y'all pass this bill, it's gonna create even more of a disparity between you and the community, because y'all are all saying this is how it's gonna go. This is how it's gonna go. Even if it, this is how you're saying it's gonna go. But when a judge gives somebody in Baltimore City or any court a non-parolable sentence, they sentence them off to the Division of Corrections. Upon entering the Division of Corrections, the jurisdiction of that judge is no longer, involved. It's on to the commitment department of the Division of Corrections to say and interpret law, state law, governing the diminution credit eligibility requirements, right, and applying it to those inmates. As of right now, despite where you lay on this bill, or bipartisan at all, I'll finish it up here in 1 second. It's not going to work how you want, because people are not going to earn any diminution credits. The people that are being affected by it, their rights are going to be violated, and y'all are trying to say, let's be transparent. Let's be transparent. We're all bipartisan. We all want the blood to stop. Y'all have the ability to create a committee board for the citizens to have an impact. I'm the one that's being affected by this. That's why I'm here. I took off work. Sorry, Mr. Keith. I said I was at the doctor's, but I had to be here in order to say this. You know what I mean? I got plenty more to say. I challenge anybody. I just want to say, let's stop the blood. Y'all have the ability to create something for us all to go at the same problem that we're here for.
Warren Alperstein, Alice Oakes,
That's funny.
Kevin Fenwick. We did Kevin Fenwick.
So funny. He's talking to his employer.
Andre
He said, sorry, I
Austin or Alston? Andre Austin. Okay. Ian Schlackman. Yeah, I saw him earlier. Calvin Smith. You're up, sir.
Oh my gosh, here he is.
Polite persistence pays off.
Good afternoon. First of all, I was really blindsided because when I came in the other day, this is my first time being down here, and when I came in the other day, I didn't know about this legislation that was going on. Councilman Clark, I was told to sign the book and come in and you can voice your opinion on anything. Nobody told me about this gun thing. I have a whole lot of stuff that I could say about the guns and Freddie Gray, the policeman, and the juveniles and all. Just last Wednesday, Dwight Warren, the executive director of McKim Center and one of my charities, we walked and the Upward Mission, the homeless shelter over on Baltimore Street, the director, Gearman, we all walked. But what I had came down here for, first of all now, and I'm going to try to incorporate all in because I'm totally blindsided by this. But the thing of it is, the biggest pet peeve that I have at these councilmen, this minimum wage thing. First of all, we're laying off teachers. We're we're closing down the recreation centers. I cannot believe, now tomorrow is my 42nd wedding anniversary. I'll be 65 the next day. I worked 39 years at the steel mill. I've helped people. I worked 3.5 years down at Juvenile Justice, 300 North Gay Street. As a motivator, I work with people and I love people. But what I absolutely cannot understand, how in the world do we expect that this youth, and you got grown adults 60 years old working 2 and 3 jobs at McDonald's, and you got this little lousy, filthy slave wages going on. You cannot get this minimum wage up to $15 an hour. This is insane. You've got all this stuff going on. You've got the bottle tax, you've got the rain tax, you've got the this tax, you got your speed cameras. You got all this stuff which you're going to generate another $20–25 million. It seems like everything is going up. Everything is going away from the people and going to the city. Nothing is going to the people. This is insane. We got Bozo the Clown. We've got the dictator in chief, the circus clown. In the White House, you're not getting nothing from him. You're not getting anything from him unless you are a millionaire 10 times over. Then you got these young kids out here trying to get jobs and trying to get opportunities. All people don't want to stay home with mommy and daddy, granddaddy, and grandmama till they're 45 and 50 years old. So I came down here to address all of these things, but then I got blindsided by this, by this legislation. So I think that minimum wage should be revisited. You've got homeless. You've got 22.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up, please.
Okay, I'm going to wrap up.
I think that's a good note on which to end, though.
Yes, but you got 22% of the homeless people are military people. 22 military people commit suicide a day. What are you going to do? You don't have jobs for them. You don't have anything. They get treated terrible when they come home. And this minimum wage thing is insane. But yet, when your time come up for your raises, here, the yays have it. So you got to start looking out for the people and these youths. I got a lot of Freddie Gray stuff. I'll end it right now. And Commissioner Clark, I told you at the beginning, if there was 100 Murray Pat Clarks in this city would move forward. A lot of this councilman and a lot of this garbage is going on, not looking out for the people. I worked all them years at the steel mill, helping people left and right. I did more in one day than a lot of this council has done in the whole time that you have been serving. You got to look out for the people, and them youths are going totally south if you don't get this money and activities and all right. Thank you.
Sir. And just a point of clarification, contrary to popular belief, we don't get to determine our salaries. We have nothing to do with that, what our raises are. We don't.
When are you going to raise
self-serving? I'm
You're doing this minimum wage like it takes a roach to crawl from China to Baltimore.
The reality is the city council has no power whatsoever over its wages. If you want to accept that or deny that reality, you are welcome to. Nikai Campbell. Sir, sir, please. Nakai Campbell.
I've done more
Sir, you're out of order. I gave you the courtesy of moving you to the front. Please give me the same courtesy and allow me to conduct the hearing, sir. Thank you. Nakai Campbell. Pardon? If we're speaking facts, yes, that would be very helpful.
What? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
How everybody doing today? My name is Nakai Campbell. I'm a student organizer with Communities United, and I'm just here to speak on this mandatory minimum bill of handguns and stuff. I come from the 9th district, which John Bullock represents. And I don't know if y'all are aware, but the crime rate in my community is outrageous, and it seems like no one really gets into detail and asks why these murders happening, why are all these crimes happening. Well, I think I have the answer for y'all. Formerly incarcerated people get out of jail trying to start fresh with a clean slate. They go out looking for jobs but can't find one and can't get hired because they have a record. Not many jobs will hire a person with a record. Then that person is left with no choice but to either go to a low-income job, and when that doesn't pay them enough, they start doing things they will, like selling drugs or committing other bad crimes. Maybe if there were more job opportunities for them that will hire some of these formerly incarcerated people and actually pay them well, crime rate will be decreased. This bill will not solve any problems. It will only make them worse, which will affect the community and many more. Please, Councilman Bullock, change your mind on this decision you made. Myself and many other people are dependent on you. Thank you.
Melvin Banker? Melvin with the last name B, the third. Okay. Keisha Ha.
I wasn't going to speak, but because I submitted my comments via email, and Council Chairman Costello, you graciously responded, as well as a few others. So I just want to take this opportunity. A lot of things have been said about what's right and what's wrong with this bill. But I do want to take this opportunity to discuss, if it's not apparently clear, that there is a lack of confidence in the Baltimore City Police Department. So whatever you decide as far as this particular bill or a expanded policy to curb violence, that I think having a hearing such as this one about not just the contract negotiations that are going on currently, since Baltimore Police Department is currently working without a new contract, the Law Enforcement Bill of Rights, the current disgrace that the Baltimore Police has brought upon our city, that if this council felt it deemed it necessary to hold a public hearing to show not just the residents but the world that we care about how we're being perceived, that our police officers are not acting in our best interests. And if this council even gave a small modicum of concern about that, and then perhaps we could start to build the trust and do a lot of the things that have been asked of us here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Our next speaker is Rahuk Stroll. Am I saying that correctly? From Fremont Avenue. Oh.
I'm Melvin Barker.
Well, wait a minute, that's not the same. What happened?
You called his name earlier. He just didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you're, okay, grab it. Let's hear from you, thank you. Oh, thank you. Okay. What, no, speak into the microphone so we can record you.
I got this.
So tell us you don't want to speak. What's your name?
I'm Melvin Barker. I'm youth with Communities United, and I really don't want to speak because I'm a little upset with my decision of my council person, so I really don't want to speak like that.
Well, okay, but we'd like to hear from you. We have, you have a couple minutes. You wrote something out. Why don't you just read it out loud to us? Can you stop the clock and push them back? Okay, because you'll be sorry if you don't later. You know, I know it's hard. All right, just read us what you got, and off we go.
All right. I'm a teenager who lives in Baltimore City and having multiple reasons why you should vote no on this bill. Mass incarceration affected the nation, and especially Baltimore City, since the 70s, and I don't understand why Catherine Poole is trying to pass the bill. If the current bill is basically the same thing, just skipping a step. So I see the bill is unnecessary. Also, instead of putting people in jail, you could give them something to do instead of the illegal thing to do, like giving them jobs. And also, the chief of police should stop trying to throw people in jail for having guns and find out where the guns are coming from. Please think twice about your vote, because you know that ruining people's lives by locking them up is not the true thing to do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barker. Okay, good work. We all feel the way you feel the first time you step up to a microphone in a public place, scared to death, and you've overcome it. All right. Oops, where's my, oh, here they are. I'm sorry. The next person is last name York, from JOTF. Karen. Oh, here you are.
How much time I got? 2 minutes?
After that will be Lauren Kelly Washington. You're on.
Awesome. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the council. My name, for the record, is Karen York. Until August 4th, I'm Director of Policy for the Job Opportunities Task Force. At that time, I will then take over the helm as Executive Director of the Job Opportunities Task Force. We are a statewide local nonprofit that focuses on helping low-wage workers advance to high-wage jobs and eliminating employment barriers, particularly for those individuals that have interacted with the criminal justice system. I'm going to be very quick, or I'll try to be, or I think I'm going to be quick. I just want to touch on a couple of points, mostly in response to what I've heard today. Point number one, the proposed piece of legislation would start the conversation. This is not a conversation starter. We've had this conversation time and time again. We most recently had the conversation at the state level in 2015 and in 2016 when the state engaged in justice reinvestment conversations. Now, during that time, if you're familiar with the justice reinvestment or you're not, the idea was to analyze 10 years of state prison population data to determine who we're locking up, why, and for how long. And of that data, a number of recommendations came out. One of the recommendations was to eliminate mandatory minimums. Yes, while the mandatory minimum elimination was focused on nonviolent drug offenders, there were a number of individuals, whether they be judges, whether they be defense attorneys, or whether they be criminal justice advocates, that wanted to extend the conversation to guns. Why? For many of the reasons that you've heard earlier. You have situations where an attorney is representing a client, they're in a car with other individuals and are unaware that there's a handgun present, or they are in possession of a handgun for their own protection and may have not gone through the necessary protocols because they were unaware of how to actually complete the permit registration or a host of other incidents. So because of that, the state acknowledged, in addition to, and I have to say this, approximately 87% of the state prison population that's serving mandatory minimums are African American. That number is worse than Mississippi. And because of that, the state very quickly moved to eliminate mandatory minimums for nonviolent drug offenders and are interested in returning back to it. My last point very quickly, since I know that time has expired, We've had this conversation before, not anything new. The data is already out there, national, state, and local. We know that economic opportunities are the way to reduce and eliminate crime. If you want to get a gun out of someone's hand, you put a job in front of them. You allow stable housing. You allow opportunities for them to access, opportunities for them to support their families, okay? And so if we are really looking, this is not to say that the advocates that are against mandatory minimums do not care about this skyrocketing gun violence, but this is not the way to do it. We know that 15,000 individuals are returning from our state prison facilities, and more than half are returning to Baltimore City. Many of them have little or no work experience, and many of them have low literacy levels. If we want to ensure that they don't slip through the cracks and head back to a life of crime, then we need to identify and support those opportunities for investment that's not incarceration, and I urge your opposition to CB 170111. Thank you.
Thank you. A fast talker. Lauren Kelly Washington, I don't hear a response. Lydia Walther from Chesterfield. Ah, here you are. Good. I'm sorry, I can't quite. Is it Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay, so Lydia Walther Rodriguez.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Lydia Walther Rodriguez. I am the lead organizer with CASA here in Baltimore. CASA is the largest immigrant rights and advocacy organizations here in the state of Maryland, and we serve here our community members in Baltimore. We are strongly opposing the mandatory sentencing provision because we know that destructive consequences it will have on our black and brown youth here in Baltimore City, particularly our young black men. We know that history and the recent Department of Justice investigation have documented would disproportionately likely be stopped and arrested by Baltimore City Police. Additionally, we know that the consequences would be triggered for many in immigrant families. Imposing a mandatory 1-year sentence for possession of a firearm could result in increased penalties. For example, if charged as an aggravated felony under the federal immigration law, this sentence would dramatically limit the options immigrant community members and non-citizens for applying for any sort of citizenship relief. This is why we continue to strongly oppose the City Council bill. Even long-term legal permanent residents are subject to deportation after an aggravated felony. The Baltimore State's Attorney recently issued guidance directing her prosecutors to take into consideration the context of the immigration consequences when charging individuals. If this council bill is passed, it would make it more difficult for both prosecutors and judges to be able to potentially serve immigrant consequences associated with even a first offender for this crime. CASA assists hundreds of permanent residents seeking to naturalize every year. We have seen the impact that even minor crimes offense can have in creating permanent bars to citizenship, and especially under the Trump administration, in triggering deportation proceedings. Baltimore needs to be a part of the solution in ensuring second chances and opportunity for advancement. I ask the council to oppose this bill, and I ask the council to oppose it because we cannot continue to oppress our black and brown communities. Thank you.
Thank you, and good timing. That was making the timing. Lena Leone. Here she is. And after Lena Leone will be Brother B. Bay. He spoke? Oh, okay, fine. After that will be Carly Weiss, W-A-I-S. Next, after, yes. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Lena Leone. I'm from Greenmount West. It's a small community in East Baltimore.
Oh, we know it well.
Okay. It wasn't known that well a little while ago, but so on March 31st of last year, Matthew Wood and Kamani Johnson had come to the corner of Lanvale and Barclay, and their car was parked.
Wait, what's happening? What?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, start.
They had come to the corner of Lanvale and Barclay. Their car was parked in the wrong direction, and Mr. Wood was he's 43 years old. It was a father and son, and they had come to, well, the corner of Lambville and Barclay it's a playground. We've been trying to establish this as a playground for over a decade, applied for grants, did community cleanups, tried to eradicate the drug market. But they had come to this playground in the middle of an afternoon. This is within 1 to 2 blocks of 2 schools and 2 community centers. And they brought semi-automatic weapons and were intending to assassinate someone on the playground. There were kids all over. School was out. And if it wasn't for a BPD intel unit that had stopped them, it could have been much, much worse. So Kamani was 18 years old, and his father was 43. But they were both, well, Mr. Wood was out on probation, and Kamani had just got out of jail for handgun violations. This is not an isolated incident. It happens every year. And I'm in favor of this resolution. I think it should be a felony to carry an illegal handgun because it's final. Death is final, and too many of our young people are dying. It's really hard. I've got 2 girls, 7 and 8 years old, and I want to be able to continue to raise them in the city. And kids they're afraid to go outside. And I want you, as our council, to stand up and be leaders of this city and take a stand and do what's necessary to just end the violence.
Thank you. Thank you. Brother B, oh no, he already spoke. Yes, Brother B. Bay. Carly Weiss.
She's a member of my organization. I'll go in her place because she has left. Is that okay?
It's okay. Are you signed? So you're going to take her place now, and when we get to your name, you're.
You can go to my. Well, can I go now because I have to take Brother Bay to the doctor, and I've been asking 5 times. So let me go
sure.
ahead.
You can go for now.
Thank you.
Who is this? Wait a minute, everybody. Hold it. Who's this?
Sheena Smith. How are you today?
Wait a minute. It's Carly Weiss, whose name it is, but are you?
She's not here. No, I'm here. I'm speaking. I'm an auntie mom. My nephew was murdered in Baltimore City, Levy Butler, in 2015, November the 21st.
Are you on the list?
Yes, I'm on the list, but I've been on the list when Brother Bay signed in, and people are just jumping over. So she yielded to me. So if that's okay, I'd like to speak. Councilman Mary Pat Clark.
Okay, you're jumping in front of other people.
I'm not jumping in front. There were several names that were called, and they were absent, and I asked could I go because they were absent. Thank you so much. My name is Sheena Smith. My nephew, Levy Butler, was murdered here in Baltimore City, November 21st, 2015. The reason I oppose this bill is because I reached out to the detectives with evidence regarding who murdered my nephew. I received maybe 2 visits from the detectives since the murder. That's 2015. I've called them on several occasions. And the street wanted to kill the young man that killed my nephew, but our family said, no, that's not the route that we want to go. We know it's a lot of violence, but the fact of the matter is, when you guys go home from work, you're exhausted, you get rest. If we put these young men and women to work and in school, we have schools that we know that's using their children to school from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. When you're tired, so you'll go home. So the fact of the matter is, if we really want to bring change, many of you have budgets that you're supposed to forward money to the community, whether it be community events in the summer, but how many of you are really reaching out to these young people? And as many have stated before you, It's not about locking people up. I just pulled up the handbook for inmates, and they're required to go to school. But when you check with the institutions, many of them are not giving teachers because the teachers are not available in these prisons. So if we really want to be honest with ourselves, are we really trying to bring change? And if so, you will vote no for this bill. And I thank you for your time and for the yielding. Thank you.
Joseph Sachs? Saccharin. Joseph Saccharin.
Oh, he spoke. He was the one that
we
evoked the riot.
Oh, excellent.
I know it wasn't, but it was, I mean, he was the one that got everybody up on their feet.
Inez Robb and Bill Miller. Inez Robb and
Yes,
it's Bill Miller.
Inez Robb.
Is Bill joining you, or I just
No,
had you?
I'm Inez
sorry.
Robb.
Sorry.
Is that okay?
Miss Robb, please go ahead. Yes. ma'am.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Inez Robb. I'm the president of the Fulton Community Association, the Sandtown Winchester Condominium Association, and the Western District Community Relations Council. I am in support of this bill, Bill 170111. I've been living in the Sandtown Winchester community for 30 years as a homeowner. And I do support the bill for the following reasons. As I talk and listen to residents, community leaders, youth, seniors, and business owners, we all agree that many people are being murdered in Baltimore City. The children are afraid to go to the corner stores, go to the playground, or play in front of where they live. Some residents are afraid to sit on their front steps or on the porches, or even go to the supermarket. And believe it or not, some are actually afraid to go to Bible study. Just put yourself in their places. So far this year, we have had 189 murders. 86% of them are from handguns. That means 162 people. 46% of the victims had previously been arrested for gun crimes, and 41.5% of the suspects have previously been arrested for gun crimes. This year, there has been 361 nonviolent shootings in Baltimore City. The handguns used in these crimes are illegally, I say it again, illegally possessed by the offenders, which is generally the most violent crimes in Baltimore City. From 2016 to present, 605 people have been found guilty in criminal cases involving a gun. 60% of those found guilty receive the majority of their sentence suspended by the judges. Why? Why? Tell me why. It's sad. The offenders do not view the possession of illegal guns as a serious crime with serious consequences. If this bill passes, Bill 170111, being arrested, prosecuted, and convicted of possessing an illegal handgun would lead to a 1-year jail sentence and can be suspended and cannot be suspended by judges. We are tired of the judges suspending. We talk to community residents and we say, oh, they got locked up, and 2 days later they're back out on the street. Something's wrong with that. Let's help our neighbors and communities feel safer and feel that our elected officials really care. That's why I'm asking you to vote in support of Bill 170111. Thank you.
Thank you. Pujan Bamal. And thanks for your email the other day about this.
I'm sure you didn't read it.
I did read the whole thing.
Okay, I'm Pujan Baral. I'm 16 years old. Need me? So I just want to say, first of all, that mandatory minimums, they do not work, as we see with the possession of drugs. Eric Costello and many of his buddies have used New York as an example of where the mandatory minimum of illegal gun possession has worked with the 3.5 years in prison. Well, as he said that from the 90s to the 2000s, it was actually seen that before 2006 to 2007 that most of the decrease was before the bill was even passed. And I just want to say that this is like a short-term fix to keep the crime down, and it's just going to perpetuate mass incarceration. The gun violence that's in Baltimore and all over the nation is an economical problem. There's not enough money that's being put into the mental health programs, anti-gun violence programs, Baltimore City public schools, etc. Studies show that wealth inequality leads to a lot of gun violence. Instead of addressing issues like minimum wage, which the majority of Baltimore is affected by, we are criminalizing people that were meant to fail by the system that has stolen $3.2 billion from our schools since 1996, because apparently you guys think that investing in the youth is like throwing money into a black hole. What happened to the adequate funding that you're supposed to be doing? The same system that invests almost $500 million into the unjust police department and plants guns into our civilians and communities. And we got that on the little body camera video. The police commissioner, he's trying to obviously pass this bill because he's trying to keep his job. He's trying to get the homicide number a little bit lower for a year or so he can keep his job, obviously. And I'm gonna keep going because you let her talk like 2 minutes over her time. So instead of focusing to educate people and send them to a proper rehabilitation, we're sending them to prison thinking that will make our streets safer. And Councilman Brandon Scott and Eric Costello, you guys supported this program or app. It was called Gun Bail, and which was like, so let me tell you what it does. It helped to take illegal handguns off the street in exchange for bail. And it was actually a more creative way than this, which we have seen has not worked. And like, if we're gonna make a mandatory minimum, shouldn't it be for illegal gun possession while committing a violent crime, or shouldn't it be for gun trafficking? And where are the guns coming from? Have we addressed that? And shouldn't officers get a mandatory minimum for shooting unarmed black men? It's just a system that's set up for failure. Thank you.
Janet Henry. Nicole Hansen. Oh, gotcha. Davon Love next.
Good afternoon to the council. My name is Nicole Hansen. I am executive director of Out for Justice. It's a nonprofit organization that advocates for policy reform for individuals with criminal records. I'll be quick too. The gentleman just kind of like took my point. Mandatory minimums don't work. They never have and they never will. And this is a piece of legislation that is just being recycled from the Martin O'Malley administration, quite frankly. I see that the council is willing to be bold on this measure. You're really stepping up and you're being bold and you're flexing your muscle. But I would suggest that you flex your muscle on something that is of substance, something that actually works. works, right? Like flex your muscle when the GBC comes in here. Flex your muscle and tell them that it is mandatory for them to hire individuals with criminal records in this city if they're going to continue to do business. Flex your muscle on Port Covington and make sure that they're hiring individuals that live in this city. Flex your muscle when it's time to invest in Baltimore City public schools and programs and after-school programs. Flex your muscle when it's time to figure out ways to support single mothers and single fathers. Don't flex your muscle and send men and women to jail mandatory. It is important that judges have opportunities to hear folks' cases, and this particular bill takes the discretion away from judges. And put yourself in somebody's shoes when you at some point had probably made a mistake in your life. Wouldn't you want somebody to be able to hear who you are as a person and be able to define you by your good deeds and not define you by your bad deeds? Wouldn't you want that opportunity, Mr. Costello? Wouldn't you? If you made a mistake, would you want someone to not even hear about any of the great things you've done? Lastly, I would ask that if you pass this legislation, please put in an amendment that makes sure that you protect the citizens from these crooked and corrupt officers. And by doing so, I'm proposing an amendment that if an officer is found to have planted any illegal guns on our citizens, that they too have to serve a mandatory year minimum sentence. Please, it is only fair. It's only fair. If you're saying that it is illegal for folks to carry these weapons and you got to get guns off the street, please, please protect the citizens and put something in this bill that says if an officer is found to have planted a gun on a citizen, then they too would be subjected to this legislation. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and I ask you to vote no on this legislation.
Thank you. Davon Love, and next up we have Reverend Don Hickman.
Chairman, Council, General Public, my name is Davon Love, Director of Public Policy, Leaders of a Beautiful Struggle. It's actually been a quite frustrating debate for several reasons. I just want to outline three things that I think will properly put this debate in context. The first is that those of us who oppose the bill are opposing this from the vantage point of having experience with people who've been victimized by violence. And if we look at the election of Martin O'Malley in 1999, who ran on a tough on crime policy, what we are seeing is the remnants of that policy and the impact it has had that on the folks that at the time were young people that now are adults engaged in the criminal activity that many of us are trying to address. And a part of the problem is that the options that community folks were given were either less police or more police. If you look at the police department from a customer service perspective, this city has invested $400 to $500 million in law enforcement, and it has not produced the outcomes in terms of increasing public safety. In fact, nowhere in the country has the increase in the size of a police department resulted in making the people in that community safer. And one of the things that hasn't happened is, because I know we've talked a lot about investing in programs, but I want to be really clear for a moment and talk about the importance in investing in anti-violence programs led by folks of and from the community that are proven to be more effective. And we reference Safe Streets. I want to give another example. In Northwest Baltimore, there's an organization, the Coochie Chakalia Center. And I have had the pleasure of meeting two young brothers who, a part of how the program works is that when people went into Sinai Hospital as victims of violence, they would go and recruit them while bedside, while they were still recovering from their wounds. And they will recruit them, give them, job readiness training, give them other opportunities. And what they would do is they would go recruit other people that were involved in the criminal activity that they had formerly been engaged in that led to the violent incident that they were victimized by. And a part of what happened is that this center wasn't able to sustain the funding. And so now I know two young men who were excited about the opportunity to be a part of addressing the issue of violence in our community, not have that opportunity. So I just want to end by saying this, is that this bill, the best case scenario is you go from 315 to maybe 300. And to me, that's a trivialization of the lives of people that are suffering at the hands of violence. Because if we're serious, then we can make not just a couple of $1 million investment in the kinds of programs that have shown to be effective, but we can make the kind of major investments comparable to what we make in law enforcement in a more effective strategy around being able to improve the quality of life of folks that are facing violence in this city. Thank you.
Mr. Love. James Jones Jr. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Reverend. I thought you.
Dante Hickman, pastor of Southern Baptist Church. I grew up in the Emerson Village community of West Baltimore. I was a product of my environment, having been expelled from 3 high schools, involved in numerous car thefts, drugs, and a myriad of unsavory activity. Unfortunately, I know personally something about losing family and friends to senseless gun violence, and I've been a victim of frivolous gun activity in the community. Growing up in the village, we knew that we were living in a generational cycle of incarceration and drug infiltration. What we didn't realize is how regressive the culture of violence would become. For decades now, our inner city communities have been disintegrated, demoralized, and deprived. Quite frankly, I believe that some of the unintended results of desegregation were the depopulation and destabilization of inner city neighborhoods. Homeowners were buffeted by economic and social forces that rendered them a more transient and renter population. Subsequently, public educational facilities became unsustainable and community recreation centers became non-existent. Even more troubling, they became structurally and technologically irrelevant. To make matters worse, many families lost the good-paying and pride-creating jobs of Bethlehem Steel, Sparrows Point, and others. Subsequently, the downturn of economic development, the upswing of fast money drug distribution, and the unhealthy coping mechanism of drug consumption enabled a new culture of gangs and violence to permeate our once thriving neighborhoods in Baltimore. And now the hip-hop culture that once exposed injustice and poverty has devolved into the trap mentality and lyrics that embrace the drug-dealing life, the glorification of street violence, the misogyny of women, and the horrors of human trafficking. We've gone from Rick James's romanticizing of marijuana use in his song, "I'm in Love with Mary Jane," to Future's bold normalization of Molly's and Percocet. Simply put, the subculture in the urban community has emerged as the norm. Killing a person who threatens my safety and sustainability has become the Darwinian survival of the fittest. Unfortunately, this subculture of fear, poverty, and violence has caused good, law-abiding citizens to succumb to the need to carry a gun just to walk through the neighborhood, escort their children to school, or just to attend worship services. It's high time that we realize the history of disenfranchisement that has brought us to this reality. We must also grapple with the mindset of violence that has become deeply entrenched. I close by saying this is important to underscore because we have changed this mindset before, not by the proliferation of guns, but through the courage of changing culture through nonviolence. We must once again transform and cultivate a new mindset, and while we work to change the mindset and provide some assets to our children and communities, we have to simultaneously take the guns out of their hands. This ordinance with its amendments is certainly not perfect, but it may be the shock therapy necessary to get the guns out of violence-prone hands. But there's a crucial fact we must not lose sight of. As we take the guns out of illegitimate hands, we must simultaneously put something positive, uplifting, and redeeming in their hands. While we're legislating mandatory sentences for illegal gun possession, we have to be intentional about mandatory resources toward economic development, educational relevance, and community revitalization and amenities. Let me be clear. I can only support this law if we can give these kids and our community a way out of the trap. This is about the illegal access of and carrying of a gun, which in many of our urban communities is a weapon of mass destruction. You can get back a year, but you can't get back a life. Thank you for your time and listening.
Thank you. James Jones Jr.
Good evening. I didn't bring anything written, but what I have to say is very brief. Just want to share something with you, some of the people here. The bad news is that crime is a $1 billion a year business. It's a business. So there are a lot of things that people aren't understanding about crime in itself. The other piece is that I've heard people talk about the police officers. I have an opportunity to ride with officers in the evenings, and of course in every situation you have your good and your bad, but I'm here to tell you that these guys really work hard. And when I say work hard, I say that because I go to roll call with these guys, and in roll call you have sometimes 10 to 12 officers to work in a district. People aren't understanding that. 12 officers to cover a whole district. I'm over in the Western District. That's appalling. You can't get people to come on to the police department, and the police that you have are doing their best. I've basically rode with most of the guys there, and these guys are really, really struggling to keep the community safe. Now, I'm not saying that they aren't bad officers. I'm just telling you that the ones that I've ridden with, they work hard. And I can tell you, 10 to 12 cars in the Western District, if you knew how large a district is, you would shake your head. I feel like crying for these guys. These guys are working hard. They're doing the best they can. We need to stop talking about the police in general. We know that they're bad police, just like they're bad everything else. But we need to at least do something. If you want to do something, help them to make it safe in communities instead of complaining. And I'm asking the council, I don't know what you can do to enhance, the police. I don't know, but these guys are struggling. They got it hard, and they work hard from 4 to 2 in the morning, and I've stayed a whole shift. It's crazy out there, and you're doing that. They're repeating the cycle. So these guys are going through some mental situations as well. They are. The other thing is, as far as these kids are concerned, the murder, and I know the time's expired, I work with gang members all the time, every chance I get, and it's getting crowded. So maybe you need to take some time and set something up to talk to them. I think you'll get all your answers. All the answers you need will come from them, because all the people here are telling you what we don't like and how it's affecting us, but talk to them. And I think that, you'll get all of the answers you need. So I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Lawrence Grand Prix. Lawrence Grand Prix. He's gone. Rita Cruz. She left. Floyd Godsey. Floyd Godsey. Lucas. Begins with an N. Anyone named Lucas? Okay. Leo Burrows.
Good afternoon, council persons and everybody. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Who said that? Martin Luther King Jr. My condolences to those who've lost loved ones as a result of violence. This city, however, is rife with injustice. I'm opposed to the existing legislation, and my rationale is as follows, and you've heard some of these things before. $15 minimum wage should have been enacted, but the mayor was blind, the president of the city council was blind, and I guess everybody's blind. Apprentice job training and vocational education programs should have become a reality in this city full-time, Foursquare at every location where there's a problem. That has not been manifest, although we say we have mobile units, but we're not mobile enough to satisfactorily meet the needs of the people in this regard. If you can't feed your family, you're not going to survive, and you're tempted by all kinds of types and kinds of situations. Taking people's homes for overdue and unpaid water bills is still a reality in this city. Baltimore City Public Schools must immediately rehire the 150 teachers and staff who've been fired. Why isn't that important? Is that out of your jurisdiction? I don't think so. I'm a Democrat, but I'm an independent thinker, and you know all the other Democrats in our state. My city councilman, Eric Costello, I'm surprised at you. You have the capability, you have the knowledge, but you haven't advocated a regional solution to this problem. I know and you know what we must do in this city, but if it's not regionally and nationally applied with respect to illegal guns, there's no wall around the city of Baltimore. 65% or more of the guns coming in aren't manufactured in Baltimore City. So where is Chris Van Hollen, Elijah Cummings, Paul Sarbanes, and the rest? It's virtually impossible for a black citizen to acquire a legal handgun permit for home protection. The racist state police do everything in their power to prevent law-abiding black people from acquiring a legal handgun. White folks have plenty of guns. You better bet it. Per capita and otherwise, more guns than any. Gun buyback programs don't work. They're advocated in black communities, not white communities. The Baltimore City Police Commissioner, Kevin Davis, cannot be trusted. His department is currently under a consent decree because its systemic policies and practices of promoting institutional racism are alive and well. Police brutality, planting of evidence, illegal overtime, and allowing open-air drug markets to flourish in black communities is continuing as I speak.
Mr. Burrows.
Police walk the beat in Federal Hill as a proactive deterrent to crime. However, in black communities, police officers are sitting in their cars asleep or talking on their cell phones. I'm advocating in conclusion that the city council do something about the police commissioner, who's very articulate but non-productive. He's incompetent. Either get him out of here, fire him, or do whatever you gotta do. But stop letting them BS you. And I don't want to define what that means because you know what it means. Keep fighting, stand up for the people, and stop letting yourselves be manipulated by the Greater Baltimore Committee and the Baltimore Development Corporation, because they're not in this room. Not a damn one of them are here. None of them from the Greater Baltimore Committee in this room. If they are, they're under that desk. The rich folks are getting over like a fat rat, and we're allowing them to, and it shouldn't be. Fairness is what it's got to be about.
Corazon Vaughn? Corazon, Miss? Not here, okay. Eric Stevenson, I have not seen Eric. Okay. James Day? James Day? Dwayne London? Sir Dwayne? Okay. Ben Smith, I saw Ben a while. It looks like he's gone. We already did Calvin. We already did she. Brandon Dickens, we did Brandon, yep. Miss Trueheart. She's definitely here. I don't know, she might be outside. All right. Sandra Mack Diggs? Yes, ma'am. Miss Sandra.
Good afternoon, all. I stand before you as a part of the clergy of Baltimore City, and I volunteer my services with the Baltimore City Police Department. My family has been violated. On January the 4th, 2009, my family was waiting for my great nephew to come home, as he normally did. But he didn't. We found that as he was walking down the street where he lived, that there was a random shooting. And we know that bullets have no names. They strike where they strike. And I don't think these folks out here who are getting guns illegally go to the shooting range to learn how to properly shoot. But anyway, he was murdered. We never found out who did it, but his life was snuffed out. Another man, doesn't matter whether he was black, white, blue, brown, or green, his life was snuffed out, and the family feels the ripple effect. They will never, some know their uncle. A mother has lost her son. A grandmother has lost her grandson, and we've lost a friend. I've heard a lot of things in here today. I don't know what you'll decide to do or not to do, but I just ask that we look at the entire picture. Each of us has a point. You stand on yours, I stand on mine. But drop the points and let's just do what's right. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sandra. James Jones, he already went, right? Chaplain James? Yep. Okay. We are going to go into recess for literally 2 minutes. And we will be right back to deal with an amendment and then further direction on where we're going from there. Brandon. All right, so we are going to, thank you. We're going to have 3 people testify that didn't get in. Want to make sure we heard everyone. Then I'm going to move. Maybe just 2 guys. Folks, we're going to call the hearing back to order.
I know. And I'm in the Northwest. I'm in his district. You know how trouble it is over there. You got
Folks, we're going to call the hearing back to order. First off, we're going to get back into public testimony. Miss Amanda Morris and I sincerely apologize. We had a number of sign-in sheets, and I'm not sure how we missed your name, but we're very appreciative that you stuck around, and we're all looking forward to hearing what you have to say, ma'am.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I have some questions for the people who support this bill. Have you been living under a rock for the past 30 years? Did not the war on drugs, mandatory minimum sentences, the omnibus drug bill, crime bill, all of which devastated our communities by perpetuating our enslavement through mass incarceration, taught you nothing? Did you not read the new Jim Crow? Did you not understand the reasons for the uprising? Did you not read or understand, or did you just choose to ignore the conclusions of the Department of Justice's report that said that the police face complex and economic challenges rooted in poverty, racial segregation, ineffective education, and lack of employment opportunities? In other words, we need to address those problems. It did not mention anything about needing more mandatory sentences. Then I had to skip some stuff because to get in line. Okay. Did you ever think that the police department is allowing crime to get out of control in order to justify the exorbitant budget, hiring more police to occupy and terrorize our communities? Whether creating and maintaining conditions that allow crime to thrive, whether it's the prison industrial complex, national security, political careers, fighting crime has become a lucrative business in America. The question then becomes, who are the police here to protect, serve and protect? The police are not here to serve and protect us. Their job is to serve and protect the elite and their property. Their job is to keep us on the plantation, and that has been their job ever since their inception in 1704. So the question then becomes, why is this law being proposed, and what is the rush? Is it because high-profile families were recently victims of gun violence? Consider the source. Who is supporting this law? Are they the same people who are doing the uprising called us thugs? Are they the same people who, that despite the conclusions and the uprisings and the conclusions of the DOJ report, supported the Port Covington deal, which benefited the rich, and at the same time, they refused to support a living wage bill, which would have benefited the poor? Are they the same people that represented communities like Sandtown for over 20 years and built no wealth in these communities? Are they the same people that refuse to fully fund our schools? That is why we need to get rid of the police department, and that is why we do not need another draconian and racist law like this mandatory minimum sentence gun law, which by all accounts continue to which by all accounts, the consequences will continue to devastate our communities. I implore you not to fall into this trap again. So, thank you very much. I have more, but my time expired. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I had to rush through it, so I'm sorry if I was inarticulate.
You were perfect.
Kevin Parsons.
Good afternoon. Greetings, Chairman, Vice Chair, committee members. I come to you today as a criminologist and sociologist, and someone who has really studied the jurisprudence system. As the NAACP is here in our town, the National Convention, I want to quote one of our greatest civil rights leaders, Fannie Lou Hamer. She said, "I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired." As you know, there's pros and cons to every public policy. We know that our great city, its citizens, are sick and tired of being sick and tired. We know that the fight to protect citizens and the fight to protect the rights of others becomes a balancing act on the scales of justice. We know that historically, black robes have always given, in many instances, white justice. Discriminatory practices of sentencing then sentencing guidelines, mandatory minimums, the shift from the state's attorney making the decision of who would get prosecuted to the judges issuing sentences. This is part of the power structure. There's no one-size-fits-all. There's no magic bullet. There's no direct panacea to complex criminal justice and crime issues. But I think the real issue today is the repeat offender, the recidivist, those who terrorize our community, and those who choose crime as a career path. People are sick and tired of being sick and tired. Before I close, I would like to say that mandatory minimums in the war on drugs, we know, brought forth mass incarceration. But again, the real issue is the violent offender. The violent offender who was released, the violent offender who was a part of the career path of committing crime. We must focus legislation that targets this profile. We must balance the scales of justice with people feeling safe and addressing social ills in the process. We must punish the repeat offender. My only ask to you, Council, Chairman, is that we legislate efforts that reflect a sound policy that reflect the community needs, because we are sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Thank you, Mr. Parsons. And last up, Mr. Castrillon. Hope I pronounced that right, sir.
Thank you. I'm assistant pastor at Rosedale Life Source Church. Over the last 2 years, I spent over 500 hours doing ride-alongs with police officers on the Western District in Baltimore City. Two of my goals have been to be an encouragement to our officers and a listening ear to the concerns of the members of the community. I have witnessed firsthand the tragic consequences of the murderous violence taking place in our city. I have heard residents of West Baltimore tell me that they have no hope and that they expect no change. I've seen the demoralizing effects on police officers when they see a convicted criminal back on the streets because of a suspended sentence. And this is what I want to add my voice today in support of Council Bill 170111, prohibiting illegal handguns near places of public assembly. My sense in the community is that until they feel like we are winning the war on drugs and the criminals are paying the consequences of their actions, they're not going to tell us who the shooters are. They know who they are, but they know very well too that if they say anything, they're going to suffer for it because there are no consequences. Really, I'd like to ask our judges, why is it that you are turning on the streets over 60% of people who have been sentenced for a crime? We're basically saying to them, you really didn't do anything wrong. There are no consequences. You're welcome to go back to the street and commit more crimes. I understand that the problems are complex and that there are many root issues, but the main problem that we have right now is that we are losing control of our streets, and the very people that attack our police are the very ones that will pick up the phone and call police when they're threatened, their security is threatened by young people who are victims, but at the same time they are thugs, putting guns on people's faces, killing, causing mayhem. I'm with the police every week in the Western District. To say that it is crazy over there is an understatement. Most of our officers are 26 years of age. They're some of the finest young men and women that I have ever met in my life. 95% of my experience with each one of them, like I said, over 500 hours of riding, is that they are committed, they are professional, they are caring, they are effective. Therefore, I'm here to stand for them. I wish that every community leader that has spoken here today would do at least one ride-along so they would have a perspective and understand that our police officers are human beings with feelings just like everybody else that need our respect, that do an incredible job in spite of the fact that they're being cussed out, disrespected by the very community that they're helping to keep safe. 360 people found guilty in criminal cases involving a gun in Baltimore are walking around today free. because their jail sentences have been either partially or completely, in many cases entirely, suspended. I heard a detainee last month as he was being arrested mocking our police officers, telling them, "This charge won't stick, this charge won't stick." Reporter Justin George of the Baltimore Sun undertook a year-long investigation that they call Shoot to Kill. He wrote an article published in September 30, 2016, in which he said, Baltimore is one of the more lethal of America's largest cities, where 1 in every 3 people struck by gunfire dies.
Chaplain, I have to ask you to wrap up, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank
I
you.
believe that concerned Baltimoreans can help change the history of our city and reverse the growing trend of violence and law-breaking going on. The passing of this bill will discourage many potential criminals. Thank you.
Thank you, Chaplain. Colleagues, at this time, there is an amendment in front of you. You should all have an interdelineated version of the bill with the 2 amendments that we passed favorably this morning, which was produced by legislative reference in conjunction with Department of Law. If you turn to pages 2 and 3, you will note the amendment in handwriting. This has been discussed with the Law Department. Before I turn it over to Councilman Pinkett, Victor or Elena, would you comment on the legal sufficiency of the amendment, please? Sorry, Hillary, I didn't see you. If you want to do it.
Good afternoon, Elena DePietro from the Baltimore City Law Department. We have had the opportunity to review the language that's being inserted, and we find that there is no legal issue with inserting that language.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Councilman Pinkett for brief remarks on the intent of the amendment, if you would like, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I once again want to commend my colleague, Councilman Bullock, for his initial amendment, but my concern was related to the word crime as it relates to this ordinance, and the lack of specificity as it relates to what kinds of crimes that relates to. So I thought we needed more detail and as it relates to when we talk about connection with the commission of a crime. And so that's why I proposed the amendment that we specify that they be crimes against a person or property, so that we're not including simple crimes or a crime as simple as trespassing.
Thank you, Councilman. Would you like to move the amendment?
Yes, so moved.
Is there a second? Second by Councilwoman Clark. Members of the committee, is there any discussion on this specific amendment before I go into roll call? Okay. Costello, yes. Clark?
Yes.
Clark, yes. Bullock?
Yes.
Bullock, yes. Pinkett?
Yes.
Pinkett, yes. Reisinger? Yes. Reisinger, yes. Scott? Scott, yes. Stokes? Yes. Stokes, yes. The bill is amended. Passes 7-0. Is there a motion to move the bill favorably as amended?
So moved.
Moved by Pinkett. Is there a second? Second by Stokes. Pinkett, yeah, and Stokes. We'll do roll call. Clark?
No.
Clark, no. Bullock?
Mr. Chair, may I make a comment first?
Yes, sir.
At the beginning of this hearing this morning, I mentioned that I had concerns about the bill, especially the effect that it would have on a first-time offender or a non-violent offender. The fact that the amendments that I proposed early this morning were accepted and that it's only applied to a second offense unless the person is in the commission of a crime against a person or property, as my colleague has amended, I will vote yes. At the same time, I do recognize we need to have comprehensive solutions to deal with the issue of gun violence in our city.
Thank you, Councilman. Bullock, yes. Pinkett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's no doubt, and it cannot be debated, that our city will not get safer simply by this bill alone or any law enforcement first strategy. It also cannot be stated enough that until we develop a comprehensive public safety strategy that focuses on education, employment opportunity, youth engagement, and programs that stabilize our families and promote responsible fatherhood, we will never be successful in making our communities safe for everyone. I don't want to talk about anybody else's district, but I do want to make mention of the one that I represent. In too many schools, in my district, almost 40% of the students who enter high school don't graduate. Chronic absentee rates are high, achievement scores are far too low. If we don't invest in our youth and make significant investments in the youth, the only thing that we can offer them is an apology. Because what kind of future are we guaranteeing for them, and what kind of opportunities are we presenting for them? In too many communities in the district I represent, almost 40% of the persons between 18 and 64 are not even in the labor force, meaning no wage at all. How are these persons able to support their families? Providing training, apprenticeship, and wraparound services that help residents for employment that allows for them to take care of their families has to be a priority as far as our public safety strategy. Earlier in the testimony, a gentleman by the name of Zach made mention about my son, and he's right. I want the best for my son, and I would hate for him to be arrested or potentially face incarceration for possession of an illegal handgun. But Zach, you can rest assured that if my son even touched an illegal handgun, the criminal justice system would be the least of his worries. And to be clear, my son lives in West Baltimore, and he's not immune from the violence that permeates our streets. So my son also goes to sleep at night, often awakened by sounds of gunshots from illegal handguns. My son, like too many West Baltimore children, is not able to go to the playground that's just a block away from him because of the number of shootings that have occurred and or adjacent to that very same playground from illegal handguns. Because my son and I are so connected, I can't even count the number of times we have walked together through police tape as I've tried to serve the constituents that I represent. So today we spent much of this hearing debating whether it's okay under any scenario to carry an illegal handgun, not a permitted handgun, an illegal handgun, not a laptop, an illegal handgun, not a diploma, an illegal handgun, not a paycheck, an illegal handgun. Prior to the amendment proposed by Councilman Bullock, I, like so many others, was torn by this legislation. But with this accommodation for first-time offenders, I vote yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Pinkett is a yes. Reisinger? Yes. Reisinger, yes. Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, when we started today's hearing, Baltimore was at 196 homicides. We're now at 198, surpassing the total for the year of 2011. That was a Super Bowl year for violent crime in Baltimore. And at the rate that we're going to surpass 2014, which was like making the AFC Championship within the next week. And we can continue to eat the crust before the rest of the pie is put on, and that's what this bill is asking us to do, or we can continue to do what this council has been doing, and that's demand that we have a comprehensive strategy to deal with violence in the city of Baltimore, because that's the only thing that will work. We know that this mandatory minimum will not work. We now know that this bill looks a lot like the existing state legislation, and I vote no, because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Scott is no. Stokes?
I just want to mention, I think we should give our young people some alternatives, and even some of the adults. So looking at one, we have two trade schools, Carver and Merville, and I'm in the process of talking to the CEO how we can open those schools up in the evening and give our young people some alternatives. Everybody's not going to go to college, but have that opportunity for them to get a good skill. So I vote yes.
Stokes, yes. First, I want to thank everyone from the public who came out. I didn't vote yet. I'll let you know what my vote is in a second. I want to thank everyone from the public who came out and testified today. I know it's been a very long day, and I know it's been a long day for the media and for city officials that are here, and police and everyone else. So thank you for your patience as we try and work through this in as democratic of a manner as humanly possible. There is no question that there are long-term commitments that we need to make moving forward. Those commitments were reflected in what the City Council was able to accomplish during our negotiations with the mayor just a month and a half ago. Those objectives are centered around empowering our youth, enhancing their lives, enhancing the experience they have in school and in after-school activities, supporting programs like Safe Streets that make it safe on the street for them. So there's no question we need to do those things. And that's not the first time that this council has done that. Just last year alone, we passed the youth fund, which I think provides $12 million in general fund dollars for new youth programs. So I agree with this approach. But at the same time, the killings and the shootings need to stop. And to Councilman Scott's point, very aptly pointed out that we've had 2 homicides since we started this hearing. And that is just a complete tragedy. And while I believe that those long-term commitments we need to be focused on, those aren't going to stop the 2 homicides that occurred today throughout this hearing. And yes, this bill is not a panacea. This is not a comprehensive strategy to deal with public safety issues, but it's one small piece in that. I have to say that I'm discouraged by I think the rhetoric and the tone of the dialogue that we're having. The dialogue could be more civil. The dialogue that we had today really reflected what's going on at the national level in Washington. We more and more have grown into a situation where we look at issues as solely being binary. And much of the stuff that we deal with is in the gray. And there has to be room for compromise and to work together. And with that, I'll be upfront and say that I am not a fan of Councilman Bullock's amendment at all. That being said, I think we need to be tougher on this issue, but I appreciate the fact that Councilman Bullock and Councilman Pinkett work together in the spirit of compromise to try and find something that works for everyone. And we as a council need to figure out a way to get better at that because we haven't quite gotten there yet. We showed some signs of it during the budget process, and I think we've got a lot of work to do to figure out how to work together and how to compromise. What we're talking about is possession of an illegal gun. Councilman Pinkett laid out all the things that it's not. It's not a laptop. It's not a knife. It's not drugs. We're talking about an illegal gun, and I feel like not supporting this is tantamount to being supportive of the rights of individuals to illegally possess a firearm. And this gun that we're talking about is an instrument for ending life. I'll end with one note. The saddest thing about chairing these hearings, and many of my colleagues and the president have chaired similar hearings, and any of you that have run a meeting in the community, is when you have a strict time limit and you have to cut off people who have terrible, tragic stories to tell about lost ones or loved ones that they've lost over the years. It's so incredibly sad, and I feel like at some point we need to be resolved to do something about that. And with that, I vote yes. The bill passes 5-2. It will move as amended, and it will move to second reader on August 14th. Thank you.